Hey, it's Joe from VCAM TV Studios. Now, just how good is Adam Sandler?
Well, I've been laughing at Adam Sandler since his early days on SNL.
Adam is so funny. He's one of literally the funniest people I've ever met.
The minute you meet him, he'll figure out a way to make you laugh.
Some people would have you believe that he is the maker of a lot of crappy movies.
This is Adam Sandler thinking that he could just lazily get by, fart, and poop, and do this, and we're all supposed to die laughing.
Other people would say that he's extremely slept on.
Adam Sandler movies are ridiculously underrated.
And some would say he's the GOAT. Critics will say, this guy? That's a movie star? The guy who dresses like a bum?
Thanks for dressing for the show. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. Everybody wants me to dress better. I can't do it.
Do you see any other actors or actresses inspiring a school spirit day? He's a fashion icon, they say.
I have been dressing like this a long time, and I just like comfortable.
I do apologize for the way I'm dressed. I know it doesn't look good.
Basketball shorts, check.
And that's how he dresses.
Just because he dresses like that doesn't mean you're allowed to.
Dress right, Adam.
Good
You can't
God.
show up in your shorts.
You know what? I can't go to the awards. They don't make a tuxedo out of sweatpant material. No matter what suit I wear in real life, it looks cheesy.
Like Adam Sandler on a red carpet?
By the way, I just saw how I look. It's ridiculous.
I want to get on the People magazine's worst dressed list, and I'm going to do it. I'm doing it for that.
That after 30 years of mainstream success and more money than he probably knows what to do with, people still think of him as one of the bros.
He was the ringleader, but he kept everybody happy.
And you think you're going to go somewhere fancy, you're with Sandler, and we end up at Waffle House. It's amazing.
And he picked up my fucking luggage with flip-flops on, a pair of shorts, and a t-shirt.
And I think critics often forget just how difficult that is to pull off. To pull off the everyman character that you root for in even the silliest of situations.
I enjoy playing these guys who are struggling.
He doesn't play underdogs. He plays champions that are overlooked.
He's another blue-collar kind of, below-deck diamond geezer who manages to rub some humble pie in the faces of pretentious, snooty yuppies.
It's about time someone did that movie.
There's an intelligence that comes through. You always feel like there's somebody in there thinking, even when he's like, Hubie, give me a shoe. And then it's this guy who makes 1,000 mistakes in a row and gambles his entire life away in Uncut Gems. In the end, you're always pulling for him because it feels like there's a real person in there.
There's always a kindness that you bring to all your characters.
You root for Billy Madison to graduate high school. You want Happy Gilmore to win that tournament. When Longfellow Deeds signs away the inheritance, you don't roll your eyes that he just gave up that amount of money and no actual human would do that. You say, yeah, I could see Longfellow Deeds doing that. He seems like that kind of guy. The good guy everyman is Sandler's niche.
He's not telling us I'm smarter than you, I'm better than you.
He appeals to like really smart people and regular people. Like there's so many levels to what he's doing.
And that's why I think he's still around making movies. Despite how silly some of his films come across, you never feel like he insults or has abandoned his core fan base.
You don't understand Adam Sandler, the artist.
Let these people.
A lot of people, they see the money, they see the funny, but they don't get the artist.
He comes across as a grounded kind of guy, as grounded as somebody that successful can be.
I looked into it all.
And that everymanness is kind of why I believe there's a massive difference between the audience
Adam Sandler's the fucking coolest motherfucker.
He's just crazy, man.
and your average critic.
How do you feel about that, the Oscar thing?
The Oscar, that's not very Sandlerian.
As Adam learned a long time ago, why bother trying to appease the critics? They were never going to like his type of movie anyway.
I think when I was young, I thought Billy Madison or something had a shot. But they took that away from me, so I stopped dreaming.
So that's why he sticks to his loyal fan, the teen.
Won more Teen Choice Awards than any other movie star in the history of the whole entire show. Adam Sandler, Big Daddy.
Mr. Deeds! If you don't get the best grades, don't fret, because I didn't do well in school and I'm a multi-millionaire, so it's gonna be all right.
The Boys.
Oh wow, it's Adam Sandler.
I love Adam Sandler.
I have seen a lot of stuff where they say Adam Sandler's just young boys, but I've
Talk to some my mother's friends think I'm all right too.
And the kids.
Is there anybody that you know that's going to be here that you're looking forward to seeing?
Adam Sandler.
Oh, Adam Sandler. Everybody has said that. Not one person has not said Adam.
And your everyday men and women.
I always thought of who's watching the movie, who's paying money to go out. I remember being a kid and seeing a comedy and seeing even like Porky's or Hollywood Nights or all the Mel Brooks stuff, and just laughing my ass off in the theater. Chevy Chase and Eddie Murphy, and like I just wanted people to get that feeling in the crowd.
The hell with ratings and talent. You guys are my real friend.
Because why try to win over the critic who's only going to say nice things about your movies if you're making the type of movie they want?
Many intellectuals have stated that Daddy did these so-called artsy-fartsy movies to push himself as an actor and human being in attempts to do some heavy-duty, much-needed soul-searching.
Like, what's with the average critic's obsession with making everyone into a serious actor? That you're only really acting and creating art if you're suffering. That the only way they'll enjoy an Adam Sandler film is if it has no Adam Sandler-like humor and can't be at all lighthearted. If the movie looks like he just took an expensive vacation, they're gonna hate it. And like, why's that a thing? Who cares where the movie's shot as long as it's good? I'm actually more impressed that he created this kind of infrastructure, that he's paid to write movies and go to these places with his buddy.
You know, I love all my buddies, so we try to write in parts just to make sure we get to hang out with them.
Billy Madison is when we started going, come on, just all my buddies, we all got together and we're like, let's do what we think is funny.
I sit in the room with my friends and just come up with ideas, think about what went on in our lives, think about what makes us laugh. That's why it continues, just to make sure that we're all getting to do what we want to do.
The brass want to lead you to different people sometimes, and then you say, yeah, no, they're good, but what about this guy?
He doesn't have to audition. When he goes into the editing room, he makes the editing decisions. He's his own general manager.
And that really is a huge part of writing my own movie, so I didn't have to audition. I was never good. I'm never good in the room.
I think it's cool that he's constantly working with his friends. And then he can expand the circle, and then he can find new talent. But I'm not here to tell you what to think. You have your own mind. You can choose to still not like an Adam Sandler movie.
I'm behind Adam Sandler, for God's sake.
That's cool. Do you?
This is my old bicycle that I had from when I was 10. Sometimes the banana seat hurts my hiney.
Adam Sandler got in the body of that St. Bernard.
Are you Adam Sandler? I said, yes. He goes, I hate your movies.
And then on occasion I hear, hey Adam, you suck. And I say, all right, good to see you.
You can't laugh at yourself? Who can you laugh at, all right? I suck, my movies suck. I love it.
It all blends together, you know. Kind of like Adam's movies.
Heck, even Adam jokes that his own kids would prefer to watch somebody else's movies.
So I watch them watch it, and I make sure they're laughing, and they like Jim Carrey movies better.
So that's why today I am going to rank every single Adam Sandler movie, from worst to best. And you're going to learn things about each of these movies that you may not have known.
Sandler loves to make comedies. You know, he's not one of these comedians who is striving to be critically acclaimed.
My intentions on my movies are to just have a good time, make sure everyone's laughing, walking out of the theater happy.
Now this is my list. Your list may be different, and I want to hear that in the comments. Your top 5, your bottom 5, maybe the one that you think's underrated. Maybe there's one you think I'm wrong about. But hey, keep it civil, okay guys? And you have my word that any future Adam Sandler movies will be reviewed on this channel, and in the description to this video, I will have updated rankings. Number 48, and our worst film on this countdown. I wish I was controversial, but it's Going Overboard.
My first movie ever was originally called The Unsinkable Shecky Moskowitz, and then they called Babes Ahoy now.
Going Overboard is the absolute worst movie he's ever made, and honestly one of the worst films I've ever seen. When you go on YouTube, it's not a controversial opinion. Multiple people have made videos about just how bad this film is.
That guy's not good. He should stop what he's doing.
It was one of those films that rode Adam Sandler's popularity to push people into thinking that, hey, they might have found a hidden gem. It's 1999, and you think, I've seen all Adam Sandler's films. But wait, What's this movie?
This story is based entirely around the fact that we had access to this nice big boat here and a lot of good-looking women.
It's a film so bad that it actually apologizes to you while you're watching it.
This is a no-budget flick, not a low-budget flick. No budget.
It's that level of cheap and bad that you'd see on Mystery Science Theater. It reminded me of the Jim Carrey movie early in his career, Copper Mountain, where you're not sure if it's a movie or it's tourism disguised as a movie. And if this is a tourism movie, it's made me way less likely to go on a cruise ship. Sandler plays a crew worker who wants to be like the cruise ship's comedian, Dickie Diamond. On the surface, when you're looking at this VHS, it looks legit, like a real movie with real stars.
That was a dream come true. I went out, that's what I was trying to do, become an actor and a comedian, and all of a sudden I was in a movie and I was playing a comedian, and I didn't care about too much else in the world. I was just excited about going after it.
Burt Young from Rocky is in this. I wonder what he thought of the Rocky parody in this movie. There's Billy Zane as Neptune, the god of the sea.
Put a cork in it, Zane.
Billy Bob Thornton is a pissed-off crew member, and even without the connections he'd later have, he's still able to get his buddy, Alan Covert, a role in this movie.
Looking at the filmography and the list of character names you've played, Shecky.
Shecky's got a whole Ferris Bueller, Zach Morris, talk to the camera thing going on, but he never says anything that amusing. Sometimes it seems like this movie didn't even have a script, which is something I noticed later on when I saw Grown Ups. Like, they just said, hey, Adam, improv something. I'd blame the screenwriter, but Valerie Bremen went on to make a very funny show in Milo Murphy's Law. Nothing in this movie is very memorable. The montages, cameos, Shecky's conflict with the ship's comedian, even a terrorist attack are just painfully dull.
I got to meet Milton Berle during that movie.
I'm not sure. I think he's a ghost, and he was giving me advice how to be a good comedian. And he had a huge hug.
But he showed it to you?
It tinkered out, and it gave it a little fall.
In my notes for this movie, 72 minutes in, I wrote, this movie never freaking ends. At some point, you're supposed to buy that Shecky is gonna become a better comedian, and that his stand-up is what's gonna save the day. And for his heroics, he wins the heart of a beautiful mermaid. So I can see why Adam is on record as being embarrassed by this movie, and the only reason that he took it was to get a free vacation.
I'm only here to see women and drink beer. This is great. Great times are ahead. 22 years old. That was probably the last time I was excited about the shirt coming off.
If you got a free vacay out of it, I say, good for you, Adam. You learned early. So is this film all bad? There are two parts that made me laugh.
I'm just gonna have to shoot you. Oh, Dave, what do you construct?
I construct buildings. What the fuck else would I construct?
This movie, 1 out of 10. Number 47 is Shakes the Clown.
Shakes the Clown.
Oh, my head! It's one of the finest alcoholic clown movies ever made.
This is a movie written and starring comedian Bobcat Goldthwait. So is it fair to count this as an Adam Sandler movie? Well, my criteria was that Adam Sandler has to play a substantial role, and in this movie, he's one of the clown friends who tries to get Shakes to stop drinking.
So yeah, people were just dying to make this film.
This movie reminded me a lot of the Joker movie. You're supposed to feel bad for Shakes and about how tough society is on clowns and people with disorders. But I didn't find anybody other than his girlfriend Judy as very likable.
You get involved with the guy, things go wrong. Next thing you know, you end up dead at the bottom of a motel swimming pool.
And it's a little bit like Sid and Nancy and a little bit like Barfly. And this was true. One executive goes, those movies didn't make any money. And I go, and it's a little bit like E.T.
Even in 1990, who was watching clown shows or hiring clowns to be at their kids' parties? Shakes the Clown is one of those cynical 90s films where they point out how everything sucks and is fake, but then it's like, yeah, we know that. Is this supposed to be the better alternative? The lead bad guy in this movie is a clown named Binky.
Laugh and learn with Binky the Clown.
which made me wish I was just watching Garfield and Friends instead. I saw a lot of positive write-ups for this movie, and it talks about how it's one of the more realistic depictions of struggling with alcohol addiction, so it does have that going for it.
You know what you'd like, Ryder? Shakes the Clown. That's what you should watch. And I remember getting it and being like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
I didn't find that Adam Sandler does much in this movie. He's just kind of there.
Shakes the Clown.
Shakes the Clown.
Bobcat Goldthwait, one of my first movies. I would do that again. I want to see what happened to my guy. I want to see what happened to Bobcat and Blake Clark.
And you could have been there if you had won this contest.
Perhaps the greatest prize, Bob, is the private screening of your new movie, Shakes the Clown.
Perhaps. I'm darn proud of Shakes the Clown. In fact, I'm willing to throw in the polka dot convertible featured in the film.
Would $20K be worth suffering through this movie again? I don't know. I guess I'm just not a big Bobcat fan. Kinda like this guy isn't a big fan.
If you're funny, you win.
Yeah.
If you're not funny, you don't. And he's not funny. That's why I had to do that stupid voice.
The actual clowns have been boycotting.
I saw Bozo. He's mad at you, man.
Bozo? I ruined Bozo's good name.
Shakes the Clown had a couple of rewrites. It would have been a good movie.
And I have no idea how Bobcat Goldthwait was able to convince Robin Williams to come to this film and play a mime.
Yeah, he's under an alias. Yeah, I'm sure Robin's really glad that Shakes the Clown's out the same time the Academy's voting for the Oscars.
I give this movie a 3 out of 10.
I'm kind of shocked that we're getting okay reviews.
Number 46, The Ridiculous Six, which is wild that the guy who's gonna write most of the films in our top 5 also made our bottom 3 entry. The Ridiculous Six has the distinction of being the first Adam Sandler movie made under his Netflix deal. And the minute I saw Will Forte pop up, it felt like I was watching a parody of a movie you'd see as a 30 Rock gag. Ridiculous Six is the movie where the Adam Sandler tropes stick out the most. The cast consists of his most frequent collaborators.
You don't get a chance to make big westerns. It doesn't happen.
I'll tell you, I'm now a horse riding brother.
Lincoln goes blue in the scene. And it's a pivotal scene in the movie.
Along with a lot of random celebrity cameos. I wonder how audiences would have reacted to this film had westerns been more culturally relevant.
I had to wear a cowboy hat. Because does that hurt my feet? I had orthotics in mine.
Learn how to ride a horse?
I didn't do that too well, but I tried.
There's a lot of hate for The Ridiculous Six. Critics will often point out all the jokes that they just didn't think worked.
The movie has ridiculous in the title for a reason, because it is ridiculous.
Or the controversy from this film, where a bunch of Native American actors got upset with the dialogue and the jokes being made and walked off the set.
They say women had names like Where's No Bra and Beaver's Breath.
You're not going to change people? No, not at all. You're overly sensitive about it.
The cultural advisor on the film set was the first person to walk off, and we followed his lead.
I don't think the jokes were made at the Native Americans' expense.
Karma Harvey says Ridiculous Six is not targeting Native American culture. Gurley says of the more than 100 Native actors who were hired for the film, only a few took issue with the jokes.
If they knew the backstory of that, it's funny.
It was great. It really was. I really enjoyed myself.
He's the guy who thinks ball-busting comedy brings us together, not further apart.
It's not meant to diminish any Indian nation in any fashion, that it's a comedy.
And his co-star Vanilla Ice agrees.
So, I mean, it's not like they're there to showcase, you know, anything about anybody. They're just making a funny movie, I think.
My problem with The Ridiculous Six? It was just kind of boring. The plot centered around Adam Sandler's character, White Knife, trying to find his half-brothers in order to get money to pay a ransom and get his long-lost dad back from Cicero, played by Danny Trejo. Along the way, we get introduced to his brothers. There's Ramon, played by Rob Schneider, Lil Pete, played by Taylor Lautner, Herm, played by Jorge Garcia, Danny, played by Luke Wilson, and Chico, played by Terry Crews. The two standouts of this film, Terry Crews.
I know Dad is a white man, but my mother was actually black. Didn't want to hide that from you in case you guys slipped up and made some racial slurs, not knowing I wasn't 100% white.
and surprisingly, Taylor Lautner. Taylor Lautner was really giving it his all.
That's really sweet to hear. I mean, the writing helps, you know, when you're given a character like Lil Pete and you have mentors on set that are always throwing ideas at you and try this, you know, it makes it easier.
She's just a diversion.
She's a virgin? I'm a virgin too. Unless you count cantaloupes.
And while the jokes didn't make me laugh, I can't blame him.
When Adam first presented the idea of this role to me, I was like, oh, there's no way. Like, that's so scary. But that's ultimately what made me want to do it.
Terry Crews plays the half-black and half-white piano player. Why is there no high-quality version of the Butter Up My Biscuit song?
For breakfast, my baby bakes my biscuits.
You get the feeling that Terry Crews really did want to star in a Western. I also enjoyed the bizarre casting of, like, Blake Shelton playing Wyatt Earp, Chris Kattan being John Wilkes Booth, and Vanilla Ice as Mark Twain. The Ridiculous Six feels like one of those movies where the creator and the crew would say that you need to love Westerns to know what they're spoofing. But I've seen quite a few Westerns, and I'm no stranger to the Rifleman. We find out that Cicero was the one who had killed White Knife's mother. Oh, and the dad was a con man all along.
She actually tried to rescue me. I'm guessing this means you don't want me to be your best man no more, huh?
But luckily these brothers now have each other's back, and it all turns out okay. Did you know that The Ridiculous Six is the last on-screen appearance for Norm Macdonald in a movie?
Yeah, you're in it.
And I'm in it.
And how fitting is it that his last on-screen role is with him in bed with a hooker? It's a 4 out of 10 movie, and I could see somebody appreciating the jokes in this movie a lot more than I did. Number 45. The first drama on our list, Men, Women, and Children. Because it seems like since 2002, somebody has to ask the question, can Adam Sandler act?
But when I read the script, I couldn't put it down. It was so riveting and upsetting, and I would tell Jason, this thing gives me such a stomachache. I'm having a hard time wanting to be in it.
Then they sucker him into one of these type of movies to prove that, yes, he can do drama. One of those slice of life type films.
It's every character in there, what they go through and where they end up, and I just was so nervous about it.
Ones that they call realistic portrayals of who we are as humans, and aren't Hollywood fairy tales. The type of movie where when you finish watching it, you think, huh, did I like that movie? Did I like what I just watched? Maybe?
I hope if you're a teenager and you see this movie, I think you'll connect to a lot of stuff in there.
I think forcing him into these type of films creates the worst type of Adam Sandler movie. At least with the Ridiculous Six or future picks, you watch them like, oh my god, what is this cinematic train wreck? With these dramas, you don't really get that. They aren't gripping enough to be rewatchable dramas, and they're not fun enough to be repeated viewings. Say what you will about Pixels, but Pixels knows what it wants to be. And I don't really want to go trashing this movie just cause. I actually like the director, Jason Reitman.
I've been wanting to work with him for a long time, and we've been talking about doing stuff, and this was, he guided me. He let me, gave me my security and told me everything would be fine. I was all over the place.
I think he did a tremendous job of modernizing Ghostbusters while still honoring the original 2 movies. And you know what? I owned Juno back in the day, so he's not entirely to blame for this. And this movie has Jennifer Garner. You know in Seinfeld how George has a thing for Marissa Tomei and he watches her movies? I kind of feel that sometimes about Jennifer Garner.
He asked her to say the F word at one point, and she said it. She screamed at me and she said it, and then when Jason said cut, she was apologizing to me and hugging me, and she's like, I would never yell at you like that.
I don't know. In Men, Women, and Children, Adam Sandler plays the character of Don. He's a football dad, and the first time we see his character, he's in the middle of trying to beat off to Tory Black porn, which his son has also been watching.
The freaky stuff that's out there, I'm not even sure how to get to it. But when I land on it, though, it is fun.
His character is in a loveless marriage.
You don't find me attractive anymore.
I asked you to go in the other room. You said no.
His wife Helen and him are in bed when they see an ad for Ashley Madison. You remember Ashley Madison?
AshleyMadison.com. Bringing your marriage back to life.
Where you could have yourself a discreet affair, right up until they got breached and everybody had their information put right out there. Well, that ad sends Dawn and Helen down the road of infidelity. They have a teenage son, Chris, who plays football, and he's been addicted to hardcore porn since he was a preteen. Then we have the Beltmeyer family. Jennifer Garner plays an overbearing mom, Patricia.
She's not crazy in her desire to keep her kids safe, and she's not crazy in that she loves her daughter. She sacrifices her relationship with her daughter in order to keep her safe.
And her overprotected daughter, Brandy Beltmeyer, played by Caitlin Devers. Awesome! Eve Baxter from Last Man Standing's in this. Okay, so was Brandy really that rebellious that she needed to be put in a police state?
Always on our phones, always on the computer, and I think that we don't know.
Her mom monitors her keystrokes, has all her daughter's passwords, and shuts down all conversations. But luckily, her daughter has a secret life on Tumblr.
Did you even see your Tumblr page?
Yeah.
Because I was reading it during
Yeah,
the thing, and there was all these crazy posts.
Just kids just don't want their parents knowing what they're doing.
Is it all just naked pictures?
No, it's not all naked
No.
pictures. It's just chatting. It's just
I
talking
have a
and
Snapchat,
pictures.
but
It's just
no.
nice because...
What the hell are you hiding from us?
Gotta love the name dropping of all the apps. And some of the stars of this movie didn't even know the differences between the apps, like Jennifer Garner here.
I've got to suddenly get on all of these things before my daughters are wanting to be on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Is it Tinder or Tumblr? What is it people... I don't know the difference.
Yeah, those are two entirely different things. I don't know if I can take a drama serious when they're rebelling through a Tumblr account. Then we got the Mooney family, Kent and his son Tim.
Since quitting football, Tim had invested over 1,000 hours with his guildmates on various dungeons.
Tim was a star football player, but he lost his passion for football when his mom up and left the family. So now he spends his days up in his room playing MMOs. And the guy who played Tim, Ansel Elgort, he went method for this role.
I got addicted to World of Warcraft for like 2 months leading up to the movie in an unhealthy way, just because I wanted to feel that, and to feel like that empty feeling of when you don't want to do anything but like play a game.
Okay, I assume you know the meme of, "Are you winning, son?" This movie actually has that scene in movie form.
We just did a dungeon.
Oh. Did you win?
Yeah.
Tim is our love interest for Brandy. Other characters in this movie are Hannah and her mom Donna. They're the Clint family. Hannah has a thing for Chris, but Chris is too messed up on porn that he's not able to get excited by a real woman. Which is weird because on the internet, she's able to make weird guys hard. Hannah has an OnlyFans type thing going on, and her mom's the one who takes the pictures. Taking these pictures is what gets Hannah rejected by a TV casting agency.
And parents obviously don't know how to handle their kids or raise their kids with this because it's so new.
We don't know what we're doing with this technology yet. It arrived at our feet fully formed. It's as though at the advent of the car, instead of having a Model T, we got a Ferrari.
But I bet Dan Schneider would have called her. Our other cheerleader is a girl named Allison, who spent the summer getting herself what they call model skinny. She's got a crush on this jerk football player, Brandon.
It had been her greatest hope that he would be her first kiss. Brandon remained the object of Alison's affection, despite having once said within earshot, "I'd fuck her if I could find the hole."
And Brandon accidentally gets her pregnant. She has an ectopic pregnancy and almost dies from a miscarriage. Adam Sandler's character ends up hiring an escort to sleep with. And his wife, she finds a guy on Ashley Madison. She found the Allstate guy.
We've learned that the best things in life don't cost much. And at Allstate, they don't cost much to protect.
So I just assume while she was climaxing, she also heard this.
Are you in good hands?
Jennifer Garner's character is pretty obsessive over her daughter's life, and that almost causes this kid to kill himself. And if he did this, his dad Dean Norris's face would go from Dean happy to Dean sad. Jennifer Garner's character is pretty reckless in her monitoring. Who just goes and mass deletes everything on somebody's desktop? What if she had her school projects on there? I hope she saved some backups in other folders, or else she is screwed.
It's a rough thing to watch as a parent. You just pray that you're doing everything you can to make sure your kids and your life and your family, you protect them from going that way.
I think my biggest issue is that the film barely wraps up any of the stories that we just watched. What happens after Adam Sandler's character Don and his wife Helen confront each other? Oh, let's just not talk about it and eat breakfast. And I feel like if I question and say, hey, writers, can I get a better payoff? A writer would say, well, life is complicated. You don't get the answers you're looking for. Sometimes it's just what it is.
A lot of times when you're adapting something, it's broken and you're trying to fix it. And in this case, it spoke movie so much to us.
The film ends on all these shots of two people connecting, and there's no devices in those shots.
But no, I can't actually blame the writers. Men, Women, and Children was actually adapted from a book.
I read the script, and I also read the book.
The book was not a broken book. It was a book that was really very complicated, but very simple about what we're all going through, this human, real dilemma that we're in how to find intimacy in this age.
And the book didn't give you any kind of an ending.
There's certain parts of the book that get rougher in a way that a book can be rougher. There's something different between reading the words and actually seeing the visuals.
So this could have been a darker movie.
The book is so dark, it makes the film look like a, Mary Poppins. And there is hope at the end of the movie, and there is not in the book.
And if that's the case, and this is some sort of realistic look at the issues that teens go through now, why am I always cracking up whenever one of the MMO scenes pop up? That he has a, I need this game meltdown.
No, that's all it is this time, and I put in months of my life, and I'm invested now, okay?
I got where Jason Reitman was trying to go with this, that we just need to talk more, communicate, we're not so different, let's try to have an authentic connection.
iPhone can't give you that. It can't give you that much pleasure.
Or was the message of this film that we need to set boundaries with our technology? That generations have the same feelings, but our tech is always evolving? Or is it that each generation is going to have a different challenge?
I don't think he wanted just one message to come out of this movie, or just one conversation. I think he wanted many conversations to come through it.
He did say he wanted to scare people a little bit. And I think he did that in a good way.
He did.
I will say the one thing this movie really had going for it was the visual every time somebody was communicating on the screen. It was almost like I was watching a real-life version of The Sims, if every single one of those Sims characters was just a horrible person.
That if we considered the film plane to be the desktop image of your computer, and every icon and window and tab that is normally over your desktop could appear over the film plane. And what's been surprising is how normal it is. That when people watch the movie, they don't go, oh, that's wild that you have all this stuff happening on screen. The response is more just, oh yeah, that's how life is.
This film is another 4 out of 10. Number 44. I wish this was another controversial pick, but it's not. And going into this movie, I'd never seen it. All the ads made me want to stay far away from it, and I always saw it popping up on worst of lists. That's right.
Jack and Jill.
The trailer just did it no justice.
She isn't subtle.
And neither does Adam Sandler's Jill voice.
I'm gonna beat your butt!
It's just the voice that he uses for the cock and ball sketch on his old CD.
With your cock and balls for mama!
Put down your sandwich and beat up your cock and balls.
It's perfectly natural, honey. What's the matter?
And those sketches don't need a film version. We don't need to see Steve Polychronopoulos on film, nor do we need to see The Excited Southerner, or a goat movie.
Ow! Fuck me in the goat ass!
We all know that Adam loves the Hollywood beauties.
And you have like your pick of the litter when it comes to the hot actress litter, which sounds kind of gross.
So who's going to be the gorgeous woman playing his sister?
And Adam Sandler is both Jack and Jill. He's his own twin in the film.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure this is going to be handled with a lot of sensitivity.
Jill, very lonely, lives, mom passed away, unfortunately. She used to live with mom, so she's out in the Bronx all alone. I've played, as many comedians have, a man dressed as a woman trying to pretend they're a woman. I actually had to be a woman. and I handle it with grace and dignity and sensitivity.
I have two sisters, yeah. How do they feel about this portrayal of a sister of yours?
Each one thinks I'm doing the other one.
And if I was Adam Sandler's sister, I would be a little insulted that this was a character based on me.
Hey, is she good looking? I might take a beat and say she's, you know what, you'll see. You make up your own mind.
Jack and Jill's whole premise feels like an SNL sketch that was stretched to feature length.
I think it's about people who try to run away from their roots to have their own life, and then every time holidays come around, it's like, oh yeah, this is who I am. Here comes my sister, and she's his twin sister, and she kind of gets him back to being, remembering his roots.
Like The Ridiculous Six, when the Sandler tropes aren't working, the Sandler shtick starts feeling very tired. There's Tim Meadows, Nick Swarsden, there's Norm, David Spade, with boobs. An image that you and I and everybody who sees this movie is never, ever going to be able to get out of their head. Thanks.
Best day on the set by far was David Spade dressed up as a lady.
I got to kiss David Spade.
We didn't
But as a woman.
Take a shot anytime one of these movies opens with a 70s or 80s montage. Oh, and another shot when we have basketball worked in. And another one for when we get a cameo from a Regis Philbin, a John McEnroe, or a Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal in this movie providing one of the few laughs that I got.
A ham this good only comes once a generation. Like me. I give this ham 4 rings. That's a hell of a good ham right there.
There are other cameos in this movie.
It's all right. Johnny Depp, those guys are good friends with him.
Some may have aged better than others.
I miss the old Jared, the 400-pound Jared that scared us.
I don't miss that one at all.
Well, I'm sure you don't, but if he was around, he'd be with me and not with the 2 hookers.
Bruce Jenner, I love that.
That was great.
There's the Price is Right scene.
Oh, yeah.
Very satisfying.
Who am I to deny the star power of Vince from ShamWow? That guy knows comedy. Underground comedy. Jack and Jill have a strained relationship.
Jill has a strong bond with Jack, and for some reason Jack had wanted to break free, and she remembers the time when they would wear the same outfits and all that stuff.
Jack is a successful ad executive, and Jill is his annoying sister.
She can be a little bit in your face, but ultimately, you know, you got to give it up to the girl. She's got a lot of courage and a lot of strength.
We're supposed to feel bad for Jill, but she never does anything that makes us truly feel sorry for her.
Right when she's about to, shut her down, that's when she comes across likable.
Jill is in town for Thanksgiving and decides, why go home? She's gonna stay for Hanukkah. And Jack, he's desperate to get rid of her. His motivation is completely understandable. Adam Sandler says that Jill is kind of like the reminder that no matter where you are in life, you are your family. Jack comes up with a plan. If Jill has a man, she's not going to constantly be around. So why not set up Jill for some online dating? Are we supposed to believe that in 2011, Jill still doesn't know how to operate a computer? The one thing this film does get right is how much thirst there is online from horny dudes.
Oh man, I'm really throwing it to the wolves.
I got over 100 responses on the computer!
And one of those guys is Al Pacino.
And a more insane and overworked character that has lost his marbles and is looking to find its way back home, and Jill's helping him get there.
I think we were being gaslit every time they did one of these press interviews. Why are they trying to convince me that Jill was attractive?
She goes with what she thinks is like elegant for her.
She certainly does not try to be va-va-voomish. She doesn't try, but on occasion, she's a chesty girl.
Al Pacino is so attracted to Jill that even when it's actually just Jack in drag, it still makes him hot and bothered.
Which I liked about her.
Yeah, she didn't care. Pretty, not pretty, doesn't matter. I'm me. When I sleep, I leave a sweat stain. So what?
Jack and Jill leaves everybody asking the same question.
How the hell did they get Al Pacino to be in this movie?
Al Pacino, how on earth did you get him to do this?
You'd think that Al Pacino would have asked Johnny Depp if he really should have starred in this film.
That was a combination of great writing and also a picture I had of Al.
If I was Al, I would have played a little harder to get.
If I could play somebody else as me, how would somebody else play me? So
That's right.
Started us, right? And then he wrote such a wonderful script, he really did, and gave me a great little juicy little character there who's going crazy.
Jill just isn't into Al Pacino. She likes Felipe. In fact, she almost kisses him until she violently has to poop.
What did I say? Oh no, it's not you, it's the chimichangas!
And that's the type of film this is. It's a human cartoon. All the falls and the situations she's put into are way over the top. If this was real life, she would have been paralyzed after this jet ski accident. The only thing that isn't over the top in this film is Katie Holmes. Katie Holmes probably wins the award for the least on-screen chemistry with Adam Sandler. I think she's trying, though.
But she has jet lag. Sorry. All right. All right.
She's just a really bad fit. Like a kid at a party who doesn't really know anyone and is just a bundle of nerves.
I think Erin has a patience for her husband.
Yes.
So she's probably a little more patient with Jill.
You're an understanding lady, no doubt about it.
Well, what I enjoyed about playing Erin was her. I like the relationship between Erin and Jill, and they really got along. And I think that Erin got a kick out of the fact that Jill annoyed her husband so much.
She even has a nervous lean going on when they did press interviews. Like, I could see her becoming more comfortable if she did a second film with Adam Sandler. But that second film will not be Jack and Jill 2. Do not make that happen. No. No. And maybe she just had a lot going on at the time. This was when she was married to Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise was all over the tabloids.
He did visit the set, and he was shooting Mission Impossible 3 at the same time. So you do feel a little stupid. You know, he's bringing pictures of him jumping off a 160-story building.
Yeah.
You know, and then I did this, I did no wires, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like complaining because my eyelash is in my eye.
So this film does have one moment of true excellence. And I think we all know what that is.
How did you guys get Al Pacino to dance in that donut
That
commercial?
was the great. I don't know how. We wrote that in there, and Al said, I don't know about that.
But then once he committed to anything, the rapping and the dancing, that was a pretty legendary day.
Committed to
Yeah.
The Godfather, and he committed to
Yeah.
Al Pacino.
Have you ever heard the Dunkachino jam in Japanese? I think everybody on set realized that cinematic history was being made in front of them.
His family was there, his kids saw him do it.
Not a lot of people want to defend this film, but the internet has adopted this one scene, turning it into a epic meme. Is that what the kids call it?
Something's brewing at D&D. Wow, Al Pacino. It's not Al anymore. It's Duke-Pacino. Yeah.
He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back to get something.
You want creamy goodness? I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate blend. They put me back in with hazelnut 2, caramel swirl. I know it was you. This whole time is out of sight. They put me back in with hazelnut 2, caramel swirl. I know it was you.
And that commercial was what you just played right there. And I think it's awesome.
Al Pacino freestyle rapping through a Dunkin' Donuts commercial. I don't know, it crushed me in my soul.
I wanted to start again, didn't I?
Yeah. He didn't want to go.
I didn't want to leave.
The other thing Jack and Jill has going for it is the appearance of the bum caddy from Happy Gilmore. There is a Sandler verse, and at least for right now, I can connect Happy Gilmore and Jack and Jill as happening in the same universe. So I give this movie a 4 out of 10, but what it does have going for it is it's such a train wreck that you have to watch it. Watch it with your friends.
This is stupefyingly awful. This is the most unfunny thing I've seen all year.
God damn it, critic, you have to review Jack and Jill.
I don't wanna!
It was the first time in the 32-year history of the Razzies that one movie won all the awards.
All of you guys will be like, what is happening?
Suppose I was completely nuts.
Suppose I was having a real mental crisis.
And then you get the extra delight of seeing other people react to the Dunkachino scene. I just wish I liked this movie as much as David Letterman did.
When I saw this movie a week ago, and
I'm so happy
and
you
I
saw
loved
it,
it so much.
Well, your average critic may not like this film. There was an audience for it.
I think it's the comedy of the year.
I found myself genuinely surprised at how often I cared for Jill.
I like Jack and Jill, by the way. I really thought it was funny.
Thanks, bud.
Jack and Jill, a family picture.
And then we just said, when we finished up the movie, like, wow, this actually is like a PG movie because there's no, there's no whatever words that would make a family tense.
Number 43 has us back with the slice of life dramas.
I'm looking for the movie where Adam Sandler becomes the people whose shoes he wears.
Oh yeah, that's the Cobb. Nope.
When Adam and I started collaborating this, we said it's not really one of Adam's movies, it's not really one of my movies, we're meeting somewhere in between, and had our eye set early on Adam and didn't know if we'd ever actually get him, but we thought, let's write it and then we'll approach him, and when he says no, we'll get Paul Giamatti.
Man, I feel like the concept of this movie could have been explored so much more. The ability to walk around as other people because you have a magic cobbling sewing machine is interesting.
We kind of wrote a superhero story in reverse.
And you can tell right away from the way this movie is shot that it's not going to be your average Adam Sandler movie. This does not look like Grown-Ups.
My office is in the Lower East Side, and we were just kind of writing what was around us. We started with this character of Max Simpkin.
I'm really connected to the script, to the family, to the guy being lonely and being in a giant city.
Max comes from a long line of shoe repairmen, and he runs the family store.
I know guys like this from growing up. It seemed connected to cousins I've had, friends I've had from the past. I moved when I was a kid, but my family's Brooklyn, and there was something very authentic to the Brooklyn Jew of it all in this movie.
This street is filled with those family-run small businesses, which also reminded me of the Zohan. These were small businesses that were being run out by realtors. Even in his serious films, he's got to get the homies a role. Steve Buscemi plays Jimmy, the barber, and Jimmy acts like a father figure to Max.
You're a cobbler. That's your thing.
It's my father's thing.
And his father before that. You should be proud.
Max has some issues, and he no longer really wants to run the family business, feeling like it's wasted his life, and he's ready to sell the property.
Adam, in a really subtle and wonderful way, just created this unique character and didn't push it, didn't make him, and he didn't comment on him. He just sort of lived it. He's always fun. He's not always relaxed because he works really hard, so there's an intensity to that.
It was important to establish that Max has his own personality quirks and kind of lives a sad existence where he's either working...
I would stay all day long with cobblers and watch them fix shoes. When I first started trying to learn about it,
Like at the bowling alley. I had belief that there was everyone was cleaning their feet and showering them up and at least going, getting off the beach and putting their feet under the mini showers.
Or caring for an ailing mother. Max's mom and him were abandoned by her late husband. We meet Carmen. Carmen is protesting the realtors who she says are destroying the block. Everything changes when Max accidentally breaks his normal cobbling machine and has to use the vintage one that was left down in the basement. He discovers that it gives him the ability to walk in other people's shoes. Literally. Or be this drug dealer who was played by Method Man.
You can always tell a man by his watch. Right, shoe man?
He could be anybody, as long as their shoe size was 10.5.
Adam Sandler put on shoes in the movie and became you. How was Adam Sandler as a black guy?
Just as cool as he is as a white guy.
That is a really awkward thing to just randomly ask Method Man. One of the pair of shoes that he steps into belonged to his dad. This allows Max to be able to give his mom one last night with her husband. The husband is played by Dustin Hoffman. One of the 2 films he stars in with Adam Sandler.
My kids wanted to meet Adam Sandler, and I said, "Who is Adam Sandler?" And
Dad.
I saw that movie you were in.
Billy Madison, yes.
I didn't realize that Dustin Hoffman and Adam Sandler had such a connection.
It's amazing. Dustin knew my dad, and Dustin knew how much I loved my dad.
By putting on these shoes, Max basically went on a romantic date with his mom. But then Max's mom dies the very next day. We have this side drama between Method Man's character Ludlow and Max. Max would disguise himself as Ludlow and gets involved in Ludlow's seedy underground dealings.
What kind of business? Gotta pick up my money, bitch.
Ludlow also works for a slumlord, Elaine Greenwald. And Elaine kind of looks like Barbara Corcoran from Shark Tank. Is this how Barbara was able to dominate New York real estate? Max actually has to kill Ludlow in self-defense. He lives an exciting life for a guy who deals with shoes all day. Al Bundy would be jealous. Max goes in to turn himself in for that murder, but the police were like, we don't see anything out of the ordinary. Jimmy the barber covered up the murder, so you owe him a sausage McMuffin now. They're gonna take down this evil slumlord lady, and that will also impress Carmen. One of the buildings that Elaine is trying to demolish still has a lone old man tenant who just won't leave. So Elaine is just gonna try to buy him off, and if not, scare him off. Oh, not just scare them off, threaten to murder him and his daughter. Max and Carmen decide that they're gonna trick her into saying this on camera in front of the local news. Which she just sort of does. She is not very good at crime. Max thinks he's in the free and clear, right up until he gets kidnapped by Ludlow's gang. But he's saved again. Jimmy? That's his dad! Now they can just be father and son, and enjoy magically traveling in other people's shoes. Which really should have been the plot of this movie all along. A lot of this movie reminded me of Uncut Gems. The seedy underbelly, the grittiness, but this film was just kind of dull. And I would have hated to be the guy who illegally downloaded this film and was sent to jail. Yikes. 4.5 out of 10. Number 42, Grown Ups 2. It is rare that Adam Sandler makes a sequel to one of his films. You would have thought this guy would have made a sequel to everything that made him money. But no, very, very few films of Adam Sandler's are direct sequels.
Have you ever thought about revisiting some of the old roles like Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore? Maybe doing a sequel?
Not really.
Sure.
Outside of Grown Ups, I don't think you've done another sequel to any of your characters. Is there any of the old characters that you ever think about coming back to?
I don't think about it. I don't know.
Would you ever consider doing a sequel to like Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore?
You know, I don't think about it. We'll see. I doubt it, though.
I guess when critics say that you always play the same character, there's no need to franchise any of them.
Grown Ups 2, swear to God, we concentrated on trying to make the best movie we could make, the funniest movie we could make.
Well, we all wanted to make a sequel because we just like hanging out together. We like being around one another. That's what this movie's all about, friendship, about a bond that cannot be broken.
And I'm gonna go on record as saying the first Grown Ups is a fun little film that hits the right chord with people who've grown up with their childhood friends. It's a sort of nostalgic look back while going through the same thing that we all do, aging.
Just enjoy talking about being married and having kids and sneaking away and trying to have fun with your boys. It's just, I had an idea that I thought was cool and it made sense to the grown-ups of it all.
You get the feeling that that film really meant something to the guys filming it. It's their real life. But Grown Ups 2 kinda loses that vibe. Like someone forced them to make it. And they couldn't even get everyone back.
We got David Spade. What is Shaq doing here?
That's Rob Schneider.
What is Shaq? That's Rob Schneider.
Like really, did Rob Schneider really have other things to do?
Well, Robbie Boy knocked up his wife, and he had to take care of her.
And now he says, now I can do it.
Now he's ready to do it, but we already shot it.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Can you imagine being on Marblehead all summer above Boston,
Right.
on the beach with Chris Rock, David Spade,
Right.
Adam Sandler, Kevin James, Selma Hayek, Maya Rudolph? I mean, we just don't stop laughing. It's like summer camp.
Okay, come on, Maria Bello. You are undercutting my point. I'm trying to make it seem like they were forced to make this movie, and here you are. Grown Ups 2 is more on the cartoony side. This is the type of movie that starts off with a deer pissing on somebody's face. But maybe I'm the crazy one for not finding it that funny. Selma Hayek, she loved it.
I like the deer one. The deer one?
Yeah, she loves deer.
Deer was a big laugh for me.
deer
I
one.
cracked up when I saw it.
Since the first film, Lenny and Roxanne have left Hollywood and moved back to the small town. They want their kids to be raised normal.
He realized it might not be that much better. That hometown has some skeletons in there.
And you can't just stab them to get them to behave.
They're gonna annoy you sometimes, and you're gonna go, stabbing would stop this right now.
So the film tries to convey what life is like in a small town suburb, but what small town has Shaq as a cop? And he clearly didn't practice gun safety. Shaq's become one of those guys who's a modern-day Adam Sandler regular.
Adam put me in a movie, win a championship sack. So I won 3, then I got traded, and next thing I know, Adam called me and said, Shaq, I made you a promise. You won 3 championships. I got 3 movies for you.
And you put him in the movie, to be an actor, and he's funny. He's great.
funnier than any of us.
He was the Kobe, I was the Shaq. We're undefeated.
Taylor Lautner as well.
No, he was in another movie before this. He was in some, I don't know what it is, but he was in some.
Vampire Town.
Teen Wolf, I think.
Oh,
No.
whatever.
Whatever, but he's good.
Yeah, he's very good. He's good in Grown Ups too. I didn't see the other ones.
He's the leader of the college frat boys who have a beef with Adam Sandler's crew. Say what you will about Taylor Lautner, but when he commits, he really commits to doing the silly comedy. And you get to see Kevin James naked, which is why it's my 7th lowest ranked film.
This movie is what you call family fun. It's for the whole family.
Bad movie. Bad. Or maybe I'm just salty over these dopey kids calling the 80s ancient.
How long ago was the 80s?
That was way back in the 1900s. We learned about it in school. It was whack.
How can these type of jams be ancient?
I remember one time we were waiting for some lighting, and he just got on the guitar.
That's
and
right.
They were jamming, and they were as good as the band, and it was so much fun. And all the extras were all singing. It was so much fun.
Time marches on. The kids are older, and the families have new problems they have to deal with.
My daughter, Lil Mackenzie, is getting ready to start dating. My wife, hates me a little more.
And even if you don't have a family, like David Spade's character... Oh, wait. Actually, he does have a family. In this film, he meets his long-lost son.
Something from his past catches up to him.
And if you're a wrestling fan, you got yourself a female Hulk Hogan, Hall of Famer Donald Trump, and Stone Cold! Stone Cold! He's just the town bully, opening up a can of whoop-ass while eating party food. There's your problem. You can't just invite the Texas rattlesnake to your party and expect him to behave. Also, this party supposedly is based on a real-life event in Sandler's life.
It's supposed to be like an old high school party. I had a party in high school that everyone still talks about.
Did this psycho woman just hit a pregnant woman? Yeah, this movie might grow on me someday. 5 out of 10. Hey, does anyone have $9? Because if you do, you can buy the official Grown Ups 2 inflatable tube. I'm kind of surprised they didn't make an inflatable tire based on this scene with David Spade.
But I know in Grown Ups, when I had to get in the tire, I didn't like doing that.
A scene that David kind of actually had to do because it made his stuntman sick.
They go, we're just going to pull it behind a truck. I go, a truck? Even my stuntman, he tried it once and he got out and he goes, I feel kind of shitty after. I go, you do?
And even though nobody's talked about making it, they joke about it quite often. Grown Ups 3.
I wish I could see David Spade's face when he finds out there won't be a Grown Ups 3.
I could see the guys all coming back in, 10, 15 years and doing grandpa versions of themselves.
A lot of people ask about Grown Ups 3. But I guess the answer is probably we might do another movie altogether if we can.
Yes, I would like that.
And as they joked about, if he had lived, Chris Farley would have totally been one of the guys in this movie.
You're an angel like you wanted, but I still wish you were here with me. And we were getting on a plane to go shoot Grown Ups 3.
The more I watch this movie, the more I'm warming up to it. It is kind of the right amount of stupid. 5 out of 10. Number 41. Funny People. Okay, this is going to be probably our first controversial pick. A lot of people seem to rank this pretty high in the Sandler catalog. Maybe they just really love that time period where Judd Apatow and his gang of regulars were in or influenced every comedy movie.
It's the Apatow movie. We're shooting it. I'm playing a stand-up comedian. Seth Rogen's in it. Leslie Mann, a bunch of Eric Bana. Very funny, cool, interesting movie.
Probably think that the fact that it's, say, people involved, that they might expect something similar, and it almost makes it more difficult in a way because we have to make it that much different.
Looking back, a lot of his tropes kind of rub me the wrong way. And this is rich from a guy who's making marathon-length videos on YouTube, but I feel like his movies could have had some faster pacing and 30 minutes removed from even the best of his films. The Judd Apatow movie tropes really start to bother me. And I can't tell if Judd Apatow was mocking Adam Sandler to his face, or if this was Adam Sandler apologizing for any success that he's had, like an artist who was embarrassed of their biggest hit song.
And you could feel that he was going to do very well, but that was also depressing for me and led to some drinking.
Who's going to amuse you? It's so simple. You just look at each other and say,
And I'm not even sure why it feels this way, because Judd Apatow and Adam Sandler had been collaborating forever.
When I moved out here, I moved out to LA, and I lived with him for when I was 22, 23.
The two of you.
We've aged so well.
He was always sweet. He was always timely with rent and all that stuff. He always put food in the fridge. He was very complimentary about my roommate's skills.
He would direct me in the same underwear he used to wear back in the day. The yellow stripe. Remember the yellow stripe you used to have on?
I would try to wear all the same shirts and t-shirts from 20 years ago, and then my gut would just like stick out of them. I look like a Little Britain character doing the directing.
So it wasn't like he would make this movie just to sabotage Adam Sandler. In this movie, Adam Sandler plays a version of himself, George Simmons. They use Adam Sandler's actual real-life footage in home movies, but it's used for the character of George. One day, Simmons finds out that he has AML leukemia and is likely to die.
Let's get to the laughing quick, and I think that's what my character does when he finds out about what he's going through.
George makes friends with Seth Rogen's character, Ira Wright, and you can't have a Seth Rogen movie without Jonah Hill showing up.
Something funny about a physically fit man.
I know, it's lame, right?
Yeah, no one wants to watch Lance Armstrong do comedy.
Did Jonah see his future?
The greatest thing about Adam is just how nice he is and how there is no sense of like...
That he's Adam Sandler.
Stick with me, kids. Yeah, there's no sense that he's Adam Sandler, you know? I mean, he's just like a super nice, easy to work with, hilarious guy.
The biggest thing you get from Adam is how to behave if you ever do get to that level.
Yeah,
or
definitely.
Like how to just exist on a set without being rude ever or mean ever, and just like... You think of a giant movie star and you don't think of them as being as low-key and nice as Adam is.
Speaking of stuff in this movie that doesn't age quite as well.
And then Robin Williams is going to slit his wrists out here, so that's nice.
And then there's stuff that hasn't aged that much.
If you put cute kitten in the title of your YouTube video, you're going to get 1 million hits. And then I link that to my website and you can see my stand-up on my website. It's genius.
Still kind of topical. And look at all these controversial people showing up. Eminem, Aziz Ansari, Andy Dick, James Taylor. Okay, James Taylor's not that controversial, but I just wanted to point out he's in this movie. Why don't we just focus on Norm? Everybody loves Norm.
Congratulations, George. That's awesome, man. You got cured of AIDS.
So Ira Wright is hired to write a few jokes for George. George is just an unhappy guy, and success hasn't changed anything. The only girl he ever loved left him years ago, and has a family. George has a dad that he's mad at, a sister and nephew he never sees.
You are going to sleep, and Seth Rogen is talking to you.
Yeah.
And you said something, lines like, I've been trying to make my dad laugh for 40 years. Still trying.
Yeah.
Did that come at all from your real life growing up with your dad?
This is a Judd creation. Yes, I did I like company.
Until you fell asleep.
Well, I don't know. It just happened he was boring.
George decides that with the time left, he's going to make things right with his family. Funny People plays a lot on the differences between old school comedians and newer, at the time, comedians. The new guys want YouTube fame. The old guys just want to get on stage and tell a joke. Yeah, it hasn't gotten any better since this film came out. It's probably gotten worse, actually. Now you'd probably see this bit on Instagram with a little text on the screen. When making Funny People, Adam Sandler and Judd Apatow wanted to make it as authentic as possible. So that meant that Adam Sandler was back to the world of stand-up, He was now writing jokes again and getting back up on stage.
And this thing we wrote like, maybe 100 jokes in a week.
Yeah.
It was not that big of a deal. We've been not saying any of them were good.
It was fun. I'm glad I did it. I liked it. I used to be addicted to it, or I needed to get on stage as much as possible.
George has this kind of affection for Ira and Ira's friends because they haven't been jaded by show business. Ira is even let in on the fact that George has leukemia, and only 8% of people ever actually survive this. Torsten Vogt plays a doctor in this movie.
You are a very funny man.
Are you mad that you died at the end of Die Hard?
I don't understand the reference.
And I think they had to have thought this was the funniest scene in the movie. When the trailers would air for this is the scene. This was the scene that they'd show all the time. He must have made quite an impression, because you actually see him pop back up in the movie The Do-Over. George reaches out to his ex Laura, played by Leslie Mann. So I can see that they're trying to recapture the chemistry that they had when they did Big Daddy.
It's only Sunny. It's only Sunny.
Yeah, it's only me. It's only me.
Laura suspects that her husband has been cheating on her.
Do you know, I went to iVillage.com and they list 32 ways of knowing if your husband's having an affair, and you are guilty of 18.
And admits that George was a different, deeper connection. George starts spending time with her, which her husband is cool with because George is dying. Except that George gets the news that he beat leukemia. While at Laura's house, George and her have sex.
I guess that would be our love scene.
It wasn't
that was
awkward.
the most awkward
Well,
thing?
nothing else is awkward. What else has been
and it wasn't
awkward?
even that awkward.
And that wasn't even that awkward.
Laura confronts her husband and says, "Hey, I know you've been cheating," which is why she cheated as well. So George helped ruin a family. Everybody in this film is awful. If Ira is supposed to be the moral compass, yeah, he's not any better. His character is yelling at Aubrey Plaza's character for cheating on him, even though they weren't even going out.
That's not as weird as getting drunk and having sex with a guy from Yo Teach, so.
When I first moved here, I blew Alf.
Since he's all better, George just goes back to being a dick to everyone. Ira doesn't want to work with him anymore, which is okay by George, because George would have fired him anyway. He tries to make amends, and that's just kind of where this film ends. Wow, was that a big waste of time? I do like Adam Sandler's cover of John Lennon's Real Love.
It's real love. It's real.
That's pretty good. I would give this film a 5 out of 10. For everything I liked about this film, the people and the characters in it just drove me nuts. They were horrible people that I just did not want to spend that much more time around. Even Adam Sandler's character on the poster wants to be far away from these people. I don't think I'm going to second the campaign for Best Original Screenplay. Perceptive and deeply entertaining? Meh. Time magazine summarized this movie as comedians having a love-hate relationship with their penis. I thought it was about a comedian who was facing his own mortality and realizing that he's made a lot of bad decisions. But maybe you're right, Time? And because of this movie, Adam Sandler had to turn down Quentin Tarantino when he offered him the role of the Bear Jew in Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, the Bear Jew was going to, I wrote the Bear Jew for Adam Sandler.
Is that right?
And like when I was doing Little Nicky, I'm telling him like, oh man, I get to fucking beat up Nazis with a bat. Yeah. Fuck, this is gonna be fucking awesome.
It was I know Tarantino, and he would tell me for years he was writing that movie and he had a part for me. But at that time they were shooting, I shot funny people with Epitome.
Number 40, the Myowitz stories, new and selected. Please stop doing the slice of life dramedies. Whoever is making him pick these roles, stop. Let's stop making these films to impress Richard Roper or Peter Travers or Peter DeBruge. Are they holding him hostage to make these type of movies?
I feel excited doing a movie like that, doing a drama, or whatever you want to characterize it as. Just different than what I usually do.
He gets to be an amazing dramatic actor.
No, really, you're amazing in this movie.
If you want to venture into serious acting and not comedy, is that dangerous?
It happens on occasion. A director writes something or talks to me and says, "You want to be in movie, and I respect the guy's work and what he's done. I say I'll give it the best I can do, but I am more comfortable in the comedy zone.
I get that Adam Sandler seems to enjoy the challenge of doing these type of films, and myowitz does have a highly stylized visual intro, which gave me men, women, and children vibes, which wasn't a good sign. Sandler plays Danny Myowitz, an unemployed divorcee. He's bringing his daughter to her first day of New York film school, which even our film recognizes is pretty cliche.
You're gonna study film at college. Yeah. Seems to be what everybody's doing these days.
And she makes weird porn that the family all watches together, which in this artsy family, they don't judge her creative vision.
I am her father in the movie, but they feel like very good friends, and you know, the fact that she can show me her movies.
The story even hints that the real successor to Harold's legacy is actually his granddaughter. I just found it kind of amusing that when making this movie, the director actually went out and made his own art porn.
I have a lot of friends at Bard, and I got to watch some of their films, and it's very surprisingly very accurate. And yeah, a lot of naked people running through woods. Not really much of a plot.
And I don't know, I think Noah Baumbach was more excited to film those scenes than maybe the rest of this movie.
We didn't have the movie yet, so they're all watching the computer screen, and it's me reading the description off camera and cracking myself up.
We meet the family. Danny's dad, Harold, is played by Dustin Hoffman. He's a retired artist and kind of an egomaniac. Speaking of his art, at the art show, we get a cameo from Sigourney Weaver. So if you're at home with a checklist of how many people from Ghostbusters pop up in Sandler movies, check her off. Harold's on his third marriage. You can see why women are attracted to him, but also why they eventually leave.
I told Matthew this seems like an elaborate ruse just to get his parents back together. You didn't tell me that.
Danny has a half-brother, Matthew, who's played by Ben Stiller.
When I first saw your names associated with this film, automatically I think, okay, it's got to be a comedy.
And I said we should play brothers. I always hear that I look like you, and he said he hear people scream Zohan at him and stuff. Me and Ben, I just loved him. We loved seeing each other every day. I loved seeing him. It was an amazing brotherly feeling. And then Noah Baumbach was saying he had a movie coincidentally about us playing brothers, so we all hung out one afternoon and then talked about it, and then Noah wrote the movie.
Matthew is the more successful brother. If you would have told me in the mid-2000s that Adam Sandler and Ben Stiller would be in a comedy playing half-brothers, I would have been thrilled. But this movie just does not have that many laughs, if any. In fact, the only one who's even remotely interesting is Judd Hirsch's character of L.J. Shapiro, who was one of Harold's old artist proteges. Harold is the worst. He's constantly pitting the two brothers against each other, which explains why they aren't that close. They were raised by two different moms. What is interesting is when I stumbled across breakdowns that explain what Noah was trying to do with the character of Harold. Harold is the kind of guy who values creativity over being a father. Harold's actions created a distance from his kids. It wasn't intentional, but you could view Harold as a guy who didn't like seeing anyone, even if it was his kids, outdo his life's work. Harold can't even be direct with his children, as this scene was meant to show.
I was at the opening. I met Sigourney Weaver. How was LJ? We chatted. She said to me, "My name is Sigourney." I said, "My name is Harold." LJ says he's going to try to come to the show at Bard.
I did appreciate how every scene is supposed to have hidden subtext. With this interaction, Ben Stiller's Matthew character is trying to show his dad that he's successful, but Harold dismisses Matthew's accomplishments.
You know, I think I mentioned to you I left the company I was with, and me and a couple other people started our own firm. It was scary and a big change, but things have settled and we're doing really well.
Maureen is talking to a friend who works at the Times about
us.
getting someone to come up and review the show.
We as a viewer are going to sympathize with Matthew, as Matthew has to be the adult in the situation, while his dad gets to act childish.
If your parent, starts to regress naturally, then you become a parent to your parent, and of course then it gets confusing.
I think what's going on in this story is a complicated relationship with a father whose creativity is very important to him, and his relationships with his kids are also important to him, but he's constantly sort of, battling that.
Danny and Matthew also have a sister, Jean. Jean doesn't do much, other than be the reason that these brothers decide to damage this old man's car. You see, that old man flashed their sister when she was younger.
And then he lowered his tight bathing suit, took out his penis, and started stroking it.
Paul did?
You scratch the surface of any woman, and she'll tell you a handful of those stories. It's just not a complicated, unusual thing. I ride the subway in New York on a regular basis, and I have men jerking off at me.
And I guess this was something to show that back in the day, sexual harassment was something that women just had to constantly deal with.
It's inconvenient because he didn't touch me. It's inconvenient, and it gets brushed away, and the tennis game is played, and I'm sent back to my camp.
I don't know, it seemed like that subplot just kind of came out of nowhere. What also came out of nowhere was Harold going into a coma. The family has to figure out how to work together when Harold gets a chronic subdural hematoma. Matthew's feeling guilty that he didn't make more time for his dad, and it's not looking good. The doctors say he's probably a goner. Then in a piece of dialogue that I'm not sure if it was because the script was written for years and years and they didn't update this, they take a shot at Joe the plumber.
Harold survives the infection. They have no idea what person will be in there when he wakes up. Maybe he'll be Brad Pitt or Neruda or Joe the plumber.
Taking a shot at conservative Republicans, but this was like 9 years post when Joe the plumber was a cultural thing. The brothers realize that they both kind of suck, and they make amends with each other. Nah, I'm just kidding. They're fighting again.
Well, there was really very little safety on set. There wasn't a lot of precaution. There wasn't really any rehearsal. Usually, they have stunt people, and we were both like, okay, well, just we'll be able to check in with each other. But then, the first time, he's like he's a big guy.
He said I started the hard push, and I was telling Ben there's one spot because we did about 50 takes.
And this fight got a little bit too real. Well, their dad must be dead because we're at an auction and they're selling off his life's work. Oh, never mind. He lived. Yay. And our brothers are much closer. Golden Tomato says that this was the 5th best comedy of 2017. Humanitia's Prize nominated this feature for their comedy category. They are nuts. Whenever I rated one of these dramas really low, maybe the director or one of the actors or actresses had something in mind that I just wasn't seeing.
I don't know of a family that's got it down. When you're looking at someone else's family, you go, oh, we got to be more like them.
Families are all versions of the same person, and I think narratively that's interesting too, because you have all these sort of Venn diagrams of things that are overlap, where people are different and where people are similar. And
one hears people say all the time that they come from a dysfunctional family. I've never heard of a functional family.
I want to give all this stuff a fair shake. And I got that there's this whole no perfect family vibe that they were going for. And they all did seem to care about the material that they were presenting.
I just couldn't believe how great every word was and every character and the story, and it meant a lot to me that Noah worked as hard as he did. We discussed some, all our parents were in hospitals, and we talked about how bad that is and how bad that goes, and just talked about different things. And then Noah went away and wrote the movie, and he on every couple of months I'd get a text, movie's coming along nice, and I would get excited, and then he just wrote the whole thing.
And I even was able to appreciate when they were talking about how realistic the dialogue was. That in real life, people pause in weird spots, they talk over each other, and that things aren't as quippy as they are in movies and TV shows. And while I appreciate that, I didn't say I liked it.
It's the most I ever studied before a project. I got the script, we didn't start shooting for maybe 5 months after, and I would study my lines every night. I never did that before.
This family drove me nuts. I don't know. I think this was just mid, 5 out of 10. If these were the new and selected stories, I'd hate to see the stories they left on the cutting room floor. Number 39, That's My Boy. I'm gonna take a little heat here, but I like this movie.
You know what's great about this movie? I don't have to do any cutie pie love scene.
It's trying so hard to be offensive and stupid that it's almost kind of endearing.
It's dirty. This is a dirty, dirty movie.
Yes.
Is your mom okay with it?
No.
We would call each other before the movie and just go, so are we committing to that third act?
I don't know what made me more uncomfortable about this movie. Some of the scenes with the fluids or the 6-year-old that someone brought to watch it.
Really?
And then on the way out, he grabbed this old woman's butt.
Oh, we got him into that?
I could see this film growing to be some sort of cult classic. You know, one of those weird films that you and your buddies all quote, and it doesn't seem like anybody else likes this movie, but to you and your friends, this is a classic.
No, I won't let my kids see this movie for a long time. I don't think ever. But I don't think anyone should see this movie.
Though, for as flawed as this movie is, I see myself coming back to rewatch this even more than I see myself coming back for the next 12 entries. But I can see where this movie would be an acquired taste, and I don't love this movie as much as Vanilla Ice does.
People are gonna they're gonna need a handkerchief just to, contain themselves because it's that funny. I'm telling you, it's gonna break all records and set all rules on funniness when right here on this movie.
Wikipedia will tell you it's one of the worst films of all time, but that's just not true. Maybe I just have a soft spot for movies that have Alf lunchboxes. And, I've seen hundreds of worse movies. This film is a tough sell, just on the premise alone. This is one of those raunchy 80s type comedy plots, and it even has that 80s music. It just had the misfortune of having to be released in 2012.
Like when Sandler told me he was doing it, I was like, for real?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't done anything like that in a while.
So there was a better chance of people wanting to write a think piece about this movie than to just accept the plot where a teacher has a kid with her underage student. This is the kind of story that does happen in real life.
Yeah. There's stories that are like that, and it's loosely based on that. But then the movie is about what's the result of that? Like a teenage dad raising a son by himself. He's obviously not going to do a great job because he's still a kid.
It's going to make you uncomfortable while still having a bit of Adam Sandler's typical sentimentality. This is a movie about the father and son relationship. And what I appreciated about this film was it put a little bit of edge back at Adam Sandler's material. This was the stuff that he used to make.
And I used to love his albums and his early movies where he used to play kind of crazy people. And this is definitely a return to that. But even kind of crazier because it's R. This is Happy Madison's first R movie.
I know I've been yelled at by parents on the street who say, don't ever do that to my kid again. So I'm conscious of who goes to those movies.
Sandler was ready to take a risk again, and this script was it. That's My Boy isn't trying to make you cry like Click. It wants to throw jokes at you like the old school Adam Sandler movies used to. And if you can't take it, don't watch. I've noticed that a lot of Adam Sandler films get more critical hatred when the gags are more cartoonish. And this movie doesn't shy away from being cartoonish. And this is another film where it showcases Adam Sandler's love for stunt casting. Donnie Berger's lawyer is Rex Ryan, the old Jets coach who absolutely hated the Patriots. In this film, he's obsessed with Tom Brady.
He wanted to be in the movie, made a deal. I made a deal with Rex. 2 times a year he's going to let me quarterback for the Jets.
Who do you want to win? The goddamn Jets.
If there was ever a film that screamed New England, this is it.
I shot That's My Boy in Massachusetts, in Conan's hometown.
In my hometown.
If Anger Management is his New York movie, That's My Boy is his Boston movie. We got New Kids on the Block references.
Holy shit! Their heads are all warped now!
We thought it would be funny if the heads were warped because he got it as a kid and his body grew.
And don't worry, they were cool with being made fun of.
Please don't go, girl. You will ruin my whole world.
Look, they even built their own Fenway Park and incorporated the Boston Marathon into the story. The film continues the proud tradition of having Adam Sandler play a goofy character with an accent. When the teacher-student sex scandal broke, it made Donnie Berger a celebrity. Ian Ziering would even play him in a TV movie.
I'm Donnie friggin' Berger. Wicked famous, and I got a wicked big schlong.
But Donnie wasn't a good father.
But he's kind of
a lovable dirtbag.
He also wasn't good at his finances, and he owes the IRS a ton of money. Donnie's son, Han Solo, has grown up, changed his name to Todd, and has become a successful businessman. Todd's played by Andy Samberg, and this is what kicked off the Sandler-Samberg bromance.
I heard there was a part for a guy to play Adam Sandler's son if he had a son when he was 15, and I was like, what? Like,
Even the films that Andy Samberg had made were Adam Sandler inspired. Why wouldn't he do this movie, which he said was like Happy Gilmore meets Wedding Crashers? Todd is about to get married when Donnie shows back up in his life. Todd's embarrassed by his dad and doesn't even introduce him to the wedding party as his dad. No, he's just an old friend who once saved his life.
I saved his life.
Oh. And I love this story that I found out. Apparently Adam Sandler is a heck of a method actor because he went in character as Donnie Berger to Andy Samberg's real-life wedding.
I look up and he's dressed as his character from That's My Boy. He's like, it's me, Donnie Berger!
He fully committed.
Fully committed. I was like, oh, I can't believe you're doing this. It's so incredible. He's like, oh, am I embarrassing you, buddy? Hey, look at this knucklehead's getting married, everybody!
Todd's boss takes a liking to Donnie.
Tony Orlando showed up.
What's up? My boy, look at him. He ain't a tight ass.
Todd's fiance Jamie is played by Leighton Meester.
Leighton Meester's fantastic in the movie, by the way. She's cute, nice girl, great, serious actress, that young lady. And she was nice enough to pretend to almost want to marry you.
She's also got an intense Marine brother, Chad, played by Milo Ventimiglia, a real Chad.
Jamie's getting ready to get married to Todd Peterson, the great Andy Samberg, who is the son of Adam Sandler, and distant relationship and kind of, I guess, the train of madness that ensues when Donnie Berger, Adam's character, comes into the wedding weekend of Jamie and Todd.
And at this point, Donnie just causes a lot of comedic chaos. Donnie's a deadbeat. He's emotionally stunted and kind of a huge pervert. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, but nobody should be beating off to Hillary Clinton.
If I hadn't partied with her husband so many times, I would, but it's disrespectful to him.
I can see where a site like Half in the Bag would say that this film is just childish jokes and is painful.
What did you think of That's My Boy?
That's My Boy does go out of its way to be crude, offensive, and feel like it was made for 5th graders.
I've been to a couple of screenings and it plays like major, like dying of laughter.
Is that the worst thing? Because I kind of think there's a place for films like this. It's not trying to say anything. It's turn your brain off as you watch Andy Samberg hit a Miyagi-like pose while trying to fight a priest, or watch a Hollywood legend trying to look sexy in a vintage Hulk Hogan tee.
My little Hansa, you're all grown up.
Hi, Mom. Susan Sarandon plays the adult version of the teacher that Donnie hooked up with, while her daughter was the one who actually played the younger version.
The teacher in the movie's so hot. Did you have a crush on your teacher when you were a kid? Is this based on anything in your life?
No, I mean, I never got to close the deal like that, guy.
I hope you enjoy seeing Donnie and this old lady get it on. Maybe I see Red Letter's point. That's disgusting. But I just can't hate a movie that has Vanilla Ice in it.
We were friends until you banged my mother. I didn't know it was her, I swear to God.
Poor guy.
Vanilla Ice shows up as himself, and in the movie he's playing like he's making fun of himself, but he like works at an ice skating rink now.
So how about the Iceman in the movie?
Yeah. Vanilla Ice. And he's a wicked good rapper.
And he's a wicked good rapper, too.
Give it up.
Donnie and Todd end up bonding, and Todd learns to embrace his past, while Donnie learns to not be such a crappy dad. Donnie gets exposed as only visiting his son to sell a reunion to a tabloid TV show, and Todd's mad that his dad used him again, and now he's ruining the wedding.
So I am sorry that I wanted everyone in the world to know I married the perfect guy, honey. Do you think you can forgive me for keeping such a big secret from you?
It's not all bad. Todd does get the promotion by his boss. When Donnie comes back to apologize, he catches Todd's bride cheating.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
With her own brother.
Is he your stepbrother at least, or adopted or something?
Ugh.
No reply.
Oh, and he's not even a Marine. He's a jazz dancer. Critics felt sick after watching this movie because Sandler wanted them to. Jake McGowan of the Daily Targum. Well, if that was the case, the twist was worth it. Jamie didn't just cheat with her brother, but also Todd's boss, and that's why Todd got a promotion.
Didn't know about the brother thing, though. I am as sickened as you, believe me.
Well, Todd's finally had enough, and he's going back to his OG name, and he's quitting the firm. Even though Vanilla Ice rolled in his 5.0 and his hair flowed with Donnie to stop the charade of a wedding, he couldn't stop Donnie from getting arrested by the IRS. Good thing that Donnie's long shot bet in the marathon came through, and with the huge odds that he got, he was able to pay back the money he owed. Yes, this guy won the marathon. This is a comedy, not a documentary. Well, I wouldn't want to go against the Houston Film Critics Society, but this is far from the worst film ever made. I give it a 5.5 out of 10. This is the type of comedy that speaks to me, and even if some of the jokes completely misfire, at least they're trying.
I would say this movie is about accepting who you are, you know, not trying to be something you're not, and even if that's something that's flawed, you know, I think we all have skeletons in our closet, you know, some more than others, but if you just make peace with yourself and who you are and admit to yourself that family is something that's important, no matter how screwy it is, you will have what is hopefully a hit R-rated comedy.
That's My Boy is just one of the many movies that seem to stem from Sandler's genuine affection for his father, a man that supported his career and influenced his comedy.
I told him one day I'd play at Yankee Stadium and I would be a shortstop. That never happened. But now I'm pretending that it's happening. So if you see him in his bleacher seat, he might be cheering for me because he's going along with the whole pretending thing. My dad's cuckoo.
My father was the fucking best guy ever, and I remember being little with him. He was my man, Stan the Man. As cool as it gets, badass, funny, ponytailed dad who sang me Johnny Cash and Johnny Ray, and he showed me the Marx Brothers, Jerry Lewis, Jackie Gleason. Whenever they were on, he'd call me into the room. And growing up, my parents literally did everything they could to give me crazy confidence at literally everything I did.
The week of, that's just a dad coming to the realization that his daughter may no longer need him as much. One of the storylines in Click is about making time for your father. Little Nicky, Save Dad. Billy Madison, Impress Dad. Bedtime Stories, Myowitz, Cobbler, Carry On Dad's Legacy. Hotel Transylvania, Big Daddy. That's just about fatherhood in general.
And I want to tell him that he's my favorite guy in the world, and the reason that I got into comedy, and I think he's my favorite and the funniest guy my whole life I've ever met. And I hope you guys have dads as cool as my dad.
Number 38, Punch Drunk Love.
Punch Drunk Love, starring Adam Sandler in a radical departure from his usual brain-dead comedies. And the headline is, Sandler can really act.
Oh boy, I can feel some of you critics getting upset. This is the film where they started the tired reviewing trope where they act completely astonished that Adam Sandler can act and be in a good film.
And stars Sandler in what critics are calling the best performance of his career.
There's actually Oscar buzz around about you, and people say that this is the movie where you really showed that you could show your whole range of what you could do.
And I look over, and Nicholson's there. He's like maybe 10 seats over, and while the movie's going, he's leaning back and looking at me, and he's going.
I want to start by congratulating you on your amazing performance in Punch Drunk Love.
I did fall in love with him truly in Punch Drunk Love.
How great was Punch Drunk Love?
Paul Thomas Anderson is always good, and Adam is always bad.
I really didn't know much about movies outside of comedy. I was so into that world.
Okay, I'm starting to sound kind of negative, and I don't want to come off that way. Paul actually seems like a pretty good dude when I was listening to some of his interviews. That he really appreciated Adam Sandler's abilities.
It was funny because at the time that I was finishing up the editing, like the chicken noodle soup to that was Adam's movies, and just kind of really being consumed like, I want a piece of that, and I want to learn how to do that.
And he was even able to poke fun at himself.
Exactly. If you want to sell out big time. Don't go half the way. You know?
Get some of that Sandler money.
In fact, it looked like Paul seeked out Adam Sandler.
We spoke on the phone. He said, I'm writing a movie for you. You wrote it to me. I read it. I was like, this guy's great. Let's go. I didn't think about anything like that.
I think I had a lot of different chunks and ideas and notions in search of a story kind of thing. But meeting Adam was really the trigger to get to work.
And then I hung up, and I didn't really know what that meant.
I didn't know what he did. I know he did Boogie Nights, but I didn't see it yet. And then, so when everyone was telling me, this guy's great, and I said, yeah, we'll see.
Well, yeah, I got to go see that Boogie Nights, and then I saw that, and then I saw Magnolia, and I was like, holy shit, this guy's unbelievable.
And I was going, wow, this is gonna be cool. Whatever this guy's writing for me sounds like it's gonna be new.
Adam Sandler plays Barry Egan, so his whole life is just selling toilet-related accessories next to Luis Guzman. What a life. Barry never stops working and has very little of a social life. It's a good thing because he also has a huge anger problem. Sandler said that he drew inspiration from people that he knew in real life.
I've seen myself behave like Barry. I've seen my brother be like Barry. I've seen my friend Judd act like Barry sometimes. I've seen that. I stole from a lot of people in my life, and I just basically was trying to be this guy that he created.
This is one of those films where, because there's some interesting lighting and shooting choices, and random events just kind of happen, which symbolize what's being told in the story, critics just trip over themselves to praise.
Yeah, I love this film, and I don't think I'll ever be able to look at another Adam Sandler film quite the same way again.
I just was rewatching Punch Drunk Love yesterday. Yeah. I remember seeing that for the first time and like, whoa. Man, I didn't think Happy learned how to putt.
Let's talk about Punch Drunk Love. It showed me that my friend Adam, in the eyes of others who only saw you as the court jester and the clown, isn't going to be relegated to a one-note jokester.
And that's why I like Punch Drunk Love so much, because it's so embodied in that character. He's so...
Oh yeah, that guy is
such...
having
Like, why did this piano just randomly get left in the street? If you know, let me know in the comments. I know I'm supposed to go gaga over the cinematography, but I come from a more Penn Jillette thought process on this type of thing.
If they mention cinematography, it's lousy.
Barry is even awkward in how he talks to women, like this British woman, Lena.
That was a misfit love story that I hadn't seen played out before.
Throughout his workday, Barry's sisters keep pestering him to show up to a family gathering they're having. Barry is kind of a loner, and he doesn't interact with many people, even his own family, probably because when he is with his family, they call him Gay Boy, since he has no woman in his life.
We were calling you Gay Boy and you got so mad. Are you gay now?
I don't know. It's a love story between Adam and Emily.
Right.
About a guy with 7 sisters.
Right.
With 4 blonde crazy brothers coming after him, and it's just about getting in tune and finding your music, I think.
Barry snaps and busts his sister's sliding glass door. Barry only feels comfortable when he's calling a sex line. This is one truly feel-good film, isn't it? The phone sex operator uses Barry's personal information to blackmail him. Because he runs his own business, they think he's loaded. Lena is revealed as one of Barry's sister's friends, and she staged needing help earlier just to be able to meet Barry. Barry and Lena have a bit of a thing going on. Why would she want Barry? Seems to me that she could do way better than a guy who has to scam a food company by buying pudding to rack up frequent flyer miles.
There's Time Magazine helped.
Yeah.
There was a story about the guy who collected all this
Yeah.
pudding, which is a true story. A guy went and bought thousands and thousands of dollars worth of pudding that equaled 1 million frequent flyer miles. So that helped.
Lena has a job to do in Hawaii, so she has to go away for a little bit. Meanwhile, Barry is continuously getting blackmailed by the phone sex operator and her boss. Barry decides to just leave his job and take a temporary vacation to go visit Lena. When they get back home, a couple of thugs come up, hit and run Barry's car, which also has Lena in it, and that causes Lena to end up in the hospital. While Lena is in the hospital, Barry leaves to go track down the guy who's behind the sex line extortion. And that man is played by the late Philip Seymour Hoffman, who runs a mattress company as a front.
I remember rehearsing a lot with Philip and being together at Paul's house and doing those scenes together, and him going full tilt at rehearsal, and me and I would get scared and nervous and want to make sure I can. There was a reason that I was in the scene, because he just took over, and But I got close with Hoffman. He was a really funny guy. Great strong. You know who he reminded me of? Farley. He reminded me of Farley. He had this same kind of power to him where he just like, you watched everything he did in the room, and he kind of like, he wasn't looking at you, but he was always moving around and doing something and smoking a butt and being blah, blah, blah. And I just liked watching him.
After a little threatening, he agrees to stop trying to blackmail Barry. Which, after that much build, that's how they ended it? That was the whole confrontation? Little weak. Lena was mad that Barry would leave her while she was still in the hospital. But that also gets resolved quickly, and now they're a couple. I think that's my main problem with this movie. Everything they built up was just kind of a meh payoff. Alan Dorich of the Comic Book Resources shared that this film's critical success changed the course of Sandler's career forever, and opened new opportunities that enhanced his legacy as a performer, leading to dramatic roles in films like Men, Women, and Children, The Myowitz Stories, and Uncut Gems. Oh, so Punch Drunk Love is the one responsible for some of the films in the bottom part of the list. This is the film that made Adam Sandler want to try more dramas, which, if you agree with my rankings, is kind of a mixed bag. I don't want my Sandler this way, but I can appreciate that some people do. And they can have their opinion, since movies are subjective, and everyone's top and bottom rankings are totally different, and that's okay. I've seen this film pop up in a lot of people's best of lists. There's even a theory that Barry Egan is actually Superman. I think that's how much people want to make this film seem like it was more than it actually was. I think this is a major stretch, but here are their reasons. Fortress of Solitude. That is the equivalent of the office that we always see Barry in. Superhuman strength. That's why Barry breaks plungers, bathrooms, and sliding glass doors. Superman can fly. This movie revolves around frequent flyer miles. Lena Leonard is another double L name, like Lois Lane. There's a radio host named DJ Justice League. Barry's suit matches Superman's colors. Mattress Man sounds like a supervillain. Very, very flimsy. This movie's a 6 out of 10. Punch Drunk Love had so much footage shot for it that for the DVD, the unused footage was reworked into a short film, Blossoms and Blood. Number 37, Coneheads. So you can use this to judge non-Sandler movies with Sandler movies, even though he's in this one, but it's basically a Dan Aykroyd movie. Coneheads is one of those SNL sketches that got made into a movie, and like all those other SNL movies, you're guaranteed that a few SNL alumni will pop up. Coneheads are aliens who are just trying to live the American dream. I think the whole movie is just an allegory for a foreigner's American experience, and even kinda talks about civil rights issues.
My man, you trying to tell me you don't have a social security number?
Correct.
Why not?
I am an illegal alien.
The Coneheads are too alien to be treated like humans, but they've lived with humans so long that they're not even accepted on their own home planet by their people. Adam Sandler plays Carmine, who provides the Coneheads with fake social security numbers.
Birth certificates, family names, school records, employers' addresses.
Grandmother's maiden name, not that the last, but it's in there.
I counted this movie, but not the blink and you'll miss it role that he had in Dirty Work, or the cameo in The Hot Chick.
What you talking about, Satan?
Come with me! You belong with me!
Number 36, The Week Of. A 2018 Netflix film that was written by Adam Sandler and Robert Smigel.
Robert Smigel and I wrote this. He directed it. And we all
anyone,
love
if you don't know
Smigel.
Robert Smigel, the Triumph, the insult comic dog.
Here comes the man himself, Mr. Adam Sandler.
Me and Smigel are putting together, and Hurley and Chris Rock.
And we steal from our families, and we steal from stuff we've seen before from other people.
You know how I talked about what if they made Grown Ups 3? This kind of feels like Grown Ups 3. It's a bunch of people all gathered to celebrate a life event.
My father and mom, they used to do these bar mitzvahs and weddings, and they used to have everyone drive in. We lived in New Hampshire, and we had all relatives from New York, and they'd all come and stay at the house, and the house would get packed, and there would be, some bickering.
Adam Adam Sandler plays Kenny Lustig, and Chris Rock plays Kirby Costas. They're two fathers whose kids are about to be wedded.
It's basically a family movie. It's two families have to stay together and hang out for the week of a wedding and get to know each other, and they're staying in one house.
I think it's not just the Long Island, which I did have a great time in Long Island, but it shows a middle-class guy trying to impress a wealthier dad. That's what Rock's playing, a wealthier dad, and I'm playing kind of like my family growing up.
Kirby's a successful surgeon, but a snobbish guy who's not a bad guy, but he'd rather throw money at the problem than actually get involved. Kenny is a working class guy, and he wants to impress Kirby. Leading up to the wedding, everything starts going off the rails.
Anything and everything that can go wrong goes wrong leading up to the wedding.
Yes,
that's pretty much it? That is pretty much it.
The reception they want to hold the event in, it just keeps getting new problems. And it's one of those films where if you were in the main character's shoes, you'd sympathize. Like, they keep making Kirby seem like the bad guy for wanting to use his money to fix problems.
Maybe the thing to figure out is to let Kirby pay for the wedding. Some of it.
And I'm kind of like, yeah, I mean, I get it, because Kenny is kind of failing to keep this on the rails, and money would help, but you also understand that Kirby is kind of a dick. You'd rather have a dad like Kenny. Kirby's the kind of guy who'd bring up getting a prenup to his son.
Are we really not going to talk about this now?
No, Dad. I'm not going to have a prenup.
He also tries to booty call his ex-wife, and had originally tried to arrange his stay so that he'd only be in and out for the wedding. When Kirby fails to get a good night's sleep, or when he burned his hand, it starts feeling like I'm watching a classic sitcom. In recent Adam Sandler movies, you'll notice that Jared Sandler has become one of the regulars. That's his nephew, and in this film, he's the neighbor who's still hung up on the daughter who's about to get married. Let's pull out the checklist of the Sandler regulars. We got Buscemi, we got Rachel Dratch, we got Dan Patrick.
Tears.
You got emotion. I heard Danny Pete got a little choked up.
Yeah, I did.
I like that.
Given your daughter, you're going to do this though twice with your daughters, man.
Oh, look, it's little Anthony LaRusso and Ronnie the limo driver.
He was solid, man. He didn't look nervous at all. Very strong Long Island.
Yeah, this was right around the time that the Howard Stern-Adam Sandler beef was squashed. So now Stern people were starting to show up in Adam Sandler movies, which is why you also get Baba Booey popping up in Sandy Wexler. In any of these ensemble films, you get a lot of quirky side characters, like this relative who just got out of rehab.
There is a significant chance that I will burn this house down if I'm not on drugs within the next 2 hours.
Or Uncle Seymour, who everyone mistakes for having served in some sort of war. And because they think he served, the town is willing to let the couple get married at City Hall. But when Uncle Seymour dies, it's revealed that he never served, so they're no longer able to get married at City Hall. Well, Kenny and Kirby can't let the kids know that City Hall is no longer an option, so they're gonna let loose a whole bunch of bats. Nothing's gonna stop the kids from getting married. And during the ceremonies, Chris Rock's character finally realizes that this is probably the last time he's ever gonna be in his family's life.
Your wife loves you, your kids love you, but my kids love you. Shit, my whole family loves you.
Kenny's got a pretty tight-knit family, and Kirby's probably gonna be left out.
We gotta do something really serious. I want to see you crying on the set.
I'll do something.
An accident happens that causes a massive fire. Kenny is thinking that, well, he's losing his daughter. She's no longer gonna need him. At the ceremony, the daughter starts to play a video that was recorded by her grandmother before she died.
For my little Sarah, may you have a blessed marriage. That's the woman in the painting I said looks like you.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Is Grandma just Jill from Jack and Jill? Everything's gonna be okay. Everyone makes good with their kids, and the bridesmaids all find someone to hook up with. And then they try to set us up for a sequel.
Thanksgiving?
You're right. But this time, we're gonna do it at my house in St. Lucia. Well, the sequel is the white family coming to the to the black house. That'd be funny, yeah. It's all you guys coming to my house.
Wow, I kind of agree with the critics. They said that it felt like Rock and Sandler were sleepwalking their way through this film. Even the press tour was a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, we know, Chris Rock and Adam Sandler are friends.
He tells me we're doing something I can pretty much circle it and go, okay, I'm doing that.
Is he your counsel? Like you? Really
Oh, he's
like
been my
buddies?
counsel forever.
It's gonna be tough for them to give away their daughters in real life.
Towards the end of the movie, my wife leans over and just goes, "You really will have to let go one day." It's good. You just want your daughter to have a good life. You don't want her, saying, I'd rather be with daddy, and you gotta, push her in the right direction. In the back of my head, I was like, no, I don't. We're nutty. We're both pretty deep in love with our daughters, for sure.
And this is a movie made for Netflix.
Exactly. You know what they got at the house? Netflix.
This is not that special of a plot that it needed to be in theaters. I will say, what it does have going for it is, unlike Grown Ups, where you're like, all right, how could Selma Hayek's character ever be attracted to Adam Sandler's character? This one, I'm kind of like, no, I could see where Rachel Dratch would be married to an Adam Sandler.
You don't get the typical romantic interest like you do. I love how you position, like, Aniston or Beals, or you've always got Selma Hayek. I mean, you're always squeezing somebody in there, but not in this movie.
I love you.
You're a family man.
Poor Rachel Dratch, just catching strays. Her character in Click isn't exactly helping her case.
I'm a family man. I am married to the great Rachel Dratch.
This is another 5.5 out of 10. Around the mid-2000s, Adam Sandler was finally playing the role of dad, which is a perfect fit. In my research, that is exactly who Adam Sandler is. A happily married man with 2 daughters.
He used to get a lot of female attention, and now he's with his most lovely wife and lovely children, and he brings them all along. It's like a circus of traveling gypsies, and it feels really good to be there.
I do try not to lose my mind and become a rich asshole. I don't want my kids to be nuts. I want my kids to grow up kind of normal. It's different already. My children want to be with me. My wife wants to be with me. There's not enough of me to go around. Even though deep down inside I am a great man.
And did you know when they were filming Big Daddy, that's when he met his wife, Jackie Sandler. And now you can see Jackie Sandler pop up in a bunch of Sandler movies. And isn't it kind of romantic that the woman that Donnie Berger wants to get a handjob from is his actual wife?
Sweetheart, I'm not asking for a finger up the ass. I just want you to just jerk it a little bit. Donnie.
And he's just so wholesome that you almost forget just how raunchy some of his old CD material was. Maybe that's why people were so shocked that after Click and all the dramas, he went back and did something like That's My Boy. And what's crazy about Adam Sandler is I didn't get the stereotypical, my family didn't support my dreams kind of story. His parents completely supported him.
My parents gave me a lot of confidence, my mom and dad. And my family, my sisters loved. I was the youngest of 4, so they just always said every move I made, they backed me up.
I was like, well, my mom she took me to every baseball practice I ever had, every basketball practice, every game. Like she would take me and my friends to the movies, sit there in the parking lot, wait till the movie was over, and then take us home.
And his brother Scott is actually the guy who pushed for him to become a stand-up.
And I was applying to colleges. And I said to my brother, what should I major in? He said, you should be an actor. You're as funny as Rodney Dangerfield and Eddie Murphy. And I never thought that.
I swear to God, I was like that. I go, yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, I'm as funny as Eddie. Okay, I'll do that.
Number 35, Sandy Wexler. Or what they should have called it, now that's what I call the 90s, the movie. Sandy Wexler is another pure Adam Sandler film. It's got a character with a silly voice. It's got all Adam Sandler's buddies showing up in key roles, which includes a lot of the modern day regulars. It plays off the 90s time period of nostalgia. The music, the sight gags, the callbacks, which, at this point he's already milked the 70s and 80s dry. Might as well start milking the 90s. Adam Sandler plays the role of Sandy Wexler. Sandy Wexler wants to be a superstar Hollywood agent, and he's famous enough that all of Hollywood knows about him. But it's more because Sandy Wexler is a walking train wreck of a person.
It's Sandy Wexler!
But for all Sandy's faults, he does have a ragtag group of clients that he'll do anything for. A low-level comedian, a ventriloquist. Where's this guy supposed to get work? It's the mid-90s. Alf's already been off the air. And What a Dummy didn't become a big hit. We got a bootleg Evel Knievel, a needy actress, and what I think is a bootleg Ahmed Johnson. Did I say Adam Sandler was playing the character of Sandy Wexler? Sandy Wexler is a real guy.
I don't play exactly my manager,
right?
But it's an homage to his loyalty and love and slight insanity.
He's actually Adam Sandler's real-life manager.
You've been doing an impression of Sandy for years and making fun of him, and then you finally decided, screw it.
Yeah.
This is a movie.
Voice, the mannerism.
The name Sandy.
The Sandy, His name is Sandy Wernick. He's been my manager for a very long time.
28 years of Sandy being loyal to me.
And now the rest is history. Now you made a movie based on your manager, great best friend over there.
Well, he's not a best friend. He's more
See, I'm trying to talk him up.
He's kind of like an uncle that comes over and you're just like, how long is my uncle staying?
And even the accent that he has isn't that much of an exaggeration.
Sandler, that's why you need me.
The people, places, and events in Sandy Wexler have real-world equivalents.
Sandy, many times we are in the middle of a big meeting and all of a sudden the lights will turn off in the meeting and you're in pitch black and you go, Sandy, you're leaning on the light switch. And he goes, no, I'm not. And then you walk over and he was leaning on a light switch.
Didn't he represent the people, the cast from Friends?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the big thing. He says, you know how much money I got the people from Friends.
I got him $1 million in that picture.
There actually was a real stuntman that Sandy represented.
He's a fascinating guy because he used to represent Evel Knievel.
And Sandy was known to have horrible instincts. And that scene where a bunch of celebrities are talking about him? Well, in Hollywood, people like Conan O'Brien knew of the real Sandy's exploits for years before this movie was even made.
Sandy Wernick, who has represented you for a long time.
Yes, and you and many others.
Yeah, and he's here with us right now. Sandy Wernick's over there in the corner. There he is. He has no...
So Sandy Wexler stumbles upon an amazing vocalist, Courtney Clark, played by Jennifer Hudson.
Pairing you would automatically think of, but you guys had a little chemistry.
We did. I've never heard somebody say J Hood more in my life. J Hood. Always been a huge fan of Adam, and I've always wanted to do a comedy. And then when he originally said, he's like, Jennifer, it's like a comedic version of The Bodyguard. I was like, okay, I'm here. What do I need to do? Comedy is harder than drama. By far. Why are you laughing at me?
Well, no, it can be difficult.
Yeah.
But you were smooth. You made it very easy, very natural.
Sandy wants to represent a talent like Courtney, but before she says yes, her imprisoned father has to agree to it. In real life, to become Sandler's manager, the real Sandy had to ask for permission from Adam's father.
A Brooklyn daddy meeting the Bronx boy,
had to ask
and they all loved each other.
From Adam's actual
and I think he really poured on the Yiddish that night.
Courtney is smitten by Sandy, and who wouldn't be charmed by a bumbling man who squats at a foreign royalty's home?
None of it belonged to Sandy. It was owned by some Jewish Iranian. The guy never even set foot in the United States.
That foreigner is Farouz.
Sandy, you lie all the time, man. It's embarrassing.
I wish I was lying.
And he's able to spy on the house. At first, I thought this was Rob Schneider's character from the Zohan, but it wasn't. Nor was he Prince Habibu from Click. Squatting at somebody's guest house was actually something Adam Sandler's manager did.
My character lives in a guest house you think he lives in a mansion, but he's in a rich person's guest house, like a pool house.
Not Sandy, the manager he had before Sandy.
And Maria used to live in, and that's when I used to go visit her. She was always in the pool house.
Sandy Wexler is like George Costanza, because every instinct he has is wrong.
The music business has its ups and downs, but Blockbuster Video's here for the long haul.
And the real-life Sandy was also known for making bad decisions, like telling Adam Sandler to pass on a Marvel movie.
This is the guy that stopped you from doing Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, raccoon, no. This'll kill you, come here.
Or initially rejecting the script to Uncut Gems.
They wrote it for me, like 10 years ago, and I didn't, they sent it to me. Sandy got a hold of it, my manager.
Yeah.
He said, absolutely not.
And how dare you? Not ever.
Or even just putting him into uncomfortable spots where he'd get nothing but bad publicity.
I'm not crossing a picket line. He goes, no, it's fine, it's fine. I go, no, it's not fine. I grew up, my father would kill me. I would never do that, cross a picket line. And he goes, no, but they won't know. We can go around the back.
Despite all of Sandy's bumbling, Courtney is able to make a huge hit 90s song with Mace. Is this guy offering the Fruitopia supposed to be Diddy?
Everybody got their Fruitopia? Good, good, good.
There's a part in this movie where Courtney calls Sandy over to her place because she thinks her home is being invaded. And if you know about the tragedy that Jennifer Hudson had in real life, this hits a little close.
That the home where the bodies were found belongs to the family of singer and Academy Award-winning actress Jennifer Hudson.
Also, her real-life husband at the time, he's in this movie, Nexus for Life. If you follow this channel, you know I'm fascinated by O.J. Simpson, and here's the film's O.J. joke. It happens while Courtney and Sandy are at an industry party.
It's O.J. Simpson, Phil Spector, and Robert Blake. Good guys. Call them the Dream Team.
Sandy is just not going to fit in with Courtney's success, because he does things like encourage her to piss off Quincy Jones. Not that that's hard. Sandy realizes that his screw-ups have cost Courtney, like pissing off Arsenio Hall.
And if you do it because you love it, you never go wrong. If the other stuff comes, great, but please love it.
And not filing the proper paperwork to get her nominated. She should work with guys like Quincy Jones. They just have more common sense. That's also the same Quincy Jones who in real life said that the Beatles were the worst musicians he's ever heard. Courtney's hit song, Hey Mr. DJ, featuring Mace, becomes a huge hit, and Sandy focuses on his other clients, like Terry Crews, who's a professional wrestler, which is perfect casting. I am surprised he never became a professional wrestler. Even he kinda is.
My career could have easily went into 18 years in the WWE. But this was kind of fulfilled a huge fantasy of mine. I trained with WWE guys and got in the ring.
Hey, he's wrestling Rikishi. Courtney is very burnt out on the superstar lifestyle, and she'd rather just be with Sandy. But Sandy turns her down because he'd just ruin her life and her career. And now he just spirals. He gets dropped by all his clients. While he's spiraling, he runs into his very first client who sets him straight. No, not Clay Aiken. Because it's the 90s, of course it's Weird Al.
Stick with the accordion. Only wear Hawaiian shirts.
Do funny words to other people's songs. The Weird Al, many records. I think he's got one out right now. You don't mess with Weird Al.
Because he always treated them like family, his old clients come back to him.
My manager's so loyal to me, and that's what I thought was kind of cool about the movie. Just, he loves his clients more than anything in the world. He would do anything for his clients. They're his family.
And Courtney comes back to him, and Sandy and Courtney get married. This movie is also one of the 3 times where Beavis and Butthead cameo in an Adam Sandler movie.
Beavis?
You suck!
What? No, I don't.
So I'm going to give this film a 6 out of 10. There's a lot of stuff that I really liked about this movie. I did appreciate the references, and I thought it was cute. But it's also kind of the most, what is an Adam Sandler movie out of all Adam Sandler movies? If you wrote into ChatGPT, hey, make a Adam Sandler movie that's packed with 90s references, this would be the film that was made. And I was skeptical about how well Jennifer Hudson would do as a love interest, but she seemed pretty invested. I get the feeling that she actually did want to be there. And I absolutely bought that Hey Mr. DJ could have been a 90s R&B hit. It came across as very Mariah Carey. Do you think Mariah Carey would have ever fallen in love with a guy like Sandy? No. She's a Zohan kind of girl. Even Jennifer Hudson was like, I don't really need any Sandy Wexler traits to show up in my real life.
And that laugh is the one. Ha ha ha. I'm like, what is that? And now my son has a habit of doing it. I'm like, don't you start that.
So to promote Sandy Wexler, there was actually a contest where you could win a role in a future Adam Sandler movie.
Hey Sandy Wexler, my name's Laura Keach. I'm 18 years old.
The real reason, Mr. Wexler, I think I should win that walk-on role is because I eat, sleep, and breathe acting.
Sandy Wexler, this is Brett Owen coming at you, and I should be in your next movie.
The winner of that contest was a guy named Frankie Zabilka.
awesome. Chunky Billy, Happy, Archie, Robbie, Bobby Jr., Sonny, Smitty, Nicky, Barry, Lenny, Donnie, Burger, Charlie, Fine, Dana, Troopy, and Simpkin. Got a few for 60 seconds, so I can't fit all the names.
And he got to play the legendary role of Frankie in the week of. I don't know who that is. Number 34, Hubie Halloween. Oh man, I wish I loved this movie more. It is a beautiful looking Halloween shot in New England. The colors, that crisp fall look, it just looks like the classic Halloween themed episodes of the sitcoms that Adam Sandler said he grew up with.
When I was a kid and Charlie Brown did a Halloween special, and it was like, wow, it was the greatest thing ever that you had something dedicated to Halloween. So we kind of wanted to make a movie that, you know, hopefully every year they go, oh yeah, let's watch Hubie Halloween and get in the spirit. Me and my buddy Tim Herlihy, we always, you know, it wasn't easy because I'm Jewish, so we could never do a Christmas movie. People weren't going to buy it, I guess. So we were like, what holiday can we do that we love? And we were like, Halloween is the greatest. Growing up and even now, whenever a sitcom was on and it happened to be the Halloween special that year, I got more excited than anything. Even if they mentioned Hanukkah, I was like, yeah, that's great, but let's get back to the Halloween of it all. It was shot in Salem. We all brought all our families there, and the whole town was decorated for Halloween, so we just had a nice time together.
Hubie Halloween was filmed in Salem, Mass. And you know how that town does their Halloween. And it looks like Adam Sandler was a rock star down there. You gotta appreciate the amount of hard work that goes into making a town like this even spookier.
If you visit the website for the esteemed hotel, you will see just how differently the set designers made it look while filming though. You didn't expect the hotel to actually look like a haunted house, did you? Who would want to stay there if that was the case? Anyway, in fact, the true aesthetic of the Hotel Marblehead is beautifully finished with blue and white paint that really brings out the old-time feel of the property. Rather than keep those visuals, the set designers set to work making the hotel appear a lot more rundown than it was, painting it with a fresh coat and then peeling it off, as well as boarding up all the windows to make it look almost abandoned. They even planted a menacing-looking tree in front of the property to give it an especially gloomy look. Funnily enough, Sandler had actually heard about the hotel years earlier after filming Grown Ups 2 in the area a while back.
And it even has Julie Bowen of Happy Gilmore back as Sandler's love interest, putting her in the Hayek, Barrymore, Hahn, Aniston category of being a multiple-time love interest.
But I've wised up. There are no butt shots in Hubie Halloween.
And my kids watch every episode of Modern Family every day, like 2 or 3 a day.
But I don't know. Hubie kind of started off rough for me. As soon as I heard the character's voice,
Hubie with an H.
You know, I've been doing that voice for so long that I dropped into that voice on other movie sets.
Hubie is just kind of Waterboy, but at Halloween.
I love Hubie Doobie so much. It reminded me of like Waterboy.
Tim Herlihy, he wrote the script. We always like this type of guy, just extra goofy, you know.
You love him too. You're rooting for him the whole way, man.
Yeah, very goofy kid. He lives with his mama, just like Bobby Boucher did in The Waterboy.
Hubie has Bobby's personality quirks and the overbearing mother. He's also picked on the same way Bobby was.
Even when he was doing nice things, people didn't seem to. He saved a woman's cat. Saves a woman's cat, and she's still nasty to him.
Yeah.
It's not nice. I was going down a hill, and I was like, oh no, I can't hit the brake. And I got a live cat in my hand, and I started going down, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be awful. This is gonna be the end of the shoot. And then I think I just hopped off my bike or something, and then I gave him back the cat, and I got hurt a little bit, but nobody knew.
But instead of being obsessed with water, he's obsessed with Halloween. If Hubie spends a ton of money on Halloween decorations, then why is his costume just a sheet with a stain on it? And why is he afraid of a haunted house when he decorates his home to look like one? I don't know. The film just made no sense. Other than Rob Schneider playing a mental asylum escapee. That sounded about right.
It's good to get out of that place for a while. You did me a favor. Thank you.
Hubie has taken it upon himself to be the town safety inspector, in the same way that Bobby took it upon himself to provide football teams with water. Just like Garfield in this Halloween PSA, Hubie takes it upon himself to keep the town safe. He's just not good at it.
I'm a little goofy, but I take Halloween very serious, and I want it to go smoothly for for the community of Salem, Massachusetts. And I see things, I report them to Kevin. Kevin doesn't really care much of what I have to say, but this particular year, some stuff's going on.
Yeah.
They need old Hubie.
Yeah, a little bit of the boy who cried wolf.
Who from the Sandler gang pops up in this one?
We're in Hubie Halloween together.
Is that what it's called?
So far.
I don't even have a script yet.
Yeah, well, you're funny in it.
But I don't have a script yet.
You're a school principal.
I'm a school principal.
I'm there. You bring me up to talk to the children.
Okay.
It doesn't go well.
Well, that's his wife as Harley Quinn. Shaq is the town's DJ.
And we have a movie coming out next.
Yes, in Halloween. Yeah, man. You're great in it, buddy. He's always
You're in another
great.
movie with Shaq?
Yeah,
Adam,
man. We got to go back to Shaq every time.
And I had to do the scene where I'm eating a sandwich with this girl and French kissing her at the same time. So Adam made me do it about 50 times. Cut.
Yeah.
So I had to go, cut. Cut. All right.
Steve Buscemi is the possessed neighbor, Mr. Lambert. And the most frequent of Adam Sandler collaborators, the one that everybody forgets about, Blake Clark. In this film, he's a cook. There's Colin Quinn, Alan Covert, Maya Rudolph, Kevin James, Tim Meadows, Ben Stiller popping up as the orderly from Happy Gilmore.
The name's Hal-El, and you're in my world now.
So if you're following along, the Adam Sandler universe has Happy Gilmore, Hubie Halloween, Little Nicky, Jack and Jill, Waterboy, The Wedding Singer, Click, Blended, and 50 First Dates all happening in the same universe. I will give the film credit, it did cast the most intense looking people to torment Hubie. We got Vic Mackey, Henry Hill, a bunch of scream killers on a bike. Alright, what did Hubie do to those people? Why are they picking on him? As I was watching Hubie Halloween, I kind of got the feeling that, well, this wasn't something that worked for me. In about 10 years, if YouTube is still around, we're gonna see a bunch of kids who grew up with this movie making videos about how this was an underrated gem, and looking back all nostalgic about it, making their own video essays. This film also has bedtime story vibes, where the script was written so that younger kids could watch this movie. And I can back that up because Adam said he casted this movie by watching Nickelodeon and Disney at the time.
We were writing parts for, people like 17, 18, 19 years old. So I was like, oh, that kid from that show, that kid's great. Let's see if they'll do it.
Hubie Halloween, if it had a sequel, has the potential to be a lot funnier. It has all the stuff needed, it just needs better jokes. Between Hubie Halloween and the Hotel Transylvanias, Adam Sandler is completely dominating that atmospheric Halloween movie that's not too scary to put on for a kid. So what should people do when they see Hubie out on patrol?
Stay the fuck out of this way! You won't get no candy, you won't get no Reese's, but there's a possibility he'll fucking cut you into pieces!
Number 33 is Spanglish. Yeah, this is another one you see pop up on the list where the critic's like, normally I hate Adam Sandler, but I like him in this movie. It's a dramedy about a young Mexican mom who has to move to America with her daughter and start a new life. This film was written by TV royalty James L. Brooks, the same guy who created Mary Tyler Moore's Show and The Simpsons.
Spanglish, James L. Brooks, love that man. He wrote this movie. I read the movie with Jim Brooks right in the room. Read his script, was going, this fucking movie's amazing.
Tried to cast him for a small part when he was on Saturday Night Live, and he came in the office then, and it was just, you wanted that quality. You wanted the guy's quality.
Oh boy, I better kick some ass for this guy, because this is too good.
Spanglish begins with a college admissions board reading an essay written by a much older Christina, where she tells the story of how her and her mom arrived to America, and the family her mom worked for. There's a deleted scene that I kind of wish they kept in the movie where you could see Fleur being brought into America.
This was a different story when her husband was arrested for manufacturing knockoffs, and one of his associates agreed to take them to America.
I'm Steve.
Hola. My mother had redefined her own passions, blaming herself for the father she gave me. She would never again be lured by a man's rough edges. Goodness would be her catnip.
It's wild that the actress who played Fleur, Paz Vega, didn't even know English while they were filming this movie.
My experience was very similar
to Flor. When I arrived to LA, I didn't speak English, nothing. And all the time I laugh and that's it. Laugh and say yes, but I didn't understand nothing.
She had had the script and learned it phonetically. There'd been some phone calls.
Her scenes had to be communicated through an interpreter. A lot of Paz's acting is done through facial reactions. Adam Sandler plays John. He's a top-of-the-line chef, but he doesn't want to be the best chef because then people will expect too much of him. That's very true. For this story to work, it was important that John comes across as just a really good dude.
A huge part of what the movie's about is being a good parent. And that's what my character is intrigued with Paz's character, is that she dedicates her life to her kid. And I get why that's so admirable.
Having seen how well Sandler is able to pull off sympathetic, Brooks knew he was perfect for the role of John.
You know, after we live with, there are no great guys, there are no great, there are great guys. This one is.
John is married to Deborah, played by Téa Leoni. The biggest problem in her life? Well, it's no longer dinosaurs. It's housewife boredom.
And I am, just sort of an average on the brink of a nervous breakdown, bipolar witch.
And she is just the worst. John really doesn't do anything wrong. He goes out of his way to be understanding. Which is why I kind of think they should have also left in this deleted scene. You could actually see why she would be frustrated with John, because he's almost so perfect that it's frustrating.
And it's hard for each of us to break the cycle. So now even the tone of my voice is starting to get under your skin.
Yes.
So I'll shut up.
If you're gonna understand me, then please have the decency to raise your voice!
They know each other so well that the passion is no longer there in their marriage.
These are two people that grew up together and have in some ways forgotten who they are apart.
All the devotion that John shows, she rewards him by sleeping with Lloyd from Wings. And the film expects us to feel bad for her. And she can't even take care of her own home, which is why she hires Flor. Deb's not a bad person. She even offers housing for Flor and Flor's daughter. You can tell she wants to be a good person, she just doesn't know how to do it. She won't even play fetch with her dog.
No fetch. And never do fetch with this dog.
What a bit.
Weren't we close?
No.
Yes, we were.
No.
Yes, we were.
Flor has a hard time adapting to her new life in America. My favorite part of this film is watching Flor slowly adapt to American customs. Flor's got a strict moral code that she tries to adhere to. She doesn't believe in lying. She doesn't want a handout. The film points out that she is a hypocrite. She doesn't believe in lying, but she will white lie. White lying is still lying, even if you're doing it to make Deborah and John's daughter feel better about herself. She doesn't believe in handouts, but doesn't say anything when Deborah gets her daughter into a private school and buys her fancy clothes. Flor starts finding herself attracted to John, and at this point I'm like, oh god, do we need another cheating storyline? But I guess it's okay because Deborah's already cheated, and John's got an attraction to Flor.
No, it's odd.
What are you doing?
Were he not married, this becomes the heart of the movie.
My favorite part of Spanglish is Cloris Leachman. She plays Deborah's mom, Evelyn. She used to be a famous singer in the 50s, but now just spends her time sloshed and being sarcastic. James Brooks was definitely using his Mary Tyler Moore connections wisely here, because originally the role was for Anne Bancroft, but Anne got sick while this movie was being made, and Anne would die right after the movie was filmed. John and Deborah have a huge fight, and she comes clean about cheating. And she also confirms that, yeah, she has suspicions about Flor. She's jealous that John and Flor have a thing.
I became sure of what an incredibly lucky woman you are. And I must make myself not envy you.
And John storms off to be with Flor. Deborah and Flor have a mutual but bitter split. Flor and John almost hook up.
We can't.
I know, we can't do anything that brings us any kind of satisfaction or release.
Well, Deborah has a complete meltdown about it.
But I have to know whether he touched her. And where he touched her and how he touched her. And how they leave it. I mean, does anybody go, does anybody love anybody? Have any...
This was a difficult 6.5 for me. There was so much witty and clever dialogue, and I really appreciated Floor's storyline, but all the John and Deborah stuff rubbed me the wrong way. I felt for John, but Deborah was just not very sympathetic, and that didn't leave me much to grip onto when they wanted to make me feel bad for her. She did provide probably the least sexy climax scene that I've ever seen on film.
Deb, cheer up! Deb, cheer up! No.
Even Tay Leone would agree.
All I can tell you is nobody is going to be saying, I'll have what she's having. Because this is like the ugliest orgasm ever.
Number 32, it's Bedtime Stories, which is the first Adam Sandler film that came out in theaters that I actively chose to not see.
His latest is the family film Bedtime Stories, where he plays a man who makes up fables for his niece and nephew.
I remember when this came out, the commercials had this scene where it was raining candy, and I'm like, nope, I ain't watching that. I wasn't ready to watch an Adam Sandler movie being put through a Disney filter. I did not want to watch any movie with a CGI hamster.
So what the heck is on my head right now?
Bugsy, our guinea pig.
Whoa!
The funnest is Bugsy. He does basically everything with us. We call him Bugsy because he has bug eyes. It's that big. And she really does, for real, have really big eyes. There's actually 3 Bugsies, and then we switch around because they all look the same.
I did not want to watch these precocious little kids being read a bedtime story. So when I finally watched it to make this video, I wasn't wrong in my thinking that this movie wasn't going to be for me. It'd be foolish to watch this trailer and think I'm going to get Toll Booth Willie the movie.
What happens in the tales he tells
How can I ever thank you?
will happen in real life.
Bedtime Stories is like an olive branch from Adam Sandler to the parents who may have been turned off by Sandler's brand of comedy.
Perhaps a little different than Zohan?
Absolutely, a little more friendly to the family. I do on occasion get moms or grandmothers yelling at me on the street.
Yeah.
You influenced my child in a bad way. How
Sure.
dare you?
Yeah.
I wanted to make up for that, so this is I did.
So it's a little atonement?
I guess I'm trying to get into heaven one day, and
Yeah.
Disney's helping me do that.
No, I would have done this even if I didn't have kids.
I want to make at least one where I'm comfortable going, hey, Dad did this.
I have made movies that, the kids see them anyways. They find a way into a Sandler movie. They're not stupid.
Sandler had already started easing into the father figure roles. Instead of being the kid who was read to, he would be the adult reading to children.
I tell her stories, I tell her, I try to make her laugh, but I get her riled up, so I get thrown out.
Adam Sandler plays Skeeter Bronson, who's a repairman at his dad's old hotel. Why does he not own the hotel? Back in the day, his dad ran into financial hardships and had to sell it to Mr. Nottingham. But in exchange, Mr. Nottingham promised that his kid would have a job for life. And, if he was shown to be capable, a chance to run the hotel. Running a hotel? Are they in competition with the Madison family? Sandler plays the everyday nice guy, which I believe is where he shines. Courtney Cox is also in this film as Skeeter's sister Wendy. When this movie came out, Russell Brand was at his highest point of cultural relevance. I remember his appeal at that time, and it didn't scream Disney movie. According to these clips, yeah, I guess I was just one of the many who had a misconception of the guy.
The little kids love him the most. They do these surveys at the end of the movie, and like all these little kids, I like the tall room service man.
This was the script that he wanted to do. Still seems kind of weird to me. I thought he was a drug-addicted nut, and yet here he is watching children and arguing with hamsters in what I call peak 2000s comedy.
We could probably make bacon out of Bugsy.
In a way, Bedtime Stories is a lot like the movie Uncle Buck. Like Uncle Buck, Skeeter is forced to watch after his niece and nephew, while his sister goes to apply for a new teaching job, since her current school is being shut down. Skeeter has no idea how to watch a kid. He barely even knows these kids. And to be fair, these kids kind of suck. Definite wiener kids.
That was pure luck. A bunch of kids come in, I say, they do these auditions, and I tell them, just leave me alone. I don't want to say no to any kid. So I just leave the room, and I came back, and those two were in my room talking to me. I was like, oh, okay, those are the 2 kids they hired? All right, let's see. And they were nice kids, and they were just sweethearts. No. Everybody heard about your science. That's why they stopped this whole thing. What is my line?
The kids do have a hot nanny, though. Jill's one of the fellow teachers in Wendy's school. I don't feel that Kerry Russell had much on-screen chemistry with Adam Sandler. Maybe it's the age difference? Or how her character is portrayed, where she even says certain scenes made her look incredibly young. And it's, I guess, not that, because she's not that much younger than Adam Sandler, and she, at the time of filming this, was also a mother.
Adam called me up and said, you know, I have a kid, and I know I was pregnant at the time. And he said, you're having kids, and I really want to make a movie that our kids can see, and I think you should do this. I said, okay.
Maybe, like Katie Holmes, comedy just wasn't her strong suit.
Adam is so funny at what he does. He's so quick and good, and I was always so thankful when Russell was around because there was someone that he could kind of like lob back and forth with.
To be fair to Carrie, she seemed game to play this part. Maybe it was just that her character was written to bring things back down to earth. Skeeter tries to bond with his niece and nephew by reading them bedtime stories. And each one of these bedtime stories allows us a different homage to a type of film. We get medieval times, ancient Greece, the Wild West, which, gave me some Ridiculous Six vibes. Oh no, look away from Rob Schneider's character. I see the discussion pieces coming. We got a Star Wars parody, where this booger kind of looks like the Mucinex commercial.
There goes the neighborhood!
Sometimes you go up in tone for no reason. I don't know why.
Did you ever?
Wait a minute. Does that make Toy Story part of the Sandler-verse? Is the Pixar-verse part of the Sandler-verse? And then we have Kerry Russell as a mermaid.
Why couldn't she be the other kind of mermaid, with the fish part on top and the lady part on the bottom?
After each one of these bedtime stories, events from it start happening in the real world. Why wouldn't they? Since every bedtime story is meant to parallel what's happening in Skeeter's real life. Skeeter's also in the middle of a competition with the hotel manager, Kendall Duncan. Who's got the best concept for a future hotel? Kendall feels like a shoo-in because he's dating Nottingham's daughter, Violet. Violet is like a caricature of Paris Hilton, a party girl heiress to the family's hotel fortune. Skeeter takes full advantage of the fact that these bedtime stories happen the very next day in real life. And that would be perfect except for the fact his niece and nephew constantly change the plot and storylines while he reads them.
Hey, don't fall asleep or the story will lock. Stop it, wake up. Would you like it if I did it to you? Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Skeeter is able to present a winning hotel theme pitch because he manipulated the result to happen. Too bad the kids wanted a twist ending and they wanted the hero to lose. So now Skeeter has to figure out how he's gonna fix that. Kendall's spot for the hotel's new location is actually the school that Wendy was a principal at, and he's gonna demolish that building. There's just one problem. This dumb kid went into the building. All that dream training has made Skeeter perfectly equipped to save the day. And he does. And he gets the princess. This wasn't something that Adam Sandler did in real life. He didn't learn to do motorcycle stunts.
I am gonna say Adam never did truly drive it, but we were on a cart of some sort. But I did drive with some crazy, like badass, motorcycle pro who like jumped and did all these things. They're like, Carrie, would you mind just riding on the back with him once? And I was like, I guess.
And yet, he still got injured while making the movie.
Broke my ankle playing basketball, slipping on an acorn. I was shooting a movie, shooting bedtime stories.
But we kept shooting. I didn't shut down production. I'm a strong man. I had this stupid boot on the whole time, and I'd be on a horse in a boot. I can't ride a horse as it is, and not only am I on a horse, but I have this fat boot that I'm trying to put in the whatever the thing, the stirrup thing, and it was pretty stupid looking.
I wouldn't exactly say that he loved doing all those stunts. He's always like, oh, do I have to jump over the fence? Oh, man, I mean, can't that guy do it?
Skeeter and Jill get married and open up their own hotel.
They lived, well, happily ever after, running Marty's Motel and spending a lot of time with my grandkids.
Russell Brand gets the Paris Hilton clone girl, and we have a little sequel bait.
Whose adventures have just begun, though not everyone is quite so excited. But that is a whole other story.
But nobody bit. There's still time, because now we have Disney Plus, and I could see them making a sequel there.
I mean, I thought they were so inventive with all this stuff. I would love to do another one. I don't know, what other things are there? They kind of covered everything, didn't they? Western, future, I don't know, what are the other possible genres?
6.5, it's fine. I kind of feel like this was a Disney Channel original movie script, and then somebody pumped some actual budget into it, and instead of getting a sitcom star at a discount price, they said, you know what? If we're going to put this much money into it, we can afford Adam Sandler. Get him.
It's Adam Sandler doing his first Disney movie, and I think there's something really great in that combination and something for everyone. I just think it worked so well.
Yeah, no, I feel good. I got a movie that I'm not going to get yelled at showing my kids.
Sandler was always smart in that way. He always felt like the kids and young adult type of celebrity. You're not getting weirded out when he shows up at the Kids' Choice Awards.
Angel Adam Sandler, what are you doing here?
This is the Kids' Choice Award. They don't want to see some guy in a tuxedo.
You're right.
Huh? You're not getting it, are you? You gotta work on your skills.
Oh, I got skills.
We knew that was coming.
Hey, they asked if I wanted to get slammed. I said no, and then she goes, you said no, and I said, no, I'll say yes. It just doesn't come out easy. It's all over inside parts of your body. And
this guy, he's just a big kid, which is something I grew to love about him as I'm researching all these movies and watching a ton of interviews.
The humor, I don't know, I always go for everybody. In the beginning, I was talking just to my age or a little younger.
You were a huge part of our language, my brothers and I talking to each other as quoting your movies.
Oh, we love Adam Sandler, dude. He's cool as hell.
We are big fans of Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler, man, you rock! Kids come up to me while I'm eating. I'll stop eating and hang out. By the way, it's very hard for me to stop eating. You know that. But I will stop eating and talk to kids as long as they want to talk. Having a kid come up to you and say they like the line from your movie or one of the comedy albums or something like that, that literally was the best feeling I could ever get.
When I saw Adam Sandler do stand-up live, he changed a lyric in the song.
Tell me I should have got nominated for Uncut Gems, and I say I'll stick with the Kids' Choice Awards if I go with you.
And I truly believe that's how he actually feels. That instead of chasing acclaim and fame, he'd rather maintain a relationship with his audience.
I just want to say that I used to poop my pants all the time, and I still won a Nickelodeon award, so it's gonna be okay.
It's kind of wholesome how much he loved his parents. A lot of his work could be traced back to something that happened with him and his dad.
My father, his bedtime stories usually were, hey, go to sleep. And I'd say, yeah, tell me a story. He'd be like, just relax, I gotta get up early. But no, when I was a little kid, he would, I think old Stan the man would take his time and make up stories about, there was a frog story that he used to say a lot to us.
He would make up that he could jump, had great jumping powers. I had fun listening to The Adventures of Jumpy.
Number 31, Mixed Nuts, which is more of a Steve Martin movie, but there's at least 30 to 40 minutes of Adam Sandler, so it counts.
Hanks has a great career. Bill Murray was my hero growing up. Steve Martin. This is a good one. Steve Martin has a few. You gotta get out there and listen to the Steve Martin CDs.
Steve Martin's character runs a helpline for suicide prevention, and his business has just been hit with an eviction note. They haven't paid their rent in months. While this is going on, there's a string of murders happening from an LA serial killer known as the Seaside Strangler, who the film would make you believe is this trans woman that shows up. Mixed Nuts came out before even Billy Madison, so this is very early on when Adam Sandler was just starting out on SNL. Which is why he's playing a role that you typically see when an SNL guy pops up in one of these movies. They come in, do a silly bit role, their character doesn't have that much depth to it, and they just do the shtick that they're known for to get a quick laugh, which is exactly what Adam Sandler does. He does a silly voice, he sings on a ukulele.
So very pretty. I wonder when Elliot said goodbye to E.T., did you break down and cry? I wonder if I gave you pudding, eggs, and flour, could you make a Boston cream pie?
Even the worst films in the Sandler catalog know that you're gonna have a good scene if you let Adam do a funny song. Even the Myowitz story knew that.
It is fun. I just did another movie with an ensemble cast and a Nora Ephron movie, and it feels good to just go in there, say your stuff, then they move on, everyone else gets to say, I like getting in and out of stuff.
Oh, I am glad that Louis and Chris's faux romance doesn't have me trying to explain the 90s to people. This is another 6.5 of a movie. Would I recommend it? I wouldn't say it's essential. If you like rom-coms, this was a Nora Ephron movie, and she was like the queen of late 80s, 90s rom-coms. Sleepless in Seattle, You Got Mail, When Harry Met Sally. That's her. That's what she did. And if you're just kind of looking for a movie with a little bit of a Christmas theme, and you like Steve Martin, might as well check it out at least once. Number 30. Oh man, this film could have been so much better. It has all the ingredients to be a classic. 8 Crazy Nights. It has such nice animation. From what I read, it was because at that time period, a lot of the classic 2D animators weren't working as much. It wasn't a thing that Disney wanted to continue doing, so it was easier to afford these guys.
After Toy Story came out, then all of the studios were like, oh, that's why our movies aren't doing well. Not that they were bad stories with, like lame characters and, tired plots and, it's not CG, it's not 3D. We need the computer generated imagery. That's what people want. They don't want 2D. I think that we benefited from the demise of 2D animation, and, we had animators from Iron Giant that were working on it. We had animators from Anastasia that were working on it. We had animators from Mulan that were working on it.
And so animation gave us the right to use the youthful Sandler, the body I had when I was a 19-year-old and I was built like a stallion.
That's the inner you. That's the real you.
I think that the original plan was that we were basically going to do it the same way that they do The Simpsons and do main key poses here in LA and then send everything to Korea. And it just wouldn't have been as good.
The first drawing wasn't good. It actually was very painful. But then when I said make me better looking, it was excellent.
And the idea of doing your typical animated Christmas special, but for Hanukkah, that makes sense.
Now, there aren't a lot of Hanukkah films. There's I think, a million movies about Christmas, but not a lot of Hanukkah movies. Why?
I think it's the greeting. Merry Christmas, to me, sounds better than Happy Hanukkah. Just fun to say. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas. How you doing? Merry Christmas. What's up? Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah is nice, but there's Happy Birthday. And there's Happy Thanksgiving, Happy New Year, kind of steps on it a little bit.
There was a lot of bad press, but there was the one reporter from the LA Times that was like, who else but Sandler is going to get you into the theaters and tell you a story about Hanukkah, he's going to do it in his way, but at its core, there's a sweet story in there.
I think it even makes sense now when you see the Hallmark and Lifetime Christmas movies, and they throw in 1 or 2 Hanukkah movies. Why not? Especially when they star Ben Savage. Adam Sandler is the voice of Davy Jones. You're not meant to like this guy. He drives drunk, he stiffs restaurants, and dry humps vehicles. If Hermie almost got blacklisted for wanting to be a dentist, this guy would have been publicly hung at the North Pole.
My guy is kind of a jerk in the beginning. He's kind of a grinchy kind of fellow with the Hanukkah.
The film's biggest problem is figuring out its tone. Is it supposed to be edgy or sweet?
If you're a little kid and you want to go see this movie, go with your mommy. It's not, I know you'll have a good time if you're a kid out there, but there's a couple of things that happen that you'll need explanation for.
Every time it's edgy, it takes the film out of the play every Christmas category and more into the Jack and Jill, that's my boy, jerk-ass teen boy movie.
It's a very sweet movie, for all the fart jokes and the poop jokes and, there's a whole line of guys that pee their pants and, but it was a sweet story, but it wasn't made for kids.
It wasn't. It was made for teens and adults, pretty much.
Davy destroys the town's ice menorah. You feel bad for Davy because Davy wasn't always a bad guy. He just had a horrible tragedy happen to him when he was younger. His parents died.
They were on their way to the ball game when a truck hit a patch of black ice and swerved into oncoming traffic.
He used to be a happy Jewish kid who enjoyed playing youth basketball. You know you're watching a Sandler movie when somebody's playing basketball. The town knows of Davy's tragedy, so they're giving him a longer leash to find himself. But now they're just sick of his behavior. This is where we meet Whitey Duvall.
It'll take the kindest man in town to turn him from naughty to nice.
Whitey is an elderly youth basketball referee, but also a jack of all trades so that he can make a few dollars on the side. Whitey's the kind of guy the whole town takes advantage of, since he's just so nice. And I saw a lot of reviews for this movie, and one of the biggest criticism is Whitey's voice.
Hey, happy first day of Hanukkah.
I'm not Jewish.
Neither am I, but that don't stop me from enjoying a holiday.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's not the most pleasant voice, but I think it's something that you can move past.
Look at him drive.
Shaq Daddy's unstoppable.
What defender can survive?
Pierce always gets the loose ball.
He ain't afraid to die.
And thankfully, when they were editing this movie, they limited the amount of original songs he was singing. So unless you feel like we really need to know Whitey's bowel movement schedule,
He takes his 11:30 crap.
Then go over to the gang.
you're not gonna miss much.
Try on clothes for moms with kids my size. Oh, Whitey's voice? Your honor.
This is a load of bullshit.
Now you meant to say shit. That's a technical foul.
And Sandler must have been working on this voice for a long time, because in Little Nicky, there's a referee in that movie with white hair and this voice, voiced by Dana Carvey.
Guess what, cornrows? Technical foul!
The film just doesn't know if it wants to be cute or crass. Do I really need to know how hairy Whitey's butt is? This film has all the hallmarks of your traditional Christmas movie. A kindly person helping a Scrooge experience holiday joy again, and in doing so, makes the Scrooge a better person. That the Scrooge was actually a guy or girl who had been hurt before.
Instead of sending this boy to prison, we get into the holiday spirit and let him work with me. It's kind of a rehabilitation, parole, community service type of deal.
Your new partner is a criminal?
Nah, he's a Jewish kid.
I loved when Rudolph would come on. I loved when Frosty would come on. Christmas Story. Movies like that always made me happy as a kid and make me happy as an adult to see, if I am an adult.
Davy is accepted into Whitey's family. Whitey has a sister, Eleanor, and she's just as quirky as her brother. Sandler said that Eleanor's voice and personality was based off his own aunt.
The voice of Eleanor is my Aunt Sarah, who actually passed away recently. Aunt Sarah was much sweeter, but Eleanor's voice is high and goofy.
Davy goes from full Billy Madison to now helping out that kid. And that kid happens to be the son of the girl that he used to have a crush on when he was younger. Jennifer is another one who knows how badly Davy took his parents' death. She's also a quality mom, because I'm pretty sure her son is getting a purple Game Boy Advance. You get a sweet little love story brewing between Davy and Jennifer, and then again the tone of the film changes and you learn about Whitey's sex life.
The only time I had sex was on the phone.
But that was long ago.
And the Mayors.
My darling wife was once a he.
This is the only film where Sandler's love interest is actually his real-life wife. I start getting invested into the movie, and then a reindeer eats poop.
The poop in the deer's teeth is the thing that that everyone brings up, and like that wasn't my favorite thing. But then at the same time, it's like, well, if we're gonna do it, it should have this sound effect, and then the sound effect that you hear is me. I'm making that sound effect with my mouth, just pushing spit through my teeth. And even Sandler was like, "Oh, yeah, we should put that in."
The tone issues make total sense. Nobody could decide if this was too much or not enough.
There were two things that were cut out there. First, the little guy hops out covered in feces. We had to take that out for...
Who took it out, the studio?
I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was coming.
Those people have no taste.
I've heard from Sandler, like, years later, was like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that, because like if we had pulled back on a couple of things, maybe we wouldn't have gotten the PG-13.
The town is so sick of Davy that this guy even attempts to burn down his trailer. you can see why he reverts back to being a jerk. But there was one person in the town who was always on Davy's side, Whitey. And Whitey deserves some recognition from the townspeople. And I knew that because Whitey listens to Styx, so he's not a cynical asshole. The town has an annual ceremony. Whitey thinks that this is the year the town finally recognizes him. When he loses again, he gets depressed. Davy is right. The town doesn't actually care about him. This is wrong. And Davy's gonna call out the whole town for taking advantage of Whitey. Animated John Lovitz, with a hook hand, relinquishes his award to Whitey. The whole town relinquishes their awards to Whitey. 6.5. It's one of those holiday films that you know isn't perfect, but it's in the rotation.
Adam Sandler's The Holiday Grinch. Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights. Wednesday at 10. Part of 25 Days of Christmas.
The intention was to write a funny movie and hope that maybe every year you get to see it somewhere.
Right.
Well, I mean, we did curse a little bit in this, so I don't think we can see it on network TV every year, but unless they're beeping it a lot, but somewhere, hopefully.
I mean, overall, you do like it. Kind of in the same way like Christmas with the Cranks, Deck the Halls, Jingle All the Way. You know, it's one of those, you see the flaws, but I kind of want to watch it every holiday. Seth Kearsley emailed Doug Walker and said that the focus groups were the reason that they had stuff like poop-eating deers, and why they didn't change Whitey's voice. What the heck, focus groups? You like the deer scene that much? And they didn't even get paid for all the random product placement in this movie. So GNC got to be repped by Carl Weathers and not even pay a dime. So a combination of this movie and Mr. Deeds got Adam Sandler nominated for a 2002 Golden Raspberry Award for the worst actor on film. This isn't it. He was fine. He was a better actor than his parent.
My mother had to say one line. She had to say something like, "Thank you," or "Thanks, sweetie." It was horrendous. It was like 50 takes in a row. "Thanks, sweetie." We're like, "Are you nuts?" But she got it right. My father sounds nuts. He says, "Davy, let your mother take a picture." We said, "Can you just say picture like you normally say? Take a picture."
Maybe this movie would have had a better critical response if they had left in this scene where a monkey's head exploded. Number 29, The Do-Over.
The Do-Over, baby, me and you.
That was a blast.
And it's not an Adam Sandler movie unless we have some sort of reunion happening. This is one of those Netflix Adam Sandler movies, which often feel like a step up from the direct-to-DVD format, but a tad below your cinematic release. And if you press me, I feel like this is more of a David Spade movie, with Adam Sandler taking the number 2 position.
The Ridiculous Six, we were shooting in New Mexico, and I said, "Read a good script, David. Do you think you can handle shooting an entire movie? Because David he's a weakling, and he can't handle much." And he said, "Yeah, I'm up for that."
First time I read that script, I thought it was your part.
Oh, really?
Because it was like this sort of whatever guy, and then you go, "No, you're Charlie," and I go, "Oh, that's the main guy."
Yeah, man.
So I thought obviously you're the main guy, and I was like,
when I give a gift, I give it all the way.
He says, "I have something that's interesting and it's a lot different than we've done." And I said, "Is it Grown Ups 3? And he said, "That wouldn't be that much different." And I go, "Oh yeah, you're right." It was actually better because we've never done it just us. Yeah. And we didn't have those other guys around to deal with.
And it's kinda odd that it took this long for a movie to be made where it's just David Spade and Adam Sandler.
No, everybody just assumes I'm with David or Schneider. It's not true. You know that.
No, you actually are.
Okay, all right, you're right. Hang on.
Yeah.
David. Hey.
David, I love him. I like being with him. He makes me happy, makes my wife happy. He finds a way to flirt with everybody, even my wife, and I'm fine with that.
So which of the Sandler regulars are in this movie? His wife, his nephew, Sean Astin, Dan Patrick, Nick Swarsden, Luis Guzman.
Louis Guzman, we got him to be naked, but everyone else in the comfort zone.
Michael Chiklis. What kind of a madman would sleep with Vic Mackey's wife? David Spade plays Charlie, a bank manager whose office happens to be in the middle of a supermarket. And he's got a wife and stepsons that don't respect him.
This part, I don't play sort of the straight man, like everyman guy. And I read it, it was so funny with twists and turns. It's not like sort of the normal one we do.
When at the class reunion, Charlie runs into his old friend Max, who's now an FBI agent. It seems like hanging with his old friend Max is exactly what Charlie needed. But things take a dramatic turn when Max ends up faking both him and Charlie's death. Charlie, you shouldn't mind. Your life kinda sucks. Oh, and Max isn't even FBI. He was actually a coroner. So now Max is going to take the identity of a guy named Butch Ryder. Butch was filthy rich and living in Puerto Rico. At this point, the film starts taking a ton of twists and turns. Nobody is really who they say they are, and eventually everybody's real motivations come to the surface.
And when I started reading, I was like, oh my God, this is weird. And then a couple pages later, I go, whoa! So I don't get movies like that a lot. I don't get to read them, and they're great.
Just like if I could do it over again, like what would that be? Like what would that look like? Even just like for a minute.
Butch had a form of cancer, and a man named Ronald developed a way to treat that cancer. Ronald and Butch just happened to also be gay lovers, which was happening at the same time Ronald was married to Heather. Max and Charlie also have to avoid the gymnast, played by the same doctor from Funny People. And he's not our only stalker. Max has an ex named Becca who is following them throughout this journey. And she's supposedly just a little cray-cray.
I play a woman who is just kind of a mysterious woman. You're not sure, and she appears to be stalking Adam Sandler's character.
Charlie learns that this is a personal mission for Max.
And then you find out it's much deeper than that at the end, but it's hilarious.
That's not his ex, Becca. That's his wife, Becca. And they have a son together. And the reason this cancer cure is so important is because it could save Max's life. Charlie starts becoming braver and more daring as this adventure continues, and even starts developing feelings for Heather. Charlie and Max think that Ronald's old partner Shecky stole the cancer formula. But nope, Shecky is totally dead. Not this Shecky.
Hey, how are ya?
The largest chemotherapy company actually wants to steal this cure and bury it. The gymnast captures Max and starts torturing his balls, which is something that turns the gymnast on. So Charlie has to think, where would Ronald hide his cure if he didn't want people to find it? So it turns out that Heather was the one to sell out her husband. No, not this guy. That's the real life husband she had. And when he didn't want to sell his formula, she had him killed. And she never had any feelings for Charlie. Man, between Charlie's wife and this woman, he just has horrible luck with women. It really says something about his love life when the highlight is having a three-way with Luis Guzman. It's the end of the road. Heather holds up Max and Charlie at gunpoint. Thank God Max's wife Becca is here. And she whoops Heather, but accidentally destroys the tablet that has all the information on it. Oh, they're in luck. Charlie stored the formula up his butt.
It appears to be a USB drive.
The do-over is another 6.5. I really enjoyed it, and I'd watch it again. It's just, I don't recall anything that memorable ever really happening in this movie. And I guess I'm not alone because there wasn't that much press for this movie. Nobody seems to talk about it online. And you know how like some movies have a scene that gets placed online that is just so popular that it eclipses the rest of the movie? There doesn't seem to be the memorable scene that everybody wants to go back to. Also, one of the cool things was the woman who played Adam Sandler's character Max's mom. She's the wife of the guy who played Adam Sandler's dad in Big Daddy.
It was wonderful working with Adam as my son. 17 years ago, my husband played his father, so it was really a wonderful experience.
Number 28, Hotel Transylvania 3. When I first heard of Hotel Transylvania, I was kind of like, I don't really want to watch a 3D animated film that wasn't made by Pixar. Because I wanted to make this video, I ended up finally watching these Hotel Transylvania movies. And I definitely enjoyed them. Though when we got to Hotel Transylvania 3, it started having a case of diminishing returns. Like any other cartoon. It's just one of those things where you want to continue seeing these characters, but now the story just seems a little smaller and the jokes aren't as fresh. And that's not to say that this film is devoid of any creative stuff. It's got plenty. Being a classic horror kind of guy, I love the idea of Van Helsing's being bumbling goofs who constantly fail at taking out vampires throughout history. That's right, Hugh Jackman. Drac owns you. This film naturally starts off with the idea that Dracula and his fellow monsters need a little vacation. And where would a monster go on vacation? To the Bermuda Triangle! I've seen enough low-budget horror to know that if a little girl wants to go on that trip to the Bermuda Triangle, don't let her or her creepy doll anywhere on that ship. Or let the creepy doll on the ship. These are monsters, not people. She'd probably fit in perfectly.
The whole gang decides to go on a cruise, which means we get to explore the monster world a little more than we've ever have before. They get to visit an underwater volcano. They visit a deserted island. They visit a little city called Atlantis. Maybe you've heard of it. So we get to see what a monster airline would look like. So it's even more epic and more fun, I think, in my humble opinion, than the first two movies. I'm gonna stand by it.
I just can't get it out of my head that Hotel Transylvania 3 is your average direct-to-DVD Disney-type sequel.
It's actually the flip of the first movie, where in the first movie, his daughter wanted to get out, she wanted to see the world, she falls in love, and he had to control that situation. Here, we have him finding somebody, because all around him, all the monsters have somebody except for him.
Dracula is lonely, and he feels like he'll never zing with anyone again. Vampires only zing once, but not Dracula.
When you zing somebody, that means you fall in love with them immediately. So Drac immediately falls in love with Erica when he meets her. And he's very surprised by it because he hasn't zinged with anybody since Mavis's mom years ago. But unfortunately for Dracula, he zinged with somebody who happens to want him dead. And Erica intends to use his feelings to her advantage.
I'm gonna say that puts Han in the multiple-time love interest category. Yeah, I think animation counts. Erica is a Van Helsing who's going to lure Dracula in and kill him out of revenge. She's gonna do it for old Grandpa Abraham.
Ambitious Erica plans to be the first Van Helsing to succeed where all the others have failed.
You know what else kind of made this feel like diminishing returns? It's that every character is just sort of here for the ride. Mavis is just doing mom stuff.
So he meets somebody, and now, of course, Mavis does that mean she's gonna lose her dad?
Dracula, he's my papa. He's a good guy.
Plus, this character is suspicious who he falls in love with. And so it creates Mavis as the Dracula character and Dracula as the Mavis character.
Johnny doesn't really do much in this movie either. He's just kind of DJ.
He's a real DJ, okay? It's not a mixtape, it's not a list of songs. Sure, I'll see you later.
Which gives the film the excuse to play top 40 music, and unlike the other Hotel Transylvania, date itself immediately when you have a bunch of fish dancing to Macklemore's Downtown.
I went to the moped store, I said, sell it. Salesman's like, what up, what's your budget? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about mopeds. He said, I got the one for you, follow me.
How's a vampire gonna enjoy a cruise ship? It's not like he's gonna go up there and sunbathe.
I'm a vampire.
Yeah, you don't need sunscreen.
I need sunscreen.
You do need sunscreen.
I do like that they fly Gremlin Airlines. It's a good Twilight Zone reference. Even though she lured Drac on this ship to have him killed and fed to a kraken, Erica actually starts developing feelings for him. And why does Grandpa Abraham communicate like Dr. Cortex did in Crash Bandicoot 2? So in a movie where Dracula is about to face off against a kraken, how do you think it's gonna end? Did you say dance off? With some of the most cliched musical choices?
Be happy. Don't worry. Really? Be happy. It has a nice message.
Of course this film had to end with everyone doing the Macarena. That's just a monster thing, right?
You know it? Ready? Dale a tu cuerpo alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo va a darle alegría, cosa buena. Macarena.
Drac and Erica are in love. It's an unholy union between Van Helsings and vampires. It's a 6.5, bordering on a 7.
See Hotel Transylvania 3, it's good.
It's really good.
Parents, if you want to get your kids into classic black and white horror, this is where you start them. These films make the Wolfman and Frankenstein seem lovable.
You're in a safe environment. You know it's a kid's film. You know it's not going to be really scary. But there's that little chance there might be something. It makes it more fun and exciting rather than I'm just going to sit, turn off my brain, and watch something and then leave.
The kids love these monsters so much that they made a spin-off TV show. And the fourth movie didn't even need Adam Sandler.
Thanks to everybody who worked on all the Hotel Transylvanias. Thanks for everybody working so hard, all my castmates.
Number 27, Grown-Ups. Man, did they make growing up back in the 70s seem like a freaking blast. I'm kinda envious. This movie had that feel like a bunch of Generation Xers just wanted to reminisce about their childhood and about how great they had it compared to the kids nowadays. How else can you explain this film having lines like, "We played chutes and ladders, not first-person shooters"? This film is definitely Sandler's buddies, the movie. We got Chris Rock, Rob Schneider, David Spade, Kevin James, Colin Quinn, Steve Buscemi, Tim Meadows, Maya Rudolph, Blake Clark, Dan Patrick, and Norm Macdonald. And I feel like this movie could have used a lot more Norm in it.
And I, in the movie, kept going, like, every time they were at a scene, I kept walking up and going, "Hey, guys, can I be in it?"
Oh, yeah,
And
it
they was
was
go,
at the beginning and end of every scene.
So I realized that halfway through, wait a minute.
Damn, no, it was the best. You killed the hardest at read-through, too.
This feels like a guy trying to get in a movie.
There's a hilarious segment on the DVD where it's Norm, in character as Geezer, trying to prove that Geezer was part of the main crew.
Can I come along?
No, you just stay, keep our place in line.
I'll stay here.
Okay,
I'll stay here then.
I bet this could have been a top 20 film in the Sandler catalog if it had more Geezer. Now this movie is the perfect spot for me to address one of the biggest criticisms I saw of Adam Sandler movies. His movies are just an excuse to go on vacation with his friends.
He does all his movies on vacation, you know, it's really...
Yes. And I hear you like to be in exotic locations wherever you go, so that involves...
I try to enjoy life to the fullest.
He's figured it out. He really figured it out.
It looks to me like you guys go to a place, some resort on a lake, a beautiful setting, and you just take over and it's just a horseplay for like 3 months. Is that pretty much what it is? And at the end, you got a movie that makes $300 million.
Yes.
So, that just sounds like he won the game of life. Would you say no to that?
It was not just an excuse for us to hang out with each other. Let's get that rumor out of the way. It was not just a way for the studio to pay for us to hang out with each other.
It does sound awesome to film in Hawaii, but it's still work, and you do need to keep a cohesive story, unless you're making Going Overboard too.
You love casting in Going to Hawaii.
Love that. Love Hawaii, yes.
It's not like we think of Hawaii as just a vacation spot. We do hang here, we do relax here, but we do have friends here, and we know their life and their families.
Now, can I please go to Hawaii with you next time?
In this movie, Adam Sandler plays Larry Fetter, a Hollywood agent.
Think he represents Hulk Hogan?
No way.
He's married to Selma Hayek, who in this movie is a fashion designer.
Soon I'll be playing parts where I have kids and not just ones that I adopted. Maybe I'll actually impregnate my wife. Maybe I'll actually they'll show me having sex with a woman.
When Lenny's old basketball coach dies, the family postpones their trip to Milan. There's a deleted scene that does a great job of explaining why it was so important for Lenny to go back to his hometown, and why Lenny also rented the cabin that everybody stays in.
You know the coach, the buzzer, I always tell you about him? He passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a really nice lake house there. I'll see if they can rent it to us. I was thinking maybe Hilliard and McKenzie and Higgins and Lamonsoff could stay with us too.
Okay, is this a reunion or is this a funeral?
It's a little of both.
Throughout the movie, we get glimpses of where everybody's at in their life.
We go. Our coach dies. It's years later. We haven't seen each other since then, since like high school. And
right.
We hang out for a weekend together and get to know each other, get to know each other's families again.
And relive some of the same problems that we had when we were kids. And
I thought that would be interesting to have 5 guys who are totally at ease with each other, but you know in the back of their head they have something that they're like, oh God, I hope they don't notice this.
And some of the guys 20 years later are less successful than they'd hoped for,
and some
personally and professionally.
Some pretend to be more successful.
Some pretend to be.
That's right,
no,
Kevin.
that was me.
Chris Rock's character doesn't get any respect from his wife or his mother-in-law. Kevin James's character is in a dead-end career and has a son who's just a little too old to still be breastfeeding. David Spade plays an unmarried guy who's still trying to pick up the young girls. Real life?
Actually, I asked him if I could be married in the movie. He said no. Because I read his part. I go, oh, can I be that guy? And he goes, no.
And Rob Schneider is a Zen weirdo who's married to a much older woman.
Robert Smigel read the script and he was like, wouldn't it be funny if one of the guys gets made fun of more than the others and there's a little bit of an annoying thing going on? I was like, yeah, I like that they're all best friends and there's that. He goes, yeah, but it would be funny to see Schneider made fun of. I was like, yeah, that's true.
Well, we all rag on each other anyway, so it made it more fun in the movie to have one guy that we... And it was kind of selfless because he wasn't fighting back that much and we're all pouncing on him because he's kind of peace-loving it.
When you watch the film, you can't help but get the impression that this film was Sandler's boys coming to grips on where they are now in their life.
I think this was for our future as comedians. You acknowledge the problems so the people who are watching the movie the rest of our lives, other movies we do in the future, they don't say, hey, he's getting fat. If we say in this movie, hey, we're fat, then they can't say it again after. Does that make any sense?
You beat him to the punch.
Exactly.
They're all older, so they're not going to be hip and cool. They're dads, so they tell dad jokes.
You know what we are? We're grown-ups.
Lenny realizes that his kids have become spoiled.
No, Adam's kids don't understand the recession because they have a solid gold house.
I think he's so caught up into that world, he doesn't want his kids to do that.
The other kids in this movie, they just annoy me. Where the movie shines is when it's just the real guys busting each other's chops.
It felt just like right
Just like right now, 5 funny guys canceling each other out.
In the writing, you wanted to make sure it was even, everybody got the score. And in the editing, when we were in the editing room, it was just like, okay, we haven't seen KJ be funny in a little bit. Let's make sure we get that in there. David Spade hasn't been funny the whole movie. We got to figure that out. We had a lot of that.
We've got to figure that out.
No, we would help each other out and say, hey, say this. When it came to insulting Rob, though, all these guys came to say it.
Funny.
It frees you up to be quiet, too, because you know someone else is going to be funny.
That's right.
Salma Hayek is very lighter on her feet than people might think. She seems maybe a little serious, but she's super goofy and fun. Maya Rudolph is hilarious. I did Saturday Night Live with her when I was hosting, and she was fun and ridiculous and always got good one-liners in the movie.
It feels like you're watching a home movie, but everybody's using their character's name, like you just filmed Adam Sandler hanging out with his friends. The film works best when it's at its most grounded. Like when it has a scene where it's the older characters trying to recreate childhood memories, but coming to grips with the fact that, ooh, they're not as young as they once were, and this might be a little bit different than they remembered.
I ended up having a ball, by the way.
That was the funniest, the hardest I ever laughed, was going down the water slide and looking back at Rock. Anyways, that was fun.
No, Rob had a stuntman do it, and I go, Rob, you can't have it's not considered a stunt when children are paying to do it.
I was afraid to go down the thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. I was cut from the movie, but my stunt double wasn't.
You know when Rock got mad? During the tadpole scene. Rock had to go in with the tadpoles with his legs in the water, and it was like 4 degrees out.
It was 4 degrees out.
Yeah.
These guys are still just big kids. One of my favorite parts of this movie was the rope swinging scene, which I thought seemed kind of cartoony, right up until I learned that this actually happened in real life.
Hey, I was with a bunch of crazy kids, and they were all doing it and swinging out. I swung out, and I got nervous. I held on. I'm coming back, and they're all screaming, let go, because I was swinging back at the tree, and I let go the last second. I landed on a beach and rolled.
Adam Sandler is a sentimental guy, and I feel like this was another tribute to his growing up.
You know, it was the most I've ever thought about who's watching the movie. The kids, people our age, grandma. Wanted to make sure everyone could have a good time. I don't think Grandma's going to have that good of a time.
I think she might enjoy it.
Just like in Hubie Halloween, the kids they cast in this movie also come from Disney and Nickelodeon.
The kid in Grown Ups, who's my son, is on the television show Jessie, which is a big show on Disney Channel, and my kids love it, and every kid in the world loves it.
And Adam Sandler would repay the favor by showing up on the Disney Channel show Jessie.
I'll go back out there, take her some of my punch. I made it in Kevin James' bathtub.
I give this movie a 7 out of 10. Number 26, Murder Mystery. It's a beautiful, picturesque film, and it's the second time that Jennifer Aniston co-stars with Adam Sandler.
Hope to do it again.
And we're going to.
Thank you. You got to go out there and write something and
We're going to. We're doing it.
Oh, yeah.
We got it. I'm on it.
We're on it. We've been wanting to do a movie together.
This has been in our realm for a long time.
The murder mystery of it all. We've talked about this throughout the year.
When people talk about Adam Sandler getting paid to vacation, this would be the movie you'd give as an example.
It sounded like this was a little bit of a scam. Like, hey, I can get Aniston on a movie. Let's go to Monte Carlo.
Yes.
Let's go to France. Let's
Sure.
go to Italy.
Sure. Yes.
You're going to places that only George Clooney could afford to live at.
You take a boat, you get on a boat, you cruise down, went over to their house, they made us homemade pizza, and it was an amazing time. I sat next to Bono, it was a good day.
Wait, is that one house? Not on the lake?
Yeah. He's got
That's George Clooney?
unbelievable house.
Nick and Audrey are the everyday, normal couple. Audrey is a hairstylist, while Nick is a cop training to become a detective.
And she's a little upset it's our anniversary, and I've never taken her on this honeymoon that I promised her.
Nick has a nasty habit of freezing up when he takes a detective exam, so he's stuck working with the guy from Workaholics. That would make sense because this film was directed by Kyle Newacek. And Kyle once made one of my videos go viral, so shout out to him. Nick has promised his wife a fancy European trip.
And I finally say, okay, let's go. And we go there and we meet on the plane Luke Evans. He plays a very wealthy guy, and he invites us on his yacht.
While on the plane, a billionaire named Charles Cavendish, because of course that's the billionaire's name, invites the two of them to his family's yacht. This is the kind of yacht you'd get a drone shot of.
Drone shot of my yacht, it's all I got. I'm all alone on the water.
Yeah, that's a much better way to view Europe than traveling on this bus. Or with these kids on a train.
Mi scusi. Mi scusi.
This movie is a lot like the board game Clue. Each person we meet in this film has a quirky, over-the-top personality, and we're left wondering who's responsible for killing each one of them off. We have a movie actress, the Colonel, a race car driver, the aristocrat, the billionaire old man. It's like we're killing off the crew of Gilligan's Island.
So we go from doing it. We were going to do a bus trip to all of a sudden we're on a yacht, and a murder happens, and we have to like figure out who the murderer was.
In the first murder mystery,
I met someone on a flight, and he invited us on a yacht.
They just kept getting murdered.
we are partners on
Partners
this
in
movie.
crime. So we went on the boat, and now we don't know how the heck we got here. And we are in awe, of course, because we've never seen anything like it. And then a murder happens, and all sorts of crazy things ensue as we try to figure out who done it.
Nick and Aubrey are the eyes and ears of the audience. You see the murders happening at the same time they do. So you know that they didn't commit them.
We have to figure out who did what, and it wasn't you. It was not you.
Hey.
We don't know. Maybe it was
We don't
you.
know who it was.
So you sympathize when this inspector is treating them, especially Nick, like criminals. And I'll give it to this film. Every time you think it's one suspect, they flip the script. Like any good mystery, it keeps you engrossed till the very end of the movie. But I don't know if I was so engrossed that I'd ever come back to rewatch this film.
You see my face because David Williams is touching my butt there in Stamp. That was like a huge puppet. It was very creepy.
Was so real.
It was very real.
And they just left it there for days.
Yeah. Murder mystery feels like the type of script that was not meant for Adam Sandler. That they just plugged him into the movie so that he could co-star with Jennifer Aniston again. I felt this way because none of the humor felt Sandlerian, and none of the quirky side characters were played by Sandler regulars. Jennifer Aniston said that Just Go With It was her trusting Sandler's sensibilities. Murder Mystery must have been the opposite.
When she's being funny, I'm funny. When she's being serious, I go, everyone listen up. Leads us in the right direction. She was the leader of this movie. You were.
We were co-pilots. And it
I don't
was
know.
amazing.
I
It
liked
was so
it.
much fun.
I liked you.
And she actually did take this. She did a lot of this movie, but and produced it all and was very very hands-on.
This film is another solid 7. It's a good but not memorable movie. I kind of forgot most of the scenes right after I finished watching this. But geez, I must have been alone in that feeling. It was Netflix's biggest opening for an original movie, with 30.9 million people watching this within the first 72 hours. It won a PCA Comedy Award.
That's it. We love doing this movie.
And it has a sequel. I know who won't be watching it. Amy Nicholson of Variety, who says that this film is nothing more exotic than a pizza. Whatever, Amy. I got Columbo vibes from watching this. And anything that reminds me of Columbo is a positive.
The Agatha
Jennifer
Christie.
I love Agatha Christie.
Yeah.
I love those murder
Orient
mysteries.
Express.
Sure,
Yeah,
that's a great one.
They're so good.
Still, I'm not sure how you could do the sequel, Are they going to have Nick and Aubrey actively looking for a murderer? Maybe our murderer is a celebrity.
Oh, Conan O'Brien would be an amazing murderer.
Or Courtney. No, Lisa. Lisa Kudrow would be the best. She'd actually be the best. And I think who'd
I'd still be on her side, even during the murder. I'd be like, I guess this person deserves it. Lisa's so nice.
This movie proves that you can't go wrong with Jennifer Aniston and Adam Sandler teaming up. I just hope the next outing is a little funnier. Number 25, Bulletproof. Adam Sandler plays the small-time LA crook, Archie Moses. And Damon Wayans plays Jack Carter, an undercover officer going under the name Rock Keats. Rock Keats has become the best friend of Archie Moses, which makes me wonder, how long has Jack Carter been on assignment? Either that or Archie Moses is one of the most trusting thieves of all time. Why wouldn't you want to be friends with Archie? You could hang out with this Spuds McKenzie looking dog.
When we was hosting the show, I said we should do a movie together. And I talked to, we had the same agents, and I said, try to find something for us. And as producer I've been working with found the script for us, and then it happened.
Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans do have chemistry. They barely keep it together while trying to promote the 1996 MTV Movie Awards.
Did he prepare you for the show of shows? The 1996 MTV Music Video Awards, hosted by Dennis Miller, is coming to you live this Wednesday at 8 o'clock with presenters and guests like Dennis Rodman, Mariah Carey, Take It Home, Seal, LL Cool J, That's the one. Bush, OJ, right in the air, and Oasis, Snoop Doggy Dogg, and Damon Wayans. Well, all right. It's the largest event of the year. That's right.
Undercover work pays off for Jack Carter. Archie is arranging a meeting for him to meet up with the drug lord, Frank Colton. Colton launders his drug money through a car dealership. James Caan, always playing the bad dude.
You can't believe it because you worship James Caan, all those guys I got to know. And
now that they've successfully infiltrated, they're going to arrest Colton. Jack Carter pleads to his boss, you gotta give Archie a light sentence. He's not that bad a guy.
He's not that bad. He's a low-life scumbag. All right, then he's my low-life scumbag. Okay, and who knows, after this is over, maybe I can help him get his life back together.
Showing that even though the friendship was formed while he was undercover, Jack does care about Archie. And that affection lasts right up until he takes a bullet to the head. Jack is able to survive this, and with assistance from his doctor, a woman named Tracy, is able to rejoin the force. From this moment on, Jack has a very pissed off attitude when he deals with Archie. But then I'm watching thinking, you know, you kind of deserve this. Archie trusted you, and of course he was going to be mad when he found out you were an undercover agent.
He didn't like me the whole time.
You think I'm afraid of Moses?
Well, after the way you treated him, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't want to put another bullet.
Jack becomes a miserable prick. He hates everybody, and doesn't even like being a cop anymore. Knowing that his time is now numbered, Archie has agreed to flip on Colton, but when he's about to be transferred, everything goes awry. Thank God Archie knew how to fly a plane, or they would have been royally screwed. To keep a low profile, Jack and Archie hide at a lodge in the middle of nowhere. In my opinion, the stuff that takes place at the lodge is the funniest stuff in this movie, though I kind of think this stuff was written for a David Spade, Chris Farley movie, but since they passed on it, was given to Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans. Like this scene, that's very 90s comedy.
Will you shut up? Shut the hell up!
Keats, you'll always be my bodyguard. You know that.
And are we expecting a change in your career towards more action movies?
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm doing a different kind of movie after this, so I just want to try to do as much as I can do.
Can we at all persuade you to sing I Will Always Love You?
You don't want to hear that.
The two of them do a little improv where they pretend to be a gay couple in front of the uncomfortable lodge owner, and all that set up leading to this hilarious payoff that we get later.
Let me guess, you dropped the soap.
Please take that out of my ass.
I want you on the bed now.
Hey, Charlie.
What's up, Chuck?
You know why I feel shy when I'm nude in front of anybody? It's crazy looking. And I just feel shy in a way, more protective than the other person who has to see me.
Colton has informants everywhere, so even though they thought they were safe at the lodge, They weren't. Thank God for loud porn. It can save your life. And that all leads into the biggest action sequence in this movie. Who knew that the lodge owner was an action star?
I hosted Saturday Night Live, and then we kind of hung out, and that's where Adam actually told me, he said he wants to do an action film with me.
Damon came to me with a sad look in his eye. No,
He's unhappy about Blank Man.
I saw his pain.
As the movie progresses, Jack starts to remember why he trusted his old friend Archie. Jack even believes Archie when he says that these two police officers, they've been bought off by Colton. Jack and Archie are boys again. He's gonna trust his sketchy friend over his police captain. I saw the movie Bulletproof before I ever saw Beverly Hills Cop 1, so back then this ending didn't bother me. But now this final shootout just looks like they copied Beverly Hills Cop 1. You know, I've always wondered, why are goons and guards so loyal to the people they work for during a shootout? If it was me, I would have been like, you're on your own, Colton. I want to live, okay? I'm not dying for you. Well, it turns out that Jack's girlfriend, the doctor, she was one of Colton's spies.
Give me the gun, bitch. Thank you.
Archie is able to save Jack's life, and Colton is a goner. The power of friendship. So I have a little bit of a soft spot for Bulletproof. When this movie first came out, there were so few Sandler films that this one felt like the hidden gem. A lot of people didn't know about this movie. It's a solid action buddy comedy, but it's not that amazing to me after I've seen so many more films in this genre. I read an article where they said that this film was considered a death nail in the idea that Damon Wayans could be a lead in a movie. And I think they were right, because after this film, he'd only star in 6 more movies, and the combined gross of those 6 movies was only $4.2 million. It's strange, because you'd think 2 guys from the 2 biggest sketch comedy franchises doing a project together would have been a bigger hit, but it wasn't. It's the kind of film where if you were on Family Feud and they said, name the top 5 forgotten Adam Sandler movies, if you said, Bulletproof, they would go, good answer, good answer. And even though it feels like nobody talks about this movie has a sequel, direct to DVD, but that still counts. And it stars Faison Love as the real Jack Carter and Kirk Fox as the real Archie Moses. And that movie you saw before, the first Bulletproof, it was the movie adaptation in their world.
I can't believe they made a movie about you.
You call that a movie?
You know, I tried to find it on the Netflix, but then I had to download it off the Pirate Bay.
Jack actually testified against Archie and sent Archie to jail. I don't really want to see that film. This film, another 7 out of 10. Number 24, You Don't Mess with the Zohan. The very last Sandler film I ever saw in theaters.
Zohan he's there for you. You go see him, you eat your popcorn, you live, you love, enjoy.
I stopped seeing Adam Sandler films in theater because the last few outings just weren't doing it for me. Mr. Deeds and 50 First Dates, they were just too soft for me at the time. Longest Yard was funny, but I didn't think it was funny enough. And Click, which is weird because when I went back to rewatch and rank all these films, every single one of the films I just named now outrank Zohan. This movie is a live-action cartoon. Think your Jack and Jill, your little Nicky. A lot of people seem to get on Adam Sandler that all his film characters have to have a silly accent. But I think that's what gives each one of his films a very distinctive feel. You wouldn't confuse Zohan with any of his other characters. The Zohan is basically a Jewish superhero. He defends his homeland, and he looks very cool while doing it.
You've seen this story so many times. Israeli army intelligence officer wants to fake his own death because he wants to be a hairdresser.
The women swoon all over him, even though I think he looks like Little Dicky.
Kind of have a serious crush on the Zohan though, and I'm wondering, like, does that make me weird?
I don't think so. I really don't think it makes you weird, because the first time I saw Adam come out of the trailer, I was like, oh.
Zohan. I love that so much.
The best shape I've ever been in my life.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you were the most insanely active dude, and I want to know if you portray that same, like, fitness.
Never. That's over, man. The Zohan is dead.
That breaks my heart.
Even something like the Zohan's hair is memorable, which is something you aim for when you're trying to create a memorable character. Zohan feels trapped in his life of fighting against the terrorists, and he'd rather just cut hair. His obsession with cutting hair and Mariah Carey makes his parents think that he's, well, There's even a deleted scene where his dad's like,
Bitch, he's not dead. I'm sure. He ran away. Trust me, he's fagulous.
Which feels pretty callous, but also like he would have just accepted his son anyway. That Zohan didn't even have to go to America. Gay jokes and terrorism. This is from what I would call the Rudy Giuliani's New York era of Sandler comedies, which would also include Anger Management, Chuck and Larry, and even though it's not a comedy, Reign Over Me. We got the Sandler crew showing up right away. Chris Rock can't even keep a straight face as he's trying to do this character's accent. So you gotta give Rob Schneider credit that he's able to stay in character. Apparently, he studied for this role.
Flattered as I was like, I knew the responsibility of it. Yeah. So I really worked on it, and we got the really good look, and I worked with the Palestinian, Dr. Salome worked with me to get the accent right, and he's not an accent coach, he's just a Palestinian guy.
And then we have Nick Swarsden's character, who has to deal with the Zohan sleeping with his mother. Oh, that Adam Sandler. He only casts his friends. His friends are some of the funniest comedians of all time.
You used me. That's not what friends do. That's what Adam Sandler's friends do.
Your strategy of using your friends, not only your actor friends, but using your actual civilian friends.
You've been making movies together with the same group of guys for a long time. It's great, and you can certainly tell that you function as a great, very strong comedy unit.
But if you asked yourself why so many of Adam's friends were available to speak tonight, I'll tell you why. Because when Adam isn't working, they aren't working.
If I was making a movie and I had access to those guys, I'd use them too.
But now it's more like that crew of kind of like support animals that he has with him, those dudes.
His guys,
they're now all producers and they have kids and they're all on set now too.
Who cares if he writes with his old college pals?
Well, we've done a lot of movies together. We did Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, and we're college roommates, so it's very easy to collaborate. So we've known each other for a long time, and it's seamless at this point.
What a great way to hang out with your buddies. Just give them a bit role.
The beauty of working with Sandler is you get calls which basically are like, hey, how's it going? Good. We're making this anime movie. There's a part that he's a guy, and you're going to be that guy.
I'm writing a movie right now about the Russian Revolution.
Oh, really? Who does Kevin James play in it?
It's a serious movie. Trotsky.
I've done quite a few Adam Sandler
I've
films.
noticed that you're in almost every Adam Sandler movie. He puts you in a lot of these films.
Yeah, let me finish.
Bit roles have changed Adam Sandler's life. Like that waitress in Big Daddy. That's how Adam Sandler met his wife. And now she cameos in a ton of his movies. If anything, being part of the Sandlerverse sounds like a blast. If Adam likes you, then you're gonna be in his movies forever.
First text I get from Adam.
I literally get one every morning.
He's so funny, so enjoyable to be around.
Adam he really is the nicest guy in the world, and he is really hilarious.
He made me laugh and everything, of course, but he also really moved me.
He's awesome, Adam Sandler. I think he's terrific.
So much fun.
And Adam is just really like team captain, and he's an amazing guy.
He's always worried about everyone else's feelings. He treats everyone on his crew and his cast like they are a priority.
He takes time out to just share stories with you. He'll ask you even about your family. Like it's not always about work.
Did he think you were cool when you showed up on SNL? Well, you might be in one of his future movies. You don't really know how to do comedy? Well, instead of being intimidated, his sets are a place that actresses and actors have said they felt comfortable learning how to do comedy. If you're funny in one Sandler movie, there's a good chance you'll be back. I get it. When you think Happy Madison Productions, you think this. But these aren't scrubs off the street. Kevin James can be huge box office. Chris Rock is a stand-up legend. And Spade and Schneider were part of Adam Sandler's original SNL class and have been leads in their own movies. Not only does Adam get to make his own movies with his friends and fellow comedians, but he's also able to use that power to make his friends uncomfortable, which I think is hilarious.
A lot of the actors said you make them do crazy things on the set. What did you do?
Not really. Just what's in the script, and on occasion a little more, but not too bad. You know, always in the comfort zone.
Once he says you want to do this movie, I get excited, and then after that I panic.
He's the kind of guy who would name drop a non-famous friend in a sketch.
Come on, let the boy feed your dog.
If you're gonna be in one of his movies, you might be wearing something that's gonna make you look very silly. and be the butt of the joke, which seems cruel, but these people that he's picking on are in all of his movies. What's odd to me is just how upset people get when they see Adam Sandler's real-life friends get put into bit roles. But the thing is, most of these guys also went to school for acting and writing and comedy.
Alan's a comedian.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
But Dante and...
But Dante, you know, he came out here to be an actor.
Oh, did he?
Is he the guy with a fucked up eye?
No, that's my buddy Lochran.
Does he really have a fucked up eye?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
Unfortunately, he has to put that contact in every time we write him into a movie, and he's like, do I wear the contact? And we're like, yeah, it's probably funner if you do.
Oh,
He's
God.
like, yeah.
I've tried to wear contact.
And one of the oldest talking points is that Rob Schneider is just Adam Sandler's charity case. People act like the only movies that Rob Schneider can get casted in are Sandler movies.
Close it out.
But that's not true.
You have it all. Wasn't it enough?
Yeah. You could have said that. You know you're thinking of that.
As a matter of fact, you'll rarely see a Sandler flick without his pal Rob playing an outrageous role.
But there's a good reason why you see Rob Schneider in these films.
But I said, don't hire me for this. Hire Nick Nolte. Like, just say, you can get anybody you want. I said, he said, just do it. I mean, like, you can get anybody, and like, you should, because you're great. And he said, no, I want you to do it. And I go, why? And he said, because, you know, if I ask you to go climb that palm tree over there, I know you're dumb enough to do it.
Even if this video shows that, yeah, they've been in like 20 plus movies together.
Movie credits, I would say 200. How many is it? Lucky 23, pretty cool. He's amazingly goofy and everything. You can do it, guys. Pretty good in the Waterboy.
There's a rule in Hollywood: you should never work with kids or animals or Rob Schneider.
And he must be a heck of a guy to work for, because his list of regulars just keeps expanding.
Adam's got a whole beautiful group that he works with, and it's all in his world and his guys and wonderful people.
Adam said, you know, I'm doing this thing and I want you in it, Lou. And I basically said, I'm there.
So you gotta ask yourself, does casting his friends affect his business? I would say not. The only one who seems to really say negative things about Adam Sandler is Amy Pascal. And her major grievance is that Adam Sandler wanted $200 million for a Candyland movie. Guys, can we fantasy cast that down in the comments? So the Zohan fakes his own death to move to America and work as a hairdresser. But getting a job for Paul Mitchell isn't that easy. Nor is rocking that 80s hair in current-day New York. Meanwhile, back home, the terrorist, who everybody believes killed the legendary Zohan, is being treated like a terrorist A-lister, even getting his own version of a Happy Meal. This man is named the Phantom. Having been turned down by Paul Mitchell, the Zohan finds a Palestinian woman who runs her own hair salon. She lets him apprentice. When she finds herself down a hairstylist, she lets Zohan finally take on a client. And he does a heck of a job. In fact, that salon suddenly becomes the go-to spot for older women. Okay, so the Zohan is doing more than cutting hair, if you catch my drift. And the hair that he does cut, aren't these all your average Karen haircuts? Which Sandler regular are we gonna get? It's the Fonz! You remember when I talked about the Cobbler movie and how a realtor was coming in to destroy all the businesses that were on that street? Yeah, that's what's happening in this movie as well. Except this time, the realtor is Michael freaking Buffer.
If you bitches can't get those people out, I will find other people who will get the job done.
When I saw this in theaters, I thought this was the funniest part of the movie. That is some inspired stunt casting. So I know the cool thing is to go back and judge comedy films through today's sensibilities and getting outraged by the jokes that were being told back then. And the Zohan, kind of like Chuck and Larry later in this countdown, has some very controversial aspects. The Palestinian characters are shown as terrorist sympathizers who work on one side of the street, while the Israelis work on the other side. But if you learn anything, you've learned that the Sandler approach is that we all find common ground, and by doing that, we learn to love and respect each other.
I'm not expecting world peace after this movie, but that's, you know, it's trying to say the right thing. It's trying to say the only way to solve these problems is to ultimately move on.
That at the end of the day, we're all just bros. It's a very Pollyanna approach, but one that I agree with.
You know, they had opportunity. So with hopelessness, you have hate. With hope, with hope, you have hope. You could have peace. So I'm hoping that, and I guarantee you, both sides hopefully will be equally offended, and they'll find both equally hilarious. I hope.
Zohan's love interest even says that both sides are extreme in their beliefs.
Originally, Salma Hayek was cast, and then she got pregnant, so she had to fall out.
Our real enemy? The billionaire. The guy who's willing to destroy people's lives just so he can make a
indoor mall with its own 300-foot roller coaster.
Eat the rich, indeed. I'm guessing that the filmmakers realize that this is coming across as a little racist, which is why they have rednecks in this film who love Mel Gibson, and they're going to be the ones who make the Palestinians and Israelis fight each other. I wonder how many people knew that Dave Matthews was such a Sandler regular. So, of course, this blood rivalry between the Phantom and the Zohan leads up to a hacky sack tournament, which for some reason Mariah Carey is performing at, and I guess she left her puppy at home. And is it me, or does she seem pretty indifferent between the Israeli and Palestinian conflict? Like none of that bothers her in the slightest. You know what else she doesn't seem to care about? MySpace.
You have MySpace?
But, you know, the record company does. It's not really mine.
Well, Mariah may be blasé about everything, but the boys were not blasé about Mariah being in this film.
Mariah Carey. She is, to try to explain, she's a very, special woman.
Yeah, they were more than a little excited that she wanted to be part of this film.
Mariah Carey.
You know what? War is dumb. Love. Now that's cool. Zohan loves Dahlia, and Dahlia, that's actually the Phantom's sister. While the Israelis and Palestinians are becoming friends, their neighborhood is being torn apart. The realtor has secretly paid the rednecks to go destroy everything. You know how I said this movie was like a human cartoon? This scene is the perfect example. Wait, so the Phantom had this power all along, and he's just now using it to knock Dave Matthews into this room filled with gay men? So the conflict in the Middle East has been solved, and it's come to its most logical conclusion. They're gonna own a strip mall together. This film is another 7 out of 10. The approach for this script was like hunting with a machine gun. So many jokes were attempted, and a lot of them hit, but just as many of those jokes felt like a miss, which is something I learned to appreciate about an Adam Sandler movie. When you watch one of his comedies, notice that they have jokes in the dialogue, and then there's multiple sight gags, some in the forefront and some in the background. They squeeze laughs out of the soundtrack, out of the character's wardrobe. I loved how in this film they used a ton of Eurodance music. Some critics would claim that this was a lame Borat wannabe. Borat was a huge hit the previous year, but they weren't trying to copy Borat. In fact, this script had been around before 9/11 even happened.
They were cool about it. We wrote the script up, gave it to Sony, and I honestly was expecting to hear no, and then I'd have some relief. I'd be like, all right, we gotta move on. She was like, yes, I really like that idea. It's a nice thing for the world to talk about this stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, here we go. So we did it. I like it though.
I worked on that with Robert Smigel. We had a script we really liked in like 2000.
We were getting ready to do the movie right before 9/11, so we knew not to do it then. It would be ridiculous. And then as the years went on, we would talk about maybe we should do that movie. Maybe it's good to, a good thing to talk about that subject.
We put it in a trunk before 9/11 when there was the Intifada a year or two before that.
So you'd think a guy like Zohan couldn't possibly exist in the real world. Well, like Sandy Wexler, there actually was a person that this was based on.
Oh no, I had a hair guy who used to cut my hair. He was Israeli, and he used to talk about the army to me. And he also used to play with my hair at the same time, so we thought that was funny.
Number 23. You're so not invited to my bat mitzvah. Ever since Adam Sandler made the Myowitz story, he's become a critical darling. Just look at the Rotten Tomatoes score of the last few movies he's made.
The actor-comedian's latest Netflix title, You Are So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah, has managed to draw a Rotten Tomatoes score of 96%, a score higher than any of his previous films across 34 years.
Maybe this next generation of Sandler won't get the same critical beatings as their father did. Sonny Sandler is a natural in this movie, so I guess you can inherit funny. If you ever wondered what it's like to be a teen girl nowadays, this is the movie. It's like how Mean Girls was in the 2000s, or Clueless in the 90s. And the director definitely took inspiration from John Hughes. Stacy and Lydia are BFFs. They do everything together, and that includes planning for their bat mitzvahs. And it was very important while you were watching this film to feel like the two were actually friends.
When they were just chatting, we had to do it on Zoom, but when they were just chatting that first read through, I went, oh, they're connecting as human beings, and that sealed it.
These girls have gotten to the age where they're now developing crushes on the boys. Something that in real life, Adam Sandler admitted he wasn't very excited for.
It's very weird to see your kid lock eyes with a boy while they're talking. It's like, whoa, you lock with daddy's eyes, man.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy too.
That's a good one, Alan. You're right. That is gross. You're
right. Easy there.
Stacy just wants to feel cool.
I'm not popular. I'm not a loser. I don't know who I am.
She's got a crush on this kid, Andy Goldfarb, but he doesn't really acknowledge her. Then there's this kid, Mateo, and since he's always treating her really nice, we already know what zone he's in. The music in this movie is the complete opposite to your standard Adam Sandler movie.
Can you play Don't Stop Believin' by Journey?
Wow, what a deep cut.
Get out of here with that shit. It's the song that I feel like it's the joke. It's like the song that we all hear at every bar mitzvah, that we all request. And I think it was sort of like paying homage to the song without ever seeing that through.
Is Tim Hurley taking a shot at his other movies? Because they've definitely used this song. Twice. The director felt that it was very important that the soundtrack in this movie sound like what girls actually listen to these days.
Ugh, Dad, can you turn the song off? It's embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing? No one's around to hear it.
Oh my God, you're humiliating me!
All right, I'll turn it off.
Kids are the litmus test here, and they know what's cool. Like, what are kids really wearing? Like, where do you shop? What music do you listen to? Everything I did, went through the filter of like Sunny, Sadie, everyone.
We've got Ava Max, Dua Lipa, Iconopop, Gail, Lady Gaga, and the soundtrack was scored by one of the girls from the band Haim. In Grown Ups, you have that scene where Sandler is watching his tween boys play non-stop first-person shooters. Well, this film flips that with the teen girl cliche hobbies. They do TikTok challenges, they do facials, everyone's communicating on a secret Instagram page, which they use for gossip, and they use TikTok to mock each other. And nothing makes you feel older than when they refer to 80s, 90s, and 2K horror movies as classics. You're So Not Invited is like a crash course in Judaism. Adam Sandler and director Sammy Cohen wanted to show the full experience of preparing for this milestone, stressing the importance of reading, the act of charity and selflessness. Stacy's even forced to realize just how spoiled she actually is. These older Jewish women didn't have this type of ceremony, and her dad just had a party thrown at his house. Adam Sandler plays Danny Friedman, Sonny's father. Yet, this movie is a family affair, and Adam Sandler is once again married to Adina Menzel, putting her in the two-timers club. Adina Menzel plays Bree Friedman. And this relationship seems a lot healthier than the one from Uncut Gems. I hope his real-life wife, Jackie, doesn't get jealous. Jackie plays Lydia's mom, and her movie husband is Sandler regular Luis Guzman. Oh, God, I just had a horrible thought. I know the timelines don't match up, but what if they were both their characters from the gangbang scene in The Do-Over? Oh, Lydia, I really hope that's not how you were conceived.
Time to get hammered.
Ooh, maybe he'll pass out.
Also, this might be a crossover in another parallel Sandler universe with Grown Ups.
Oh, well, hey, we're sitting with the lemon sauce. I love it.
Hey now.
Lemon sauce.
There's some parts in this movie that start feeling like newer takes on old Adam Sandler scenes. This time, unlike in Blended, he's a dad who actually knows how to shop for tampons. This Rabbi Rebecca has a very Miss Lippy from Billy Madison vibe about her. She's very quirky, but she also serves as the observant, relatable adult who guides Stacy into becoming a better person. She wasn't fooled by Stacy's charitable work. She knew it was just so she could get to spend some time with Andy Goldfarb.
I have nothing else to say, I just wanted to pop in.
And if Stacy doesn't take her ritual seriously, the whole bat mitzvah is going to be canceled. And apparently while making this movie, Sunny Sandler was actually studying for her real-life bat mitzvah.
Right before the making of Bat Mitzvah, Sunny Sandler had her actual Bat Mitzvah.
Also, there's this joke about somebody coming in dressed like they're about to tell a child that their parents just got into a car accident.
I look like the lady at school that pulls kids out of class when their parents get into car accidents.
How often does that happen?
Doesn't she know what happened to poor Davy from 8 Crazy Nights? Is this the same cliff jumping spot from Grown Ups 2? Sandler is in full-on dad mode, and this has to be almost spot on to how he portrays himself when he's on talk shows. He doesn't want to dress up. He doesn't even want to dress up in real life to go to real life bat mitzvahs.
But I was doing Saturday Night Live. You know how you do the pictures in the beginning?
Yeah.
I had a suit on, and I said, "Hey, this suit feels great." And the bat mitzvah was the next week, and I said, "May I keep this, please?" And they said yes.
Stacy and Ronnie have some top-notch parents. They're involved. They're supporting. So what if they're a little embarrassing? Oh, Sandler's basically just playing himself, isn't he?
You can have a ball pit.
Oh my God, Dad, that's for kids. I've had my period for 7 months now. But Stacy.
That's a long period, sweetheart.
There's a scene where Stacy and her BFF Lydia present a slideshow to Stacy's parents about the type of party they want to have and the celebrities they plan to invite. In this movie, it's played off as a joke that they think Olivia Rodrigo or Paul McCartney would make time to come to some kid's bat mitzvah. But in real life, this actually happens to Sunny Sandler, as you can go to her bat mitzvah and see Adam Levine playing guitar.
Now, he asked Adam Levine to sing at the bat mitzvah? Isn't that kind of a ballsy move?
Well, first of all, 5 different rooms, like a candy room, and then like a bounce house, and then this, and then like a room just,
right.
You know, it's like a fake panning for gold, but it's real gold bricks.
Celebrities showed up for both of Sandler's kids' bat mitzvahs.
Your eldest daughter, she had a bat mitzvah, and I went. I got to see Chris Rock, David Spade wearing yarmulkes. I sat next to David Spade's mother.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I heard she was nervous talking to Dustin Hoff.
Adam Sandler went all out for his daughter Sunny's bat mitzvah, and so did the stars. Yeah, Adam's famous friends came out to celebrate Sunny's special day.
Speaking of showing up, is that Steve Buscemi? Oh, Steve Buscemi has a brother, Michael. Speaking of siblings, Sadie Sandler plays the older sister, Ronnie Friedman. She's the one who's already been through the things that Stacy is feeling. She's become scary and moody to her dad, but it's kind of just an act. She's just at that stage of life where mom, and especially dad, get a lot of attitude. Sadie Sandler was solid in her role as Ronnie, but this was a showcase for Sunny.
She felt so real. She really brought, she's an incredible actor and can really take what's on the page and make it feel, real in every way.
And the two girls even have a couple of cute sister moments on film. This movie was so much like Clueless or Mean Girls. You watch this girl who starts off as sympathetic, slowly becoming more and more awful, until it blows up in their face, and then they have to make amends. Did her best friend kiss her crush? Yes! But does she deserve to continually be humiliated by her ex-best friend? No! Technology makes blackmail and humiliation so much easier. The amount of embarrassing footage your friends have of you, and now they have apps where you could make automatic montages, so this easily could happen. Stacy becomes completely self-obsessed. Her charity work is just so she can sabotage Lydia and Andy's relationship. When the Rabbi Rebecca catches Stacy and Andy making out, Dad has to lay down the law. Stacy's awfulness hits another level. Her revenge video was accidentally given to Lydia's mom, and it plays in front of all her guests. Stacy realizes she's become a horrible person, and tries to start making real strides to become a better one. Like Cher did in Clueless, she becomes refocused on properly doing her readings. But when the day comes, she can't bring herself to go. Dad has to step in. Lydia and her family are gonna be a no-show to the bat mitzvah. And while doing her reading, Stacy admits she's been a horrible person for the last 3 months. Dad's like,
give it your best shot.
and then we'll all fix this together. Hopefully after I take off this itchy suit.
Stacy goes to see Lydia and says you have to show up to the party tonight. Stacy gave up her bat mitzvah so that Lydia could have a redo of hers. They're back to being BFFs for life. Yeah, this is a really cute movie. It's that type of movie that I could see a bunch of teen girls really relating to.
Cece, this was your dream. It's our dream, Stacy.
And like Hubie Halloween, one of those films that I could see younger kids getting nostalgic about as the years go on. Number 22. Alright, if putting the dramas really low on this list is gonna ruffle some feathers, putting Pixels at 21 is certainly gonna get the comments.
It's when intergalactic aliens misinterpret video feeds of classic arcade games, and then hilarity ensues.
But guess what? Like Mr. Deeds, every time I rewatch Pixels, I like it just a little bit more.
Yeah, I love that I'm in this thing. I love that it's kind of a superhero movie with regular guys, and it's good to be in a movie that looks this cool. It looks this lush, and the effects are awesome. And
Pixels is one of those movies that I think a lot of movie critics went into ready to hate. I think there were people who went into this movie upset that they stole a plot from a Futurama episode. Yeah, similar, but when you watch the movie, it's quite different than the 12-minute short. And other people were quick to say, you know what? I liked the 5-minute short film that this was based on, but this didn't need to be a feature-length movie. But having watched that short film, it felt less like a film and more like a proof of concept to show you how cool these effects would be if you threw a big budget behind it. There's no dialogue in the short film, so what exactly was going to be the script when this became a real movie?
I would have thought this movie came out already. The fact that these video games come alive and we have to fight them, I would think they would have put this movie out maybe 10 years ago, but I'm glad we got it. Saw the short, and I thought that it would make an awesome movie with guys who were good at these games back in the day being called upon to take these guys out.
It was a short film that we saw on the internet that was incredible. Patrick Jean did that, and it was about all these video games we loved from growing up, taking over New York City, and then we came up with the idea of guys who were great at playing these games, getting called upon to defeat them as they try to take over the world, and we just knew it would look awesome.
Two different worlds colliding, but it was more something visual. On the feature, we had to add characters and a real storyline, but I think the spirit of the short is still present in the feature film. Well, I felt great because Adam Sandler was one of our first choices as the main part for the movie. So I was really glad that he accepted to do it.
Like the short film that it was adapted from, the vibrant colors used in this movie pop right off the screen. And this film had some inspired visual gags. I particularly enjoyed the one about the aliens trying to communicate through old television broadcasts. And I think that we all knew that Madonna would bring the end of times.
You have already lost the first battle, and for our victory, we have taken a trophy.
Speaking of attacks, isn't it odd that the president, yes, I said president, Kevin James is reading to children, Girl Scouts, when he learns of the attack? Very George Bush.
Kevin James also in the movie, too. Plays the president of the United States.
He's fantastic, and he's a good president. Did you hear his first, what he did when he got into office? First movie made? Legalized marijuana meatloaf.
So yeah, President Kevin James really seems to get under the skin of the critic. How could Kevin James play a president? We can't have something that silly in a comedy movie. Like, dude, relax.
I immediately understood what was needed of me in this, and what I could bring that would be unique to the role. And I wouldn't watch any other presidents and how they did it, because I understood. Sandler was asking me, and I could tell he wanted a regular guy, and we kind of just wanted to see that, and that's what I wanted to do.
The film is centered around a bunch of old gamers being the only people who can save us from aliens taking over. In real life, Adam Sandler is not a gamer. He used to be.
So I lived for this stuff. Any place I was, I would, if we were at Pizza Hut and I heard the noise, I'd definitely get a quarter from Daddy.
I got some skills in these games. As it progressed and we got older and the new games came out, I can't say I'm good at any of that stuff. I'd like to be, but I got no time. But
the new game
would happen, and that was your game for like 4 months. Space Invaders, and then Asteroids, and Pac-Man, and Defender, Missile Command. The one I got good at was Galaxian and Galaga.
Nice. They attack us in the form of Galaga, Centipede, Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is massive. Pac-Man. So they come down in all forms. And we got Cubert too. Cubert's hanging out with us a lot.
And that's what you can see in this film. But if you ask him about anything recent, not a clue.
You got to see.
Do you do like the new, like World of Warcraft?
No, I don't know it that well.
So the realism for this movie goes right out the window the minute you see Peter Dinklage come in being full Billy Mitchell.
I did a movie with Tom McCarthy, and he's friends with the Dink. We were putting the movie together, and we were trying to come up with a good cast. And Covert said, "What about Peter Dinklage for the Fire Blast?" And we were all like, "That's the greatest."
Hello, Big Apple. The cavalry has arrived.
Dinklage is a phenom. People love him.
And Peter Dinklage, just honestly, he floored me. He brought the thunder in ways that I've never thought possible.
Adam Sandler's character works for a knockoff Best Buy Geek Squad type company. And to round out the gamer crew, we have Josh Gad's character, Ludlow. Ludlow is a conspiracy theorist and is obsessed with One Tree Hill. So I personally felt attacked there.
To try to watch an episode of One Tree Hill that I recorded on my VCR last night. I've been binge watching to catch up.
If you don't like Josh Gad's brand of comedy, just know that he also gets physically abused a lot in this movie.
Josh Gad brings it to another level with the curls.
He means well, and he's a superhero without a cape. His superpower is that he can play video games really well.
Josh is out of his mind. More than I've seen. I don't know. I don't think I know anybody like him. He's full tilt, funny, crazy bastard, really sweet guy.
Aliens have taken the videos that we've sent out into space, and they interpret these videos as us threatening them.
Well, in the early 80s, America sends up this probe into outer space with a bunch of stuff from the culture of the time, and it contains video games and stuff like that, Rubik's Cubes and things like that. And the aliens kind of see this, they spot it, and they kind of misread it. They misinterpret it as, a declaration of war.
So they're going to challenge us to a set of games. If we lose, they'll destroy our planet. All of their challenges happen to be based on famous arcade games. So the fate of our world depends on how well these guys are able to take on Donkey Kong.
When I become president later on, they come attacking us in the form of video games. They think that's how we want to fight. And it's up to me to recruit all my buddies who were champions at video games back in the day to bring them back. It's the only way we can battle against them.
These 3 video game nerds who actually were superstars when they were kids, and then their world fell apart because the arcades closed, and we cut to 2015 and they have useless skills and they're really lost in their lives, but the President of the United States needs to get them together to help save the planet. I love that.
Only these people will compete on Donkey Kong stage. I'd have put a professional athlete on the beam, but sure, let's put the Geek Squatter, the divorcing White House employed love interest, who supposedly Jennifer Aniston turned down playing, President Paul Blart, and Cubert up there.
You sit there and you pretend something's there, and Chris Columbus kept making me dig deep as an actor and saying he's really there, the Pac-Man's going to get you.
And we really tried to create these pixelized versions of destruction, and I'm telling you shouldn't do any mind-altering drugs before you see the movie. It's wild.
Got to do some cool stuff and drive pretty fast in Toronto. And that was a good time. The time that all the streets were shut down, so I got to feel kind of studly for a minute or two. And it was good. That's like one of my favorite sequences in the movie. Just took, I think it took almost 2 weeks to shoot that whole thing.
The CGI, that's a little challenging.
Yes.
Were you harnessed? What
we
was
were
the physical
harnessed.
aspects
Yeah, we
of
were
it?
harnessed, and we did a lot of running and jumping and kind of cartwheeling off the sides. And chafing and running up those ladders, those Donkey Kong ladders, was the worst part.
If steel,
they don't.
Yeah, you're banging your shins constantly.
They were not ergonomically.
What was
correct.
It is quite a visual spectacle when you get to the Donkey Kong stage scene. They clearly spent a lot of time trying to get this part right. Maybe I shouldn't underestimate the woman who plays the divorcee who works at the White House. In real life, I found out the actress who played her won blue ribbons as a hog wrestler when she was 13 years old.
and Michelle Monaghan. And then
she should be on the show always. You would love her more than anybody.
We got Michelle Monaghan. She's unbelievable.
Michelle, we love. I think she can outdrink everybody, possibly. Maybe Kevin James can beat her. We'll see.
Well, so I went smart, check, accomplished, check, badass, check.
You were there.
I was there. I was just present. I was just there on the day.
You
know what? It was the job title and the name that got me. And I thought, this is a character who's got brains and brawn, and she's just a really cool female character.
Something about battling a gigantic Frogger while 70s and 80s jams play, that speaks to me.
A lot of people always tell me, oh man, you really love the 80s, you really love the 70s. I'm just like, I just stopped listening after that. That's the only reason. I don't love it that much.
The highest praise that I can give for Pixels, and it might just be because I saw Dan Aykroyd and this is a Sony film, but it kind of reminded me of Ghostbusters. This movie is a solid 7.5 out of 10. I think this is going to be another film where in about 10 years, you're going to have a whole bunch of new YouTubers who reminisce fondly about this movie. And it makes sense. The director of this movie, Chris Columbus, has made legendary movies. He's the guy who did some of the early Harry Potter films. And of course, Home Alone.
We used to talk about Home Alone when I was making movies back then and say, now, yeah, we're working hard, but how do we make one of those Home Alone kind of movies?
I love the idea of being able to do an original summer movie in a summer of superhero movies and sequels. It was really exciting for me.
Star Wars.
Like Hubie Halloween and Murder Mystery, I think Pixels has all the ingredients to also make a much funnier sequel. What if we did it in modern times, and we talked about current day tropes of the video gaming world? What if we had cameos from Lara Croft, Nathan Drake, Crash Bandicoot? I'm sure there'd be references to Minecraft, Halo, Fortnite.
I don't know what the hell it would be. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It took so long to put this one together, and it's finally done, man. The movie's coming out in a couple weeks, and literally just finished it like a couple weeks ago. It's a crazy process with this type of movie, so I'm a little spent. But maybe we'll see what the hell happens.
You can always explore a new era of video games.
Agree.
Yeah.
I agree. That would be fun too.
Number 21.
Hotel Transylvania 2.
Hotel Transylvania! No, it's fine now. Monsters and humans get along swimmingly.
Alright, I'm as shocked as you guys are. All the Hotel Transylvania films were pretty damn good. Mavis and Johnny are now married. I always kind of wondered how this kind of relationship plays out in the long run. You watch something like Bewitched, or Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or anything else where a main character marries a mortal. I always get kind of bummed out, because the mythical creature is going to live forever. And if they found true love with a mortal, what are they going to have them for like 50, 60 years tops? That seems really sad. How do they fix that? Does Mavis bite Johnny and make him a creature of the night? Wouldn't be the worst thing. Johnny already kind of looks like he's in poor health. Look at his posture.
Johnny remains a wild outdoorsman optimist. He's getting a little bit domesticated. He's dealing with married life and fatherhood.
But why am I getting all deep with discussions of love, life, and mortality? Why don't we talk about getting a puppy, which is the short film Puppy that came out between Hotel Transylvania 2 and 3. Even when making an animated film, Sandler uses his real-life family as inspiration.
He's accepted that his daughter is in love with a human. He's not quite that pleased that his grandson might be human-y. Kind of wants him to be a little more of a monster, or a little more vampire. And he's trying to bring that out of him the whole movie.
In a press interview, he talks about family biases, that you can forget to consider your spouse's family when you're trying to raise a child.
So Mavis and Johnny get married in this one. And Mavis, I don't know if you remember, she's 125 years old, so she's got experience, which is nice to have in a wife. And when they're married, then they have a beautiful little baby called Dennis.
You grow up a certain way and you're just like, well, the kid's going to be exactly like our side, right? You don't understand that there's other people involved, and Drac has to open his eyes up a little bit more.
I love you, Dad, but we don't even know if the kid's gonna be a vampire. I'd be thrilled if the baby's human-y just like Johnny.
Drac really wants him to be a vampire, But obviously Johnny, in his laid-back nature, is cool with it either way, if he's human or vampire or a mix of both.
The little one come to this point of fruition in his life, so he can become a full-fledged vampire and experience life the way he's supposed to.
But then I think embracing the fact that it's okay to be different. It's okay to, you don't always have to be like your parents or your grandparents, and that, you should be loved for who you are.
Look at this kid. You have no idea what he's going to turn out to be. He's got his mom's face, but that hair does not scream vampire.
We designed Dennis to be the best of Jonathan and Mavis. So he's got Johnny's kind of crazy red hair, and we designed the face to be a little bit more like Mavis.
Dennis is a whole new addition to the family, and he's different, but learning how to embrace that he's different and support him and love on him.
He seems more human than vampire, and I think Drac is a little disappointed in that, and he wants to make sure that Dennis has the vampire in him.
It's down to the wire, though. Dennis is showing no supernatural ability, and if it doesn't appear by the age of 5, then I guess it never will. The main theme of this movie is about how each generation feels like their way is the only correct way. Drac and his friends, they have their way. Mavis has her way. And when we meet Drac's grandfather, played by Mel Brooks, he's got his way.
Mel Brooks plays Drac's dad, Vlad.
You let your daughter marry a human!
I wish I had gotten to be in the same room as Mel Brooks. He's like my all-time hero.
Mel Brooks is the old guard. He's the type of vampire who hunted humans.
Adam has a dad. There's a great-grandfather involved. It's Mel Brooks, is it correct? Can we say that?
Vlad even has an evil crony who does all his bidding.
The first painting that we did, he was kind of looking back, and he's very scary looking. And I was like, wow, I don't know if we can make this funny. Drax around Daddy is a little soft and nervous and wants to please his papa.
Johnny's up against not just Drac, but now Vlad, who's even more old school and to the tradition of being a vampire and that kind of thing. And Johnny's much more next generation, and obviously they're, branching outside of that, Mavis is, by marrying a human.
I see a lot of Dracula's father in me. My kids will tell you that. I could have a Dracula-type Vlad voice.
The main cast was all back for the adventure.
Dracula brings everyone together. So extended family, whether they're Frankenstein or the Wolfgang, everybody kind of comes together under one roof.
Everybody back and then new additions.
All the characters that everybody came to love in Hotel Transylvania, the original one, are coming back. We have a present, I hope. It's acceptable.
Wayne, I think, just sort of rolls with the punches. The pups kind of roll all over him, and I don't think he really knows what he's doing as far as being the papa.
We don't need to kill anymore. We have Pop-Tarts.
Hotel Transylvania 2 is about tolerance.
And Andy, her very human husband. So it's sort of a mixed marriage. Now they have a little boy.
Grandpa's generation of vampires, they hated humans. Drac's generation, they didn't hate humans. They just chose to avoid them. And Mavis's generation of vampire, she married and had a kid with a human.
Hi guys, this is so exciting. Oh, look at all of this, so cool. Wow, I can't believe I'm actually here.
I bet you weren't expecting social commentary from Hotel Transylvania 2, but here we are.
I think in general we always try to bring families together, but it's also dealing with growing pains, growing up, leaving the nest, if you will.
Drac does everything in his power to make Dennis a vampire. He even takes him to vampire camp, but is quite disgusted when he finds out that vampire camp has become incredibly soft. Our creative team took the time and effort to figure out just exactly what was going on when Drac was a youth.
500 feet tall and about 600 years old, because we figured Dracula jumped off of it when he was a little vampire. So because of that, we really wanted to show its age. It hasn't been upkept in hundreds of years, so it's rickety and uneven and not straight. And we had to design every single piece of it, including at the very top. We decided to give it a little bit of ornate detail and also have the boards have a lot of wear and tear to them.
And also the really cool, great shot of the tower falling over and crashing. In the movie, it actually plays a lot different.
And for the teaser, we made a really cool one dramatic shot as it goes down and crashes.
If vampires went to summer camp, where could there be a summer camp that a human isn't going to accidentally stumble upon?
So I decided to set this camp so deep inside this crevice of these mountains is because I thought, where could a camp for monsters exist for thousands and thousands of years? And it had to be somewhere it would be hidden and protected and have no sunlight over it. So the deeper we set it inside the mountains, the more hidden and protected it would be. So we decided to design these really, really, really tall mountains and set the camp down inside them.
Hotel Transylvania 2 has a script that mostly avoids dated references, which I think helps it age and become a true Halloween classic. Other than this part where they have a random Flow Rider dance-off. Well, look at that. Dennis is a vampire after all, not one of them lame humans. That kind of undercuts the message of love the child no matter what it turns out to be. This film is a 7.5 out of 10 and makes the perfect film to add to your Halloween movie rotation. And what do you do when you find a hit movie with the kids? You might as well milk the crap out of it. Pump out more sequels. Sell whatever you can with their face on it. What kid doesn't want to drink out of Dracula's head? When I was watching some of the behind the scenes on this film, I was astonished by the fact that an unfinished, unfully rendered version of this movie looks a million times better than a finished film like Food Fight.
I'm sure they learned from the first one. There's even new technology, so they're gonna just make it better and better as they go along.
I think the animation is brilliant, really. It's fabulous. I've seen, if you saw the first one, Hotel Transylvania, you know that the animation is glorious. They know what they're doing.
Number 20, Little Nicky. Little Nicky is the Adam Sandler litmus test. If you like Little Nicky, you probably like every single Adam Sandler film.
Remember Little Nicky? Oh, man.
All the way back to Little Nicky. I love every Adam Sandler movie there is.
This film has every Adam Sandler movie trope. All his friends are here, he's doing a silly voice, there's stunt casting, shameless product placement, and it's basically a live-action cartoon. And despite, or because of this, I've been defending this movie for 20 plus years.
You really though should be proud of Little Nicky. I have to say, I was at a theater the night that Little Nicky opened. I have never seen such a long line for refunds.
I think that Little Nicky is the last of the golden age Adam Sandler films.
Hey, you know how I thought of it? I was watching Angel Heart. De Niro was playing the devil, walking around. I said, hey, yeah, but I play the devil's son. My friend goes, yeah. And then I said, yeah, I'll be half an angel, Maybe I could act pretty goofy that way, And then my friend goes, that's good.
And they really wanted this film to succeed. Little Nicky is one of the few Adam Sandler movies that have toys dedicated to it. And it even was made into a Game Boy Color game. I do get why people hate this movie. And I think it's because the lowest ranked films in Adam Sandler's filmography all share similar DNA. Little Nicky could easily be one of the sketches on an Adam Sandler comedy CD, just stretched out so that it could be a full feature-length movie. Little Nicky begins with John Lovett's character from The Wedding Singer spying on a single mom. When her son notices that he's up there in the tree perving, her son pulls out a slingshot and shoots him out of the tree. Now that fall must have broken his neck and killed him because now he's in hell. Or if you go by this deleted scene, when John Lovett's character falls on the ground, the woman who he's been spying on, she drops a TV on him. When we arrive in hell, it's surprisingly a very wholesome scene.
Nicky, are you a soul or are you the spawn of Satan?
No, I can't go to Earth.
Harvey Keitel plays Satan.
Go, what's the matter? You all right, Harvey? And he's bawling, crying, I can't believe I'm doing a movie with you.
And Satan is a family man, and hell is the family business. And even though it's fairly obvious in the film, this deleted scene goes out of its way to let you know that Nicky is his favorite son. Rodney Dangerfield plays Lucifer, which was dream casting for Sandler.
I remember eating lunch with Rodney during Little Nicky. It was just me and Rodney sitting in my trailer and just talking, relaxed. He wasn't like no respect from the industry. He just felt like he was a no respect guy in life. He was just like, oh, this. He felt like he always had bad luck.
My father brought me an album. One time I listened to it, I was like, oh, this guy's the best. And so I would remember all his...
You'd walk around the house doing all his lines?
You kidding me? All right, that kind of stuff.
My dad would laugh, and that was the way I would get my daddy's approval.
Satan has 3 sons. Cassius, played by the late Tiny Lister, who you may remember as Debo, or Zeus, or the chef who likes to masturbate in the movie Slammed.
Tiny we wrote it for. Always thought Tiny Lister was very funny.
Riz Ifans plays the even more sadistic brother, Adrian.
And then we loved him as a guy, and he said, oh, I'd love to do this part. We said, well, all right, then you should do it.
That's why I'm in this business.
The biggest complaint that you'll see about Little Nicky are people who just can't stand Nicky's voice. I could imagine the Devil's Son sounding like this, especially if, like the movie said, his character was once hit in the face with a shovel.
Little Nicky is a nice guy. It's a little dorky, completely uncool.
The look he fashioned from someone he knew in high school. I'm sure we know people like that in every high school or every town that's, a shy guy like that you have like a soft spot for.
He actually is based off of a kid I knew in high school. We used to talk a little out the side of his mouth, and he knew a lot about rock and roll.
That's probably not a character I want to be associated with. I hope the guy he based this on wasn't too upset.
Hello, Sandler.
Adam Sandler comedies tend to have a very distinct sounding soundtrack, something that emphasizes what they're going for in these movies. This one is very heavily based on 70s and 80s heavy metal.
As you can see, heavy metal is my life.
A lot of what people, especially young people, what their perceptions are, they don't know about Hieronymus Bosch, but they do know about Ozzy, and they know about other heavy metal bands which have used hell and the devil as part of their style.
It's a film about hell, and it uses heavy metal music. Of course, Highway to Hell was going to be used. You never really consider how much hard work goes into even the silliest films. It's a silly comedy, but there are a lot of people who take special pride in figuring out the perfect set, the perfect clothing choice, and what type of music to use for this movie. That you gotta make a set for hell. But it can't be too frightening. But you do want to let it be known that people do get punished when they get here. So how do you convey that? He makes it look cramped, hot, and there's sharp stuff everywhere, adding an element of danger.
There were things you could get impaled on, like there's a lot of real spiny looking things. You felt like you'd seen that and that was familiar, and now here it is, like burning and coming up out of the ground.
Soon you will see things more horrible than you can imagine.
Covert, Dante, Loughran, Clark, Schneider, McKean, Winkler. In the movie, they make it seem like Alan Covert's character is a closeted gay man. The deleted scenes, well, they leave it a little less ambiguous, and you see him and one of the characters from earlier going out. We've discussed that Sandler likes to humiliate his friends. This film is the perfect example of that. Alan Covert, gain weight.
They told me he should gain weight for the part, like 40 pounds or something. He goes, why? And I said, I just think it would be funnier.
The first one I was in was a movie called Little Nicky, where I played Tidhead, the gatekeeper of hell. And I actually had breasts on my head. No, they're prosthetic, you're right. But the makeup department did a great job, and they even filled them with condoms full of water. So they jiggled, and they weighed about 10 pounds. And I realized the power of breasts, because when I had those on my head, everybody wanted to talk to me.
Satan is about to decide who's going to rule over hell. And that man, it's him.
There I am down in hell with a stomach ache all the time because, I got some angel blood and man, I don't like it there. My brothers break out of hell, they go to earth. They're trying to bring hell on earth.
But you are there to even things out and to overcome all of this evil.
That's Little Nicky for you.
Nicky's brothers, Cassius and Adrian, they get pissed and they storm off, freezing the entrance to hell. It's up to Nicky to capture his brothers in a flask, or else hell will come to earth and his dad will die. I thought it was weird that out of all of the Adam Sandler films, this is the one that is a Game Boy Color game. But it kind of makes sense. Every event in this movie feels like a level to a video game. It's kind of a rescue the princess, save the kingdom kind of game. We have our main love interest, Valerie, portrayed by Patricia Arquette, the sister of Alexis and David. We have a main world, which is New York, and you can even stop off at the awesome Popeye's Chicken. You have NPC friends who help you along the way, and Mr. Beefy is kind of the co-pilot who explains the game as you progress through it.
My name is Beefy.
Mr. Beefy sounds a lot like Triumph the Insult comic dog. Yeah, that's because they're both Robert Smigel.
And the dog, is he possessed too?
He's
talking to you, man.
He's like my Yoda.
and they had to do a little extra work in the CGI department to have him talk. If Nicky was to die, he just respawns. His brothers, they're the bosses you need to face. And when he's completely leveled up, he can use the butterflies to unleash the good. Little Nicky was one of the first Adam Sandler movies where I noticed his love for stunt casting. Imagine being in Regis Philbin's audience and you hear that he just filmed an Adam Sandler cameo where he kills a man with a bat. You'd be like these audience members. You'd be in complete shock.
Some bozo in a Cadillac cuts me off. I run up behind this guy and I start bashing his brains in with this bat.
You're possessed. That's why you were saying the things you said.
Yeah, I said some weird things that I would never say before.
I think NSYNC was in shock as well.
If that isn't an Academy Award, I don't know what is.
When creating Little Nicky, they were heavily influenced on set design by 70s and 80s heavy metal album covers. So, of course, one of the big inspirations for this movie has to show up. Who was that big inspiration? Ozzy Osbourne! And you know what Ozzy does.
That was just the business, meeting Ozzy.
Well, I was like so excited that Ozzy was there that I was hiding behind Anna. I'm like, oh, that's Ozzy. Ozzy's here. You guys, look, that's Ozzy.
They're talking about it being a bat. Maybe Ozzy Osbourne could come out and bite the bat's head off. Oh my God, that actually could be unbelievable.
Perfect. It's like the one evil brother turns into a bat.
When I talk about the Sandlerverse, Little Nicky plays a huge role in connecting all these films. You have the Wedding Singers DJ, Chubbs from Happy Gilmore, and I'm pretty sure the referee that Dana Carvey is playing in this movie, that's just a human version of Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights, a role that Dana Carvey injured himself playing.
He broke his ankle doing the damn movie. I had to go to the hospital with him that night.
7.5 out of 10. And I'm not sorry. I love Little Nicky. Maybe it's the strange media tour that he did on MTV.
Some call me the gangster of love.
Or his strange promotional appearance on WWE SmackDown. But this film just does it for me.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll drink a lot of beer.
All right.
Little Nicky, November the 10th. I can't wait to see Little Nicky.
Since it's not like a big superhero or action movie, you wouldn't think of Little Nicky as a special effects blockbuster. But it really is. Just look at all that early 2000s CGI.
I would get to talk to the special effects guys and say, now how are you going to break me into 2,000 little bugs and whatever? It was fun to learn about. It was very interesting.
The pair of lips and, be looking at the dialogue and saying different things. And, well, wouldn't it be funny if this happened?
How about I want to be alone, lay him down and cover him, like you're hiding yourself?
You're hiding, like he's running away like a little kid.
And they were like, no, yeah, it's the wires. We're going to put them on and pretend you're fine. I go, no, I saw Superman, and like, he can fly. He's a flyer.
Right.
And so they said, no, that was special effects. And I started panicking and yelling, because they were ruining the illusion for me. So they, he can fly, they were breaking my heart. So anyways, they brought me up on the wires.
Uh-huh.
But then I said, cut him. Cut the wire. And they told me they did, so that's really me fine.
Number 19, Murder Mystery 2. Jen and Adam are back together for a third time, and promoting it at all the most picturesque locations. Aniston is looking completely stunning, and Sandler looks like her security detail.
Let's get to it.
Notice this.
We didn't see you in a green jacket there in the audience until now, Adam.
Murder Mystery 1 was a huge hit for Netflix, so how good's a sequel gonna be if they rushed it out this fast?
We said for part 2, let's keep this going.
I think we should have multiple dinners.
What do you mean? Like going around and traveling and eating a lot together?
Right?
I don't know if we can, Jennifer, last time we did that, a lot of people died.
I can't remember which came first, the
idea or the script.
The script.
It was a good move, whatever it was.
Jennifer Aniston is back in a Sandler film for the third time, putting her in the same club as Drew Barrymore.
Didn't someone compare us to Bogey and Bacall? Or wait, was it Nichols and May?
Who said that?
So pick your team. Are you Team Barrymore or Team Aniston?
Adam and I actually have a movie coming out this month. A sequel to one we did just a few years ago. And probably another one after that, fingers crossed.
Are you going to deny the chemistry that Aniston and Sandler have?
What is the best part of being my on-screen partner, and why am I your favorite?
You certainly
certainly have a way about making life fun on the set.
Oh.
You're caring. You care about how I'm doing, what if I'm enjoying my life, if I'm healthy. You do things to make my beard smell better.
Mm-hmm.
When we do the kissing
Yes,
scenes,
yes, the
you
kissing.
wait to go into the other room to scream, "What the hell was that?"
So was Murder Mystery 2 just some big scheme to get Netflix to pay for Sandler and Aniston's exotic vacation?
Hi.
Hello.
It's me and Adam, and we are in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, which is Paris.
My biggest gripe with Murder Mystery 1 was, while the action and story were good, it wasn't that funny. In this one, there's a lot more jokes, and they all come from the dialogue that Nick and Audrey have with each other. You see, they're a married couple who likes to take funny jabs at each other. But it's cute. It doesn't make me think, oh God, why are these two still married? They clearly hate each other. They're a loving couple. A loving couple who, after the events of the first film, run their own private detective business. You know how in some sequels, it seems like the characters have forgotten everything they learned in the last film? Well, that's not the case in Murder Mystery. Nick and Audrey are now overly suspicious.
We're not going to say from that moment on, but a lot of stuff happens.
Stuff happens, everybody, and we got to solve some crimes.
There's a scene where everybody's accusing each other of being the murderer, and Nick and Audrey's first instinct is, we gotta block the door. Francisco is the funniest of the new cast members.
And none of it was true, but I was starting to go with it.
And I appreciate, in the year 2023, they're still making OJ jokes.
Innocent.
Like this.
Like, opposite of OJ.
I'm having a lot more fun watching Murder Mystery 2. You're also introduced to this character, Miller. He wrote the book on detectives. Oh, and he's dead. Everyone's dead.
My
I
God.
couldn't have been more clear with you.
Oh my God, that is the cliche.
Yeah.
Right there.
This film is not afraid to poke at some of the cliches in the murder mystery genre. This is just one wholesome film. Look at how often they're saving each other's lives. And I appreciated that, when something went wrong, instead of pouting or complaining, they just rolled with it. So the first murder mystery was directed by Kyle Newacek. So I bet that's why Jillian Bell from Workaholics is in this film. Miller didn't really die. He's actually the bad guy.
Oh my God! The sister did it!
The murder mystery movies sure do love a good twist. Can we just stop and appreciate that Jennifer Aniston is over 50 and doing these kind of scenes?
What was all the training like for you? Because I remember you going bananas. Suspended in the air in a dress.
Yeah.
Any fight scene fails during production?
No, but somebody else in a fight scene fail.
A guy hit me in the face.
You
by
got
the name
hit
of
by
Mark
the
Strong.
face by Mark Strong.
Why did he hit me?
I don't know. He didn't mean to. It was just you were too close, and
He had long
he
arms.
felt terrible.
Smacked me good.
Anyway,
Woke
I
me
didn't
up.
train for this movie. Just my normal.
You're always training.
I'm not buying that she wasn't prepped for this film. She clearly put in the time to learn these stunts and these dances.
Jennifer could not stop dancing. We were screaming, cut, cut. She's like, watch this, and just doing some cool stuff.
Cut all that stuff out.
It didn't matter. You had a good time doing it.
It was fun. Remember they wanted us to go and rehearse to not do it? And I said, why would we rather not know how to do it?
And like Mr. Deeds, this movie ends with Adam Sandler's character being given a lot of cash. If this movie's as big a success as the first one, what will they do for a third movie? They've thought of some ideas.
Have you guys already had that conversation for maybe doing another?
There was a movie called A Little Romance many years ago that was shot. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
And where was it shot?
I don't remember. I want to say Paris or Italy.
We're thinking of Paris and Italy again for the next one.
We want to go to Greece. Greece would be so fun. We're figuring it out. We know there's so many places to go.
You know where it's going to end up being? Wherever Netflix says, go there. We'll be like, yes, Netflix.
Maybe get one of Sandler's friends.
I'm just going to claim that there's going to be a third. I'm just going to say it.
If Shaq's in it, I'm in it.
Or you just get the Friends cast.
And Courtney and Lisa, can I say hi? Are they there? Put them on.
Adam, come on. They're not getting old. No, they're not here. They're not always here.
But what Friends character would murder them?
It was Schwimmer.
The monkey went missing.
The monkey's missing.
And who wanted that most of all?
I think, without a doubt, Phoebe. Without a doubt.
Maybe she loved the animal.
Yeah, but she was just saying it.
The press tour really plays up the married couple vibe.
This is what I love, is that you guys have this natural chemistry. I could see you as husband and wife in that way, right?
Sure, absolutely.
That's why we do it on film. In real life, not so much.
It didn't feel like Aniston and Sandler. It felt like Nick and Audrey were out promoting this film. Number 18, Anger Management. Another one from the 2K Rudy Giuliani's New York era of Sandler films. It's a mix of the 90s edginess being pushed to its limit, but still having that heart at its core. Right up until they made Anger Management a Charlie Sheen TV show.
You can't fire me. I quit.
Come on. Everyone deserves a 24th chance.
And that thing ran for 100 episodes. How? Who watched it? Adam Sandler plays Dave Busnick, a rather meek guy who, throughout a series of misunderstandings, is sentenced to anger management. And Jack Nicholson is his therapist, Dr. Buddy Rydell.
Joe Roth and LeBron, they owned Hustle. I did The Waterboy with Joe. Maybe 8 years, 10 years later, he said, I got this movie called Anger Management. I read it, I go, oh, man, that's funny.
The original draft was written by David Dorfman, and then Adam read it.
Kept flipping the pages saying, this is great. Who's gonna play Buddy? And he goes, I'm gonna send it to Jack Nicholson. I was like, whoa, who's gonna play it after? He says, no, he's not doing this movie. And then I forgot about it. Then like 3 weeks later, he's like, so Nicholson's in. I said, so I get to tell my friends growing up I'm doing a fucking movie with Jack Nicholson. And
Jack Nicholson now or like 1974 Jack Nicholson?
The idea of an anger management therapist making, his client angry, it seemed like a great idea for comedy.
I gotta tell you, when we were writing, thinking of Nicholson playing the part, we would all do our Nicholson voice and say this line out loud and laugh our asses off. Shot a movie with the great Jack Nicholson.
Which one was that?
That's called Anger Management.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable in it.
First day shooting, anger management. Yeah. Respect to the great Jack Nicholson.
And Buddy has a very unconventional style. We all know it's not an Adam Sandler film unless you open it with a montage that, bonus points, takes place during the 70s. That guy loved his childhood. I get it. This film does a good job of making you feel for poor Dave.
Anger Management is about this regular guy, Dave Busnick, who gets subject to an anger management class.
He's like a cross between a lot of guys I know, and myself included, where you can't confront people, so you let things bother you and keep it inside and make yourself miserable.
He was playing a more mature character, and so we wanted to have his clothing sort of reflect that maturing.
Why are they picking on this guy? He's just a loving boyfriend to Linda. Linda is played by Marissa Tomei, and she is just as charming in this movie as she was in My Cousin Vinny. Linda is like the ideal girlfriend.
Marissa Tomei plays Linda, who is the quintessential fantasy, low-maintenance woman. A very simple, appealing, open, not too fussy, classic look.
Got your candy bar?
Yeah.
Have a bite.
Yes. Oh, no, spit it out.
Why do you spit it out?
Because I always wanted to do this.
Was that fun for you?
Sandler knew that she was right for this role.
I did Saturday Night Live. Marissa hosted one time, and I thought she was a very nice girl and very funny. And we did a skit together, and it went pretty well.
Dave tries to do his best at work. Pitching cat food? When he gets on the plane, all he wanted to do was listen to his headphones, and because of one misunderstanding, he's now a terrorist, a racist, and is perceived as a hothead. And you're thinking, no, he's not. That's the complete opposite of Dave. That actually would better describe Dr. Buddy Rydell. And that guy gets away with everything. He faces no consequences. So how come he's the one who gets to decide Dave's fate? The film makes you think, poor Dave. Dave's clearly not angry. These people in the group, they're the angry ones. Like this guy, who flips out when his sports team loses. Which is something that I've never, ever done after a Cowboys game. Or a Red Sox game. Speaking of Red Sox, Heather Graham in Red Sox underwear.
It's nice to see her with the cupcake in her mouth and snapping.
Here's a couple more Sandler regulars, ones that you don't think of immediately, but have been in multiple films. John Turturro and Luis Guzman. The regular you do think of, Alan Covert, he plays the role of Linda's ex. He's a guy with a huge... and still wants to be friends with Linda, even though we all know he wants to be more than a friend. When this film originally came out, I think I was overly negative when I went in to watch it. Something about the commercial and how in the commercial they keep focusing on the I feel pretty scene. I don't know, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And that's stupid, because this is actually a pretty funny film. Maybe when I was younger, jokes about the Carpenters were always going to fly over my head. But now, love it.
Don't be naive, Dave. Close to you, we've only just begun. Songs of madness and obsession.
My girlfriend got me that.
Speaking of marketing for this movie, have you seen the Japanese movie poster for this film? He's got a shithead boss, who's played by the king of movie shitheads, Kurt Fuller, and a therapist who keeps putting him in these uncomfortable situations, like this scene with Woody Harrelson.
Ah, boy, here we go.
Though I don't know, maybe you'd be comfortable with that. You do you.
I think Jack actually said we could give old Woody a call. Woody is like Nicholson. They don't settle. They're there to kick ass.
When filming this movie, Adam and Jack must have really hit it off. And as they film the movie, you can see the two of them really start to gel.
I got to know him, so I wasn't intimidated at all because he was very nice to me, and we became friendly. But people are scared around him. He got the crew a present. He got them like jackets at the end of the shoot. He gave them all jackets, and I got my jacket. I saw him the next day. I was like, "Hey, thanks for the jacket." And he's like, "Well, that's my first thank you." And I said, "Well, no one thanked you?" Nobody said a word to me. And so I ran around and told the guys, "Hey, the jacket looks good. Did you tell Nicholson that you liked it?" "Oh, yeah, okay. I was nervous. I didn't want to." "Well, yeah, go ahead, you know." And so the next day I see him and he's like, 400 thank yous. And I thought they were like testing me out to see if I'm cool enough to really hang with them. For like 4 hours I listened to stories, and the whole time I'm like, I think I got Nicholson here. And then out of left field, he goes, you hungry for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Yeah, that sounds good. And we went outside, and in the light, I was like, oh, that is Nicholson.
But that's what Downers, Black Beauties, Yellow Jackets, Flippy Stippies, Jelly Stingers, Trick Sticks, Bing Bags.
And as much as the two of them gelled off-screen, their characters on-screen, they didn't gel with each other.
We were constantly trying to make the audience off balance in terms of their perception of Buddy Rydell.
To be, it's kind of pushing his buttons a little bit.
And you're not quite sure if Buddy is there to terrorize him or actually cure him.
Dave's had enough of the doctor, and he's trying to figure out how to get the doctor disqualified. If he's disqualified, Buddy will no longer be able to treat Dave. In a deleted scene, we actually find out more about the doctor's family life.
This is my mom.
Oh, well, it is great to meet you.
What'd I tell you, buddy? Now, you can bring your maniacs around, but no touching.
Buddy was married?
Mm-hmm. And one day, she just up and left Buddy without a note or anything.
One of the uncomfortable situations that Buddy puts Dave in is to confront a childhood bully. The bully was played by John C. Reilly, and that bully is now a monk. He's trying to become a better person, but that doesn't mean anything to Buddy. Buddy forces Dave to still confront the bully. For one day of filming, they really did get a lot out of John C. Reilly.
The day with John C. Reilly was big. We were ruining a lot of takes because Jack was having a difficult time. Kept calling him Peanuts instead of Pana.
This is also the first Sandler cameo for John McEnroe. What I think works in this film is you yourself are constantly questioning, should Dave listen to his doctor, or is his doctor nuts? As the film progresses, it starts leaning towards, this doctor is nuts. Oh, he's not a good doctor at all. He's sabotaging Dave's life. The doctor even took his girl. It all starts falling apart. Buddy slaps Dave with a restraining order. And at work, Andrew gets the promotion. Dave snaps. He's finally had enough. He's going to Yankee Stadium. He's gonna stop Buddy from proposing to Linda. Nothing more romantic than making a declaration of love in front of Roger Clemens. Because if Dave can change, then Jeter can change, then even Rudy Giuliani can change. Marry him, Linda! Marry him!
As we said, Adam Sandler has a phobia of kissing in public places.
He was really like, just uptight. I like really tease him a little bit and ask him what's going on.
I bet you're thinking, how is this guy able to get to the pitcher's mound? Oh, it's because Woody Harrelson's character leads a double life. It's revealed that this whole thing was a grand plan by Buddy, and everybody was in on it, except for the air marshal. Now, being a New York kid, filming in Yankee Stadium was a dream for Adam Sandler. Similar to filming in Madison Square Garden when he was doing Mr. Deeds.
Here we are in Yankee Stadium.
I don't like getting yelled at, so I only wear the Yankee hat in New York. When I'm outside of New York, I wear just a big pink top hat.
We had a limited amount of time in Yankee Stadium. We had 3,500 extras every time Adam or Jack walked into the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Nicholson. The place went crazy. Trying to move around when everyone is wanting an autograph takes a lot of energy out of you.
You gotta love the fake crowd in a sports movie. And I didn't notice it before, but the crowd in this movie looked like PS2 graphics. The ones you'd see in a WWE video game at the time. You don't really think of an Adam Sandler movie as a CGI fest.
It was a combination of cardboard cutout people and moving our 3,500 into key close-ups. But for certain wide shots, we knew we'd have to digitally put some people in. It's really hard rendering these fake people, but they're so racked out of focus in the background that you can't tell.
7.5 out of 10. A much better movie than I remember it being. Who am I to argue with the winner of the Best Hissy Fit on Film at the 2014 Choice Awards? Number 17, Hustle. Yeah, I'm as surprised as you that a LeBron James produced drama is this high on the list. But look at us. Here we are.
Adam Sandler, the GOAT. Man right here.
So far, so good, right?
Yeah. I made The Water Boy with Joe Roth, and I know him for years. And Spring Hill, they had the script, the idea, and they brought it to me, and I loved it. And so we kind of teamed up. Me and my guys rewrote it. It was a very NBA-packed movie. LeBron and his whole company made sure that everything that went on with the NBA was smooth.
We didn't give a fuck about LeBron.
We would go over different drafts and make sure that we were authentic as we could be. You know, it is a movie, so on occasion you got to do little moves that feel like a movie.
I think what works for this film is that it doesn't do the usual Sandler tropes, which is weird because I'm the guy who's been defending it for the last 20 plus movies. But I like that this one went against the grain. Instead of having a supermodel wife, his wife is played by Queen Latifah.
It's the first time we know each other for many years, you know, I don't know, 25 years or something. She's a great lady, you know, always fun to see, and we always talked about doing something together, and then we were married in this movie and felt very, very comfortable.
He doesn't play the man-child, but he also isn't the top-level executive or surgeon. No, he's just an everyman. He's just Stanley Sugarman, an NBA scout who works very hard to find talent for the 76ers.
And my only way out, in my head, I feel, is if I find a superstar to bring back to the Sixers, and I'll get my promotion that way. This guy, Stanley Sugarman, I played, reminded me a lot of my dad and the way he was, and just kind of like a hard-working, good person who, you know, was always pulling for you.
When I was a kid, my dad coached all my sports, and my father's name was Stanley. He's like my character.
I grow a beard because my dad had a beard growing up, and when he didn't have a beard, he looked terrible.
That there is a real-life equivalent to your Stanley Sugarman.
My name is Dell Demps, and I've been working in the NBA for many years as a scout, director of pro player personnel. The job of Adam's character, Stanley, is a job that I had.
Dell taught me so many things. I had to learn how to become a scout. I had to work and try to know as much as I can.
Stanley lives paycheck to paycheck while continuously getting looked over on becoming an assistant coach. Since he's on the road, he's got a terrible diet.
I'm like, I know my boy Adam ain't got no goddamn Pizza Hut in the movie. You could have called me, Adam. I could have got,
you're right!
I could have got, you know, Papa John's.
But at least in this film, when he's rocking the sweatpants and the leisure wear, you get it. He needs to be comfortable because he's constantly on the plane. Stanley Sugarman is the guy who finds the hidden talent. and he pushes back when he thinks that talent could be overrated. Hey, if that career doesn't work out for him, I think he could probably have a pretty good NBA-themed YouTube channel. Stanley's work pays off, and the owner of the 76ers makes him an assistant coach. That doesn't last long when Rex drops dead. The funeral scene here is NBA cameo city, much like how The Longest Yard is just NFL cameos.
It's exciting because there's all these basketball legends, Hollywood legends. It's great to be part of.
This is the type of scene where I think LeBron's influence is most heavily felt. Rex has a son, Vince, and Vince and Stanley butt heads. Vince ignores Stanley's advice and drafts a player that Stanley thinks is going to be a huge bust. And Stanley would be proven right. Doesn't matter though. Vince wants to demote Stanley, but Sugarman has other options. He could become an agent, but he'd rather be out on the road and find that hidden gem. That takes him to Spain, where he stumbles onto an underground game of basketball. Wow, this Bo Cruz is amazing.
Entonces pues no se fía mucho de bueno, una persona que viene a tu casa y te vende un sueño americano que vas a ganar mucho dinero cuando por fin consigue esa estabilidad con su familia.
Yeah, making $1 million is a lot better than manual labor. Bo agrees to come with him to America and showcase for the 76ers. But things get complicated. TSAA flags him for having aggressive assault charges on his record. Oh no, Bo can't play for Philadelphia because he's too violent. That's the same place that pelted Santa Claus with snowballs and cheered when Adam Sandler's Longest Yard co-star Michael Irvin laid on the ground paralyzed. At the showcase, we meet Kermit Wiltz, a top prospect who gets into Bo's head. Yeah, Bo's just kind of mentally soft. Gotta work on that.
We also had Anthony Edwards.
My former teammate, Wancho, is the main character, and I'm going head to head with him. I mean, me and him always been like super close friends on the team, but we always went at each other like talking junk, playing one-on-one, shooting versus each other.
They were so tight. They just loved each other. When you would call cut, those two would just sit and talk and play horse.
We always did it in practice, like went back and forth. So Wancho, he was like, man, I want you to be in a movie. I was like, all right, I got you.
This film has very, very strong Rocky vibes.
And this movie has made my list of top 3 sports movies.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's
and
sick.
Remember the Titans and Rocky are my other 2.
Wow, that's big.
I think there's a legacy of Philly sports movies, so I think it's fun that this gets to be a part of the Rockies and the Invincibles.
It's an underdog with flaws trying to overcome his mental and physical limitations in order to achieve a dream. Stanley is a lot like Mickey, a guy who has his own demons he's overcoming. Other people drew comparisons to the Brendan Fraser movie, The Scout.
Your movie, The Scout.
Similar. Defined.
When we were putting this together, somebody said, go watch The Scout, blah, blah, blah. And I already saw The Scout. And I said, I don't want to feel jumpy about taking anything from The Scout.
This wasn't that.
No, it was different.
Bo's assault record is going to keep him out of the draft showcase. That is until they create a viral campaign to get a little buzz around Bo. This viral campaign involves Julius Erving and Bo playing a pickup game against all challengers. Bo is now in the showcase. And again, Kermit is able to get into his head. Could a third time be the charm? You know what they say, 3 strikes and he's out. In this private exhibition, Bo is finally able to hold his own against Kermit. Vince is no longer in charge of the 76ers. His sister Kat has now taken over. And she wants to make things right. She wants Sugarman back as an assistant coach. So this whole movie is set up like Bo and Stanley are gonna go to the same place. But that's kind of what's cool about this. Bo doesn't go to the 76ers. Bo is drafted to the Celtics. So now he actually is going to go up against Stanley. I really enjoyed the message of this film about perseverance, about going for what you want and doing whatever it takes to make it.
I would bomb every night, but I did nothing but think about, I got to get good at this. And it, like the speech about being obsessed, I just connected with that speech because I was just so obsessed about.
And since this was based on a true story, and Bo Cruz was played by a real NBA player.
Wancho, how about Wancho, who plays Bo Cruz? Like that guy was amazing just to get to know and just to see how great, I mean, of a basketball player wasn't, but he became this actor that just was so real and sweet and deep.
And Wancho
just auditioned during the pandemic. He said, I didn't even want to. My sister just said, come on, read that thing, and read it, and we saw his tape, and he was so cool and natural, and that's how that happened.
And if I'm looking at the stat line correctly, he kind of comes across as a little bit of a draft bust. That kind of sours the ending to this movie. Wow, Dan Patrick playing Dan Patrick, and Shaq playing Shaq. Hustle was one of those films that ran into a little bit of a production problem. It happened right during the pandemic.
I did the movie Hustle.
You shot Hustle during COVID?
So we shot about 5 or 6 weeks of every scene that wasn't basketball. And then we took a hiatus, I don't know, 3, 4 months, 5 months.
Yeah.
And we came back. The NBA was available. The guys were available to come shoot. And then we shot the basketball stuff.
You can expect to see players like the Sixers' Tobias Harris.
I just scored on Adam Sandler, yeah?
Anthony Edwards, Boban Marjanovic, Trae Young.
By the way, I had this terrible groin injury when I was shooting Hustle.
It took him almost 30 years, but Sandler finally got his basketball movie. His co-stars would talk about how much he loved basketball.
I knew when I was like in like 5th grade, when I was like Jesse's age, I thought I was good enough to maybe, like think about being a hooper when I was older. But then all the other kids got bigger than me and stronger than me, and then I was like, oh shit, I better be a baseball player or something.
Not let you get comfortable, like for your 12-foot jumper.
That's right.
And don't let that just start draining, because
Exactly.
then you have to foul you very hard to get you away from that shot.
I saw the Cos was nice to me, honestly. And I played basketball with the Cos' son, Ennis.
Adam can play basketball.
He went on NBA programming. And now with Hustle, he finally got to close that chapter.
I think we're done with the sports. This is it.
Number 16, Click. The movie I'm pretty sure has made every millennial cry. And to deal with that trauma, they've memed the hell out of this movie.
Adam Sandler had a remote control. I didn't know what was happening.
You know what? Our lives would be a lot easier if you got a universal remote.
The effects in this movie remind me of that movie Clock Stoppers, which also came out around this time. And I've always wondered, with this type of movie, how come somebody doesn't just completely abuse this power? They're given godlike abilities, and oftentimes they just use it to do a harmless prank. I'm including Click in the Sandlerverse, and what connects it to the greater Sandler universe? The O'Doyle family.
You're a regular Derek Jeter yourself, O'Doyle.
Also in this deleted scene, Rob Schneider's character says, "You can do it."
Consider it done. You can do it.
But that's not the Cajun guy, so I don't count it. Two films that aren't connected, though, are Grown Ups and Click. In Click, Adam Sandler's character feels this way about playing with fireworks.
Son of a bitch! Hey! There are families here! Show some respect, you pieces of shit!
In Grown Ups, this is how they play with fireworks. Adam Sandler plays Michael Newman, a workaholic family man.
Click, I was similar to that guy.
Soon I'll be playing parts where I have kids, and not just ones that I adopted. Maybe I'll actually impregnate my wife.
It's a good portrait of kind of where Adam's at right now. You know, he's very confident and, you know, obviously very talented with the comedy. He's really does like to push his own boundaries as an actor, and I really respect that.
I heard about this idea and I thought it was great. A guy who gets a remote that controls his life, and just thought it was neat to play. 39 years old. My buddies who are 39, some of them have 5 kids already.
One night, Michael has to pick up a new remote control for the family TV, and through no help from Nick Swarden's character, is able to secure one. This remote comes from a strange man named Morty, who works in the Beyond part of Bed Bath & Beyond.
The movie does teach a lesson. It's good to be with the family. It's good to, and, you know, there are going to be moments in life that you're not that psyched about having. This man, Morty, that Christopher Walken plays, he offers me this device. He says it's a really one of the best universal remote controls you can get, and I get excited about this thing, and I'm the only guy to have this thing, so
He gives it to me. You can't change the past, but you can something. There's a bunch of rules that my guy has to follow, but ultimately he learns that his life was pretty good.
It's good anyway, wasn't it, his life? The films, it reminds me of a bit of Gremlins, because there's that magical otherworldliness to it, and it reminds me a bit of Christmas Carol, the Kensington, look at your morality.
Yeah, go ahead, take an unboxed remote from this strange guy. I'm sure that's gonna work out great for you. Michael is trying to give his family a better life, and that has him doing more and more architecture work for his boss. Michael thinks his hard work is finally gonna pay off, but nope. Hasselhoff boss has again passed over Michael for a promotion. Hasselhoff boss isn't your stereotypical evil boss. He's just more of a self-centered jerk.
Hasselhoff, he hosted Saturday Night Live and was just a very great dude to everybody, so I thought he'd be funny at this part.
And I am kind of an over-the-top guy who just loves life, loves women, has lots of money, goes to the Hamptons on the weekends, wears glasses like this, and is very happy with life because he's rich and he is on top of the world and a little over the top, a little bit insulting, but doesn't really know it, thinks he's funny.
Michael abuses the remote's fast-forward button to get to the point where he has that promotion.
It's not just for my television, it actually works on my life, and it works, if I want, I can fast-forward an argument with my wife. I can actually hit mute and not hear her friend yap at me. I can blast through a cold. I can change my boss's speech.
And then he decides, hey, I could just fast forward through anything I don't really want to do. Family game night, massaging his wife. Wait, are you telling me that the idea of rubbing Kate Beckinsale down is a chore to this guy? I'm one of those guys who I think the costume designers for this movie were trying to appeal to.
Get it? That's my boy.
Where it was a challenge as a director, knowing Kate came out of those, skin-tight outfits in Underworld and whatnot. And I thought, well, we'll go the other way. Just put her in soft, cute, sexy stuff.
Was it your idea to put Kate in some of those skimpy pajama-ish underwear outfits?
She was nice enough to pull that out on her own.
They are full of shit, you know what I mean? Like, when is it ever the girl's idea? It never is.
Yes.
I have to say, your best performance is in our new movie, Click. You really are fabulous.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, thank you. Yeah. I got to tell you this. I think you were great in Underwear. And Underwear, too. You were excellent,
I think you mean Underworld.
No, I don't, Kate.
Hi!
Michael Newman should be lucky that he has a wife that dresses like that. So we got some eye candy for the guys. What about for the ladies? Well, unless you're into the obese JonTron lookalike, no. But now the remote control has started to think for itself. It's self-learning, and it's going to skip anything that it doesn't think Michael wants to do. The remote has other features, like an SAP button, which helps him understand the Japanese businessmen. He can turn on picture-in-picture, so that he can also watch the New York Yankees game. It's got the freeze frame button, and he can slow the speed down, which helps him understand Blake Clark's character in this deleted scene.
Did you watch Pedro pitch last night?
I told you I'm a Yankees fan, Roy.
When Michael's boss steps down to marry Donna's best friend Janine, Michael finally becomes CEO. It's 10 years later, he's morbidly obese, and he's alone. Now, in another instance of how much work goes on behind the scenes to make a movie, we gotta give a lot of credit to this fat suit. Look how much time and effort it takes to do this.
Prosthetics are fun. You get to sit in a chair and you get to really get tight with your makeup guy.
God damn it, let's go.
4.5 hours or so with just you and him or her, and just having to listen to them, and when they come in close and you smell their breath is fun. And
using Gary's weight with Adam's head, and the green is going to delineate where we're going to put our prosthetic head, which Rick Baker's doing.
I've heard other actors talk about this process, and I always stare at the screen and go, shut up. Just put your makeup on and say your lines. But now that I went through it, I'm like, it's very difficult.
Michael's wife is now married to the old swim coach. His kids are now teenagers, and they have resentment for him because he was never there. Oh, and the old dog? Yep. This is where the movie starts getting depressing. The new dog puts Michael into a 6-year coma. Michael is informed that he has cancer, and then he has a heart attack. Sorry about your damn luck. History has started to repeat itself. Michael's son Ben is now running the business, and he's about to be married to Jana Kramer's character, which makes me think their romance could be one of those Lifetime Hallmark Christmas movies. From here on out, the film is gonna wreck you emotionally. Michael realizes that when he was alive, he neglected his dad, played by Henry Winkler, the last time they spoke, and now his dad has passed on.
I lost my pop. I hate that. And like anybody who lost their father, I would, if I had the remote, I would rewind to that, to hanging out with my dad again.
The remote was a curse, and Morty was the angel of death. Michael is now watching his son get married, his wife has moved on, and the swim coach has more of a fatherly bond with his daughter than he does. Michael has another heart attack, and as he's dying, flips off the swim coach, Sean Astin. But, like Biggie Smalls once said, it was all a dream. I give this movie 7.5 out of 10. The first half of the movie, if it had been funnier, would have put this in the top 10 of Adam Sandler movies, as that second half of the film just is an emotional gut punch. And there were funnier scenes that they left on the cutting room floor. I loved this one scene where Terry Crews comes up, and both him and Sandler's characters start belting out Barry Manilow at the top of their lungs.
You're living with nothing to show for it. You get what you get when you go for it. And I'm ready to take the chance again. Ready to take the chance again with you.
And you can absolutely understand why this film has stuck with people. You go into it thinking you're going to watch a silly Adam Sandler comedy, something he even promoted at a NASCAR event, and then after watching the film, you ask yourself some of life's biggest questions. Who am I? What do I want out of life? How do I show my family that I love them? How do we make the most out of the time we have with the people and even animals in our life? Are the small things in life the most important? Why are my eyes watering? Isn't this the same guy who made The Ridiculous Six? This movie is absolutely Adam Sandler doing his version of A Wonderful Life meets A Christmas Carol.
The serious side of Adam Sandler.
It's not that serious.
It's not that serious.
Click became my favorite movie. My favorite, but before that was Waterboy.
There's the old message in there, it's a wonderful life kind of thing, that if you change things in your life, right? Little things that you think are annoyances, it changes everything.
It's the story of a man who becomes selfish and manipulative with his newly discovered power. He takes a long time to learn that real life is more than just switching channels to get what you want.
I would imagine if you had this remote, wouldn't it be great? Is by the end of it, nobody really wants it, which I think is actually, one of the cool things about the movie.
It seems to me like that movie will become like an It's a Wonderful Life.
I do get people who say they saw it and like they got teary-eyed and yell at me and stuff.
Sweet. I got teary-eyed.
Yeah.
And you definitely notice the strong religious vibes in this film.
Click, save my marriage!
Which makes sense. The script for this movie came from Steve Coren and Mark O'Keefe, who also wrote Bruce Almighty. Number 15, Mr. Deeds. The first time I ever saw Mr. Deeds was through a bootleg cam rip downloaded on a 2000 E-machine, and I didn't really enjoy the movie. Which, duh, you literally got the worst version of this movie. Of course you weren't going to enjoy it. I should have just paid the money and gone to the theater. But even then, I might have had a negative outlook on this movie. As a young teen, I wasn't ready for Adam Sandler to make his most earnest film of all time.
It is about, getting rid of the cynicism and what did you want to do in 5th grade and why aren't you doing that now? You wanted to be a fireman and now you work here, and it's like we all have to go back to who we were as kids and what we wanted to be and those ideals and hold them up.
I wanted juvenile and stupid humor, and this film, it's not that. Sandler is just what the teen boy in me wanted to be. He's the everyman, and yet ladies still fall all over him.
Can I touch one of your boobs?
Adam,
yes.
It would be my fantasy for you to do that.
Thank you.
Please,
Here we go.
to town.
That is pudding.
Every time I rewatch Mr. Deeds, I find myself liking the film more and more. It feels like a Hallmark movie, but with a much bigger budget. And that shows when you look at the sets that they used. They even had people whose job was to find the perfect town for Mr. Deeds to be from. And according to this article, the locals were treated very nice by the film crew and its stars.
Just had what I really wanted, which was no power lines, no signs, but also a real main street, not like 3 or 4 stores or not like any strip mall.
Got into a van and we went over to New Milford, Connecticut proper. He said, "Oh, this looks perfect."
It's exactly what I had hoped. I mean, it was a restored Main Street, but it wasn't kitschy or like a Disney World thing. It was a functional Main Street, but with real care to make it, to make it really beautiful.
And the Razzies are completely full of shit. There is no way that Adam Sandler is the worst actor.
I told this man, this older man, said, "What are you doing next?" And I said, "I'm doing Mr. Deeds Goes to Town." And he said, "Oh yeah? Who's playing the Gary Cooper part?" I said, "Oh, I am." He goes, "Oh?"
Winona Ryder is the worst actress, and this was one of the worst remakes/sequels of the year.
I felt like we were all on the same page and had the same sense of humor, and I just thought, God, this could be a great movie.
And you always think that they take these movies as a sort of cash grab.
There's still rich people and poor people in this country, and city people and country people, and I thought some of that stuff, rang really fresh to me.
According to Adam Sandler, this movie actually had a deep connection to him.
I was with my dad. He said, "What are you doing next?" And I said, "I don't know." And I said, "They're talking to me about this Mr. Deeds Goes to Town." And he said, "Ooh, that would be good. Your grandmother would like that." And I said, "All right, I'll do that. And if it's a failure, that's on you, Dad." And he said, "I will take that responsibility."
Mr. Deeds needed to be the common man who was just so freaking nice that you could believe that a big city person would come in and take advantage of his generous nature. And this easily could have been one of those films where the nice guy actually comes across as more stupid than he is nice. And even though they keep saying he's nice, every action he does is kind of a jerk nature. The writers drew a parallel to John McEnroe. You see, John McEnroe was also misunderstood.
I'm Adam Sandler with my friend John McEnroe.
John McEnroe, bless him, he was there for us.
Like Deeds in some way, a decent guy with a temper.
You know what it's like to get riled up, don't you, Johnny Mac?
I do. Someone you'd really like to see go out on the town, and you can imagine Adam keeping up with John McEnroe. We called him, and he was really into it, and he had a really good time. It was really fun.
And Mr. Deeds was the first of many John McEnroe cameos.
You said I was out! You're in! Out! In! Out! In! I'm changing the call!
What's with the cheers? Wasn't that guy a terrorist? The people used to boo you too, John, you remember? I wasn't a terrorist.
When Preston Blake, who is a Ted Turner-like mogul, dies hiking, his closest heir in the will inherit Blake's fortune, while the closest relative is Longfellow Deeds, his grandnephew. Longfellow Deeds is an aspiring greeting card writer that also runs a pizza joint. Our bad guy in this movie is Chuck Cedar, played by the OC's Peter Gallagher.
Gallagher, good bad guy. Just a good guy in real life. He works hard at being great.
Gallagher is an all-around great actor, and he's really funny in person. He's just hilarious. He loves to laugh more than anybody.
He wants control of this company, and he's willing to buy off Longfellow Deeds with $40 billion. But Mr. Deeds isn't that kind of guy. He'd rather just chill with the bros and eat Wendy's, and he just wants to surround himself with nice people. And this will blow your mind, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Deeds predicted the dynasty of the New England Patriots.
You guys football fans? I think the Pats could take the conference this year. I mean, the Dolphins are overrated and the Jets are choke artists.
From my research, this movie was being filmed during mid-June 2001. This was before Tom Brady was ever even a thing. He was just a fringe roster member trying to stay on the team. So you're welcome, New England. Thank Mr. Deeds on your way out. The paparazzi are very interested in the story of Blake's heir. Alan Covert plays a scumbag paparazzi who is also secretly in love with Babe Bennett, played by Winona Ryder.
Great actress, great girl, and she was funny as hell, and she was psyched to do it.
Covert was told to gain weight. That would make this character much funnier.
He was against it. Steve Brill.
Yeah, I read
my old friend from way back, who knew how fat and out of shape I was, said, Covert can do this, he can do it. It's you run and you spin.
I was like, well, don't make it complicated. Let's just try it and see. And lo and behold, damn, if Covert didn't take off running too fast, Adam having to catch him, they kind of missed their mark. They're out of balance when they do it. Covert slips, and I'm literally 100 yards away, and we hear the skull. We hear the skull hitting the sidewalk.
Alan Covert suffers for his art.
And like I said, I was fat.
You were weighing about 310 at the time?
I wasn't that fat. I was weighing about 220 though.
And I mean really suffered.
Oh!
You okay?
No.
Time out.
Okay? That is a real sound of a body getting thrown on cement. That is money, man.
That was. I landed like flat on my head.
He wasn't the only one hurt on set. Winona Ryder also injured herself.
She did break her arm again. She's right next to the same bone she hurt on our, I think like an inch away or something. She said it's hurting a lot.
And the guy who they said insisted on doing all his own stunts, yeah, not even a scratch.
I had to climb a building one night and save a woman and her cats from a burning building, and I climbed it as cool as I could, but ultimately, when I look at the tape and the way I did it, I still look goofy.
Wrong way now.
Oh, I thought you were telling me to slow down. Okay. Babe Bennett goes undercover as Pam Powers so that she can get the inside scoop on just who Longfellow Deeds is. Or maybe just hide the security footage of all the shoplifting she was doing at the time. Mr. Deeds is the kind of guy who could make friends with anybody, like John Turturro's character of Emilio.
While we're writing it, we were thinking of John as Emilio, so that made it easier.
Of course, he turns out to be just the most hilarious, well-rounded character in the film.
Or the other hotel worker, played by J.B. Smoove.
Mr. Deeds.
If you had to narrow down the defining visual of this movie, it's probably either the banister slide.
I did the going down the rail, but the wipeout itself, we called Paul on that one.
Paul Adams, stuntman, we had to put a harness on him that had to actually pull him just at the right angle to get that right trajectory.
Or when Emilio stabs through Mr. Deeds' frostbitten foot.
Funny. If you hit it in the wrong place, it wouldn't go in.
Yes, sir!
You had to hit it the right way in order to actually for it to stick.
The movie establishes Emilio as a confidant that Mr. Deeds can trust. Longfellow Deeds sees the good in everybody, and that makes him very easy to take advantage of. Pam Powers fakes car trouble, and Mr. Deeds is so nice that he has to stop to help. Every time he does a noble deed, he gets made to look like the world's worst person. You almost could say that he has to deal with fake news. Pam originally wanted to do this expose to further her career, but now she's falling for Longfellow Deeds. And Deeds is just so pure and good that she's afraid that when she reveals who she truly is, he's gonna leave her. Inside Access and Chuck Cedar are gonna work together to destroy the reputation of Mr. Deeds, and in doing so, expose Pam Powers as Babe Bennett. Thinking he's gonna make the company look bad, Mr. Deeds agrees to sell the company, and he doesn't even want the money. So $40 billion are gonna go to the United Negro College Fund.
Anyway, I'm serious about your uncle's company. It's being sold off.
Well, I'll check into that.
Be a good idea.
Enjoy your pizza.
Oh, I already am.
When Deeds finds out that Cedar's intentions were to actually sell the company, and now people will be out of work, Deeds wants to stop the sale. Babe Bennett goes back to Mr. Deeds' hometown to confess her true feelings, but she accidentally falls through the ice pond. And since Babe hurt Deeds, Deeds' BFF is gonna have to go full Nick Gage on her. Babe Bennett learns that Blake actually had an illegitimate son. A long time ago, he slept with one of the maids. That maid had a son, and that son was Emilio. And now that he has the power, Emilio immediately fires Cedar, and showing his appreciation for Deeds, gives Mr. Deeds $1 billion. 7.5 out of 10. Number 14, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. One of the funniest movies in Adam Sandler's catalog, but the movie that I think is going to have the hardest time re-airing in this current climate.
Chuck and Larry, the one where he marries Kevin James for benefits.
I didn't see that one.
dude, it is hilarious.
Yeah.
There's some rough moments in it where you watch and you go, whoa, you could never do this in 2020.
Right.
It's one of those movies, like, if somebody ever goes back on it and looks at like, hey, what the fuck? But ultimately, in the end, it was like a really positive movie.
Oh, look, one of the girls who sleeps with Chuck is Tila Tequila. Okay, this movie's not making it easy, is it? This movie earns its R rating, so you will hear some naughty words in this review.
It's a movie about, obviously, Kevin James and Adam Sandler pretend to get married, or they do get married, I guess, to save money on the insurance because they're a domestic partner. I mean, it's actually based on a real story, sort of, I guess.
My wife, who passed away, I don't get the benefits anymore. It's a whole bunch of red tape that I have to go through, and it turns out that I have to get remarried again, so that I can be sure that my kids get my benefits.
If you pass away.
If I was to pass away, which I'm a firefighter, so there's always a possibility of that, because it's a scary profession.
Right.
Brave boys.
Ultimately, old Larry doesn't trust anyone else besides his best friend, and his best friend comes through for him and marries him.
Yeah.
Reluctantly, but does it.
Yes.
Adam Sandler plays Chuck, Kevin James plays Larry, and we start off with basketball. Because of course we do. This is an Adam Sandler movie. Now, I had to double check to see if this was the Ghostbusters firehouse, especially since Dan Aykroyd is our fire chief captain. It wasn't. This was comedies before time. It was almost like the last hurrah for making these type of gay jokes.
Mr. Valentine, you said you're a fireman.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have two jobs? Because my dad said that you're also a butt pirate.
Chuck and Larry almost die in an intense fiery rescue. Firefighters are heroes, so they'll risk it all to save this big boy. When Chuck and Larry almost die during a routine teardown, it makes Larry question what will happen to his children if he was no longer around. Larry is a widower, and his son enjoys musicals, while his daughter enjoys Mets baseball. Larry's life insurance had lapsed around the time he was grieving over his dead wife, but it would retroactively cover him again if he was married. And the only person that Larry trusts enough with his kids is Chuck. At a routine building teardown, we're shown how all the firefighters act around each other. It's a boys' club, but it's also a brotherhood. They'll bust each other's balls, but they'd also risk their lives for each other.
You think like, yeah, of course, I'll do anything for my kids. But when you have them and they're real, you go, man, I really will.
You still want to knock them all off?
Yeah.
So they can see you die early? You're disgusting.
Because Larry saved his life, Chuck owes him a favor, so he agrees to do the domestic partnership.
It's apparently a true story. I didn't look.
Oh, really?
I didn't do much research, but they told me it is. There's two firemen in Philadelphia, and
They should have called this Chuck and Larry, based on a true story. And Hooters almost blows Chuck's cover. Now, you remember what I talked about earlier with the Ridiculous Six and the Zohan, where the Sandler approach is to bring people together through offensive comedy? That's what this film is. Since this quickie marriage raised a lot of red flags, an insurer is sent to see if the marriage is legit. But he's not the final say. That's the job for the special investigator. So Chuck's gonna need his own lawyer. A woman named Alex McDonough, played by Jessica Biel. Yeah, that's how she made me feel back then, okay? I love Mary Camden.
Did you ever feel like you were, being the only girl on the set, were you given special treatment? Was there,
Oh, no. I mean, they
you had
just
to become a man.
Oh, yes. They busted my chops all day, every day. I was the little sister around basically a frat house of funny, crazy guys.
people seem to think she's attractive.
Yeah.
They think she's very sweet, very
Yes.
nice. I forget her name. What is it?
It's Jessica Biel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she's the one.
Very
And
good.
she's a 10. And when I'm on screen next to her, she bumps up to a 12.
I was so jazzed about actually being able to be on set and working with these guys. But as the start date got closer and was looming and closer, I started to get nervous and just intimidated. Like you said, these are the best of the best in the comedy world, and Adam Sandler, I love all his movies. I've grown up with him, and now I'm working opposite him. It was so nerve-wracking, but he's so nice, and he made me feel really comfortable, and it was like no big deal.
And you're their attorney, right? But you think Adam is
I
gay.
think Adam is gay.
Right,
Absolutely.
okay.
I'm defending them against the state. I truly believe that they love each other and they want to be together, so I want to make that happen.
But you are not gay men.
We're not gay. We're not gay. We're not. We're actually a little bit crazy. Like
You're a little bit homophobic initially. You're
A
a little
little
bit.
bit, yes,
Certainly your characters.
I said, so I'm not gay? He goes, no, you're not gay.
These are two guys who are firefighters, and they pretend to be gay so that they can collect medical
benefits for Kevin's character and his children.
Chuck and Larry have to get legitimately gay married in Canada. You know that Rob Schneider has to show up at some point, right? What is he going to do in this film?
Rob Schneider plays this like really stereotypical Japanese guy. He has Japanese eyes on. Like they put makeup to change his eyes to look more like a Japanese guy. He's got a crazy bowl haircut like Mo from the Three Stooges. It is so racist.
He says it's okay, guys. He is part Asian. Steve Buscemi is the relentless special investigator. This film does come across as the greatest hits of every single gay joke made up to this point. They gotta fill their house with gay stuff. They have to gay up the trash. Wait, if Bob Barker is a thing, does that make Chuck and Larry part of the Sandler-verse? Speaking of strange connections, when Chuck is invited out with Alex to a gay Halloween party, he shows up as Dracula. Does Mavis know? This is where we meet Nick Swardsden's character of Kevin. He plays Alex's gay brother. There's a protest going on outside of the club, and Chuck has to knock this guy out. Well, that's gonna cause Chuck and Larry's partnership to go public. And Aykroyd isn't fooled by all of this. He just wants plausible deniability. The other firefighters, they're not gonna let Chuck and Larry play in any of their reindeer games, if you know what I mean. They want to figure out a way to get Chuck and Larry booted from the team. The chief tells them, calm down. Let's not overreact. But not every firefighter turns against Chuck and Larry. Ving Rhames' character is inspired to come out himself, but he's gonna need Chuck and Larry's help. While this is all going on, Alex starts to develop feelings for Chuck.
We've become friends, and we've basically become girlfriends. We're having a girls' day, you know, where you're shopping, and you're hanging out, and it's really fun, and so I'm really comfortable with him, and you want to hang out with somebody who just, you know, is confident to shop with you and talk about boys with you, or, you know, talk about makeup with you, and they don't care. And I think that both of those guys have that quality.
And for some reason, I have this connection with Adam, and I sort of start to have a really nice friendship with him and sort of start to fall in love with him.
It's not just innocent flirting. You know how a bunch of 80s guys will talk about Phoebe Cates coming out of the pool? Well, this scene with Jessica Biel is the 2000s version of that.
We're coming and running in from the rain, and he's questioning me about my body, and it's just this, funny little scene.
You got to kind of act out some single guy fantasy stuff.
Yes, my character ran around enjoying himself until he fell for this guy.
He's about to show you now how he turns his wife, I guess, his partner.
Yes.
His partner on.
What about the scene with Jessica Biel where you're actually feeling her up?
She encouraged every grab. Go get him, Sandman. That's what I always get every day before. Go get there, Sandman. Do us proud. And the kids are like, squeeze away, Pops.
I actually love this scene where Adam and I are sitting on the bed, and we're talking about, you know, tips for turning your loved ones on, and what do you do? And you know, he's sort of showing me about rubbing hair and touching face, and that scene was really fun. I love that scene because it goes in you never expect it to go where it goes.
Were those the busy days seriously, where like people are like, oh, this is the underwear scene, and all of a sudden there's way more people in the crew than.
I did have a couple of guys when Jessica walked by in the catsuit, a couple of crew guys go, hey, thanks, man.
Yeah. I wasn't even working that day, and I threw in a tool belt and was just pretending to hammer something over there.
That's what we call movie magic. Alex and Chuck begin making out, and now Alex feels like a homewrecker. Chuck now wants to come clean about the whole thing. Larry panics, and Chuck's like, you have to get over your ex-wife Paula's death. It doesn't really matter if Chuck comes clean now. The special investigator has already busted them. He knows about Chuck's past as a womanizer.
You make yourself to be, you know, clearly not only not gay, but clearly getting more action with women than any other man on the face of the planet.
Exactly, yeah.
Clearly to let people know, this character isn't gay.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
So there's one scene where you're in a flat with about 9 women wearing lingerie, and I thought, okay, he clearly wrote this just to have a nice day at the office.
Well, the truth is, it is you pay for that kind of thing because it's a good day at the office, but then you go to the screening and your wife's sitting next to you, and it's a bad month after that.
And now they're brought to court over fraud charges. Their closeness is because they're like brothers, not lovers. And before they have to kiss each other, Captain Dan Aykroyd is like, enough! They're not gay. And since the captain knew, he was considered an accomplice. So him, Chuck, and Larry, along with the fellow firefighters, are all thrown in jail. The fellow firefighters all decided, hey, you know what? Even if these two are gay, they are like our brothers, so let's have their back. Chuck and Larry being thrown in jail sparks an outrage. Because it would look really bad if you kept a widowed firefighter in jail, they'll let him go, but in exchange, the firefighters are going to pose for an AIDS benefit calendar. Now, in my research, I found out that apparently this film is one of the first times the term asexual has been used in a film. Ving Rhames' character of Fred marries Alex's brother Kevin. At the wedding, Alex and Chuck get back together, and Larry is able to finally move on and meets a new girl. Chuck and Larry is a product of its time. Yes, there's the joke about dropping the soap. Lance Bass is in this movie. There's a scene where they want to see how Larry's son responds to seeing a naked woman. This was mainstream back then. Like, you could go into Walmart and buy a shirt promoting this movie. Lance Bass had to be an easy get for this movie. They already had a direct connection. When this movie was being made, it was right around the time Jessica Biel started dating Justin Timberlake. And did you know that this movie actually had an older script where Chuck and Larry were actually Joe and Benny? And Joe and Benny would have been played by Nick Cage and Will Smith. USA Today called Chuck and Larry a movie that gives marriage, homosexuality, friendship, firefighters, children, and nearly everything else a bad name.
Reviews are going to be good on this one. I'm like, no, they're not, dude.
The Wall Street Journal called it an insult to gays, straights, men, women, children, African Americans, Asians, pastors, mailmen, insurance adjusters, firemen, doctors, and fans of show music.
We're not on the same, we're not connecting, me and those guys.
And here's the craziest thing. You'd think after all those reviews, somebody like GLAAD would have hated this movie, and yet they give the film a positive review. People had to have enjoyed this movie because it did killer numbers at the box office. This film, 7.5 out of 10.
And I was in Chuck and Larry. They call it a scene stealer. I don't know what that means.
Oh, God. David Spade with more nightmare fuel. Okay, number 13. The one I was most apprehensive going into. Because, well, if I didn't like it, I felt like this would be the one people would get very upset about. And that film is Uncut Gems.
I'm glad I'm getting to do all the comedies and stuff, and I appreciate the support and everything, but I think there's a serious side of Sandler that needs to get out there, and it's just that Hollywood's not jumping on that yet, because they tend to, I do comedies, he just does comedy.
Unlike myowitz stories or Men, Women, and Children, Uncut Gems was the drama that people actually saw. And if I wanted to farm for outrage clicks, I would have given Uncut Gems a very low score. But I want to keep this list honest. And this is a really good drama, even if you can't get Adam Sandler to properly sum up what this movie is about.
What is the pitch? I don't even know how to discuss the movie now. When people say what's Uncut Gems, I'm not sure.
Uncut Gems to me is just as goofy as your average Adam Sandler movie, just in a different way. The characters in this film have very New York-based personalities, and some even modeled after famous New Yorkers.
They were big fans, and I've heard the same thing. We grew up listening to you in our dad's car, blah, 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 like everyone always tells me. So they said, we have an idea for this movie we're doing, and we have a role for you.
They really did talk about you. They wanted my character, Howard Ratner, to be a strong Jew, a guy who comes into a room.
Howard Ratner.
Howard
That's the
Ratner.
greatest name
It's a
ever.
good name, yeah.
Howard Ratner.
But also based on the Sadfi's actual father, who was a runner for a guy like Howard.
Started with stories that our dad used to tell us. He worked for this guy who was not the main character.
Okay,
and
so not based on him.
It's not based on him. Burning desire to kind of put these pulp nonfictions that our dad would tell, because he worked in the Diamond District for a runner/salesman who was not Howard.
And even though this is a drama, you can't tell me that Howard isn't just a big cartoon character.
I don't even think about it as much as you think I should. I like comedies. I like making them. When I make these other movies, man, I dive in deep and I love it.
Uncut Gems to me was like if you took Sandy Wexler and put him into the plot of The Cobbler. There's a lot of talk about the realism in this film, but come on, guys. You can't tell me that this is the writing that gets him award nominations.
This is my fucking way. This is how I win. Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
And yet you look down on something like That's My Boy, which could also easily have those 2 lines of dialogue. I just have a hard time believing that this is what the real movers and shakers of gem selling sound like.
You guys hooked us up with getting the inn on 47th Street. We got to know the block.
Those guys let me in all the shops and taught me, about selling stuff and about...
you got some ice on right
They
now.
iced me up nice. Uncut Gems, I got that as a present at the premiere.
Hanging out with gamblers and watching games.
Had problems and lost a lot of things and lost their lives because of it.
This film almost shouldn't work. Like, one of the girls who stars in this movie in a huge role was a Vine star.
And I used to make like really cool videos on Vine, and I think that Josh saw them and was like, oh my, like, who is that? And then we had mutual friends, so through them we kind of met, and that was probably like 6 years ago. And then probably like 5 years ago, they started talking to me about this role, and ever since then, Josh has just like really pushed for me to be in it. And then of course, when the bigger studios got involved, they wanted a real actress and they wanted the big names, but I did a screen test, and mine was better than everyone else's. And here I am.
We're gonna make this movie, we still want you in it. But then they called me again and they said, well, now that the big studios are involved, they want like a big name actress, like 300 to be exact.
And it almost seems like she got this role because one of the Sadfi brothers was a simp for her.
Yes, Josh Safdie's like, you're like the most famous man in the world. Josh Safdie's the most famous man in the world, thanks to me.
To her credit, she was perfect for this part. She gives off a different vibe than your normal Sandler love interest. If Kerry Russell is too pure, Julia is the exact opposite. Julia's character is a modified version of a character that was in a previous Sadfi brother film. A character who would have been a protege of Howard. Uncut Gems starts off in Ethiopia around the year of 2010, which, if my timeline is correct, would have been the same time where R. Kelly was trying to figure out how to get this girl over to America.
How am I gonna get you from Ethiopia to America?
And 2010 also happens to be the exact time when this script was being written.
It took us 10 years to make this film. The first draft was, we wrote it in 2009.
Over 160 drafts of the script. Quit belly aching, you got it done.
They're young guys. Like when they sent that script to you, they must have been like 14 years old or something.
I know, the first time, yeah.
It makes sense that you would not be interested in doing a movie with them at that time.
Is this a Windows XP screensaver? Oh wait, no, that's his colon exam.
And the colonoscopy was a stock footage. We gotta make sure everybody knows that, right?
That was not. That was my colonoscopy. Everything's clear.
This was a sequence that had to be made from scratch. And this is supposed to represent the journey of a gem.
So you're pulling lots of space imagery and
a lot of still images, but no 3D
still images.
at all,
There's a guy in LA who does microphotography. So we're building these things, and it's tough because when you're on set, you just say, oh, then in the script you write the camera dives into the gem.
Right.
And it really, I still get a little stoned every time watching this. You have all these images that are flashing from Kevin's past
life.
And I said to Kevin, you got any pictures of he's like, no, I don't have any pictures.
Uh-huh.
So we had to source them through people who he's known over the years, which was difficult.
That's cool.
Adam Sandler plays jewelry salesman Howard Ratner. This is a role that Adam trained for.
And they gave me one of the, the loop thing?
The magnifies.
The magnifies the thing. And so, I started looking at everybody's jewelry to see if it was good or bad.
Through Howard's research and connection, he's now in possession of a very expensive gem, the black opal.
Had to convince the Australians. They came to let us use some. These are about over $150,000.
When you brought the opal on the set, finally, it was the biggest deal. When we finally got the real opal.
It was like we unearthed it from the ground.
You were improvising tons of bits.
Yeah, new stuff.
Leading up about like the allure of the opal. I love that you say the dinosaurs were.
And he's gonna make a big sale with this, and he needs to. He's got debt collectors after him, he's supporting a girl on the side who's a deadbeat, and a wife and kids. I think Howard is a complete scumbag, so I'm not quite sure what the Sadfi brothers are talking about when they say that he's a very likable kind of guy.
I like him a lot more now. But the good news is I grew to love the man. I grew to love the man. I wish you
have fun
did.
being
I wish
Howard?
you did.
I think everyone loved Howard and was rooting for him.
Did you have fun being Howard?
Loved being Howard so much that when we wrapped the movie, I was devastated.
It's just, he made so many mistakes and was so unlikable at times, and that
He was never unlikable.
Well,
never.
In my head he was, but I'm glad.
He was never unlikable.
Yeah, that's good to know.
I was probably nervous about being a guy who was like that, and I was nervous about my kids one day seeing the movie. I'm a little psychotic. Most actors don't. You shouldn't care. You're acting. But that was my initial thought, and my wife was like, "What are you, crazy? This is a great movie. These guys are amazing filmmakers, and this is like one of the greatest opportunities you'll ever have." So she made me feel safe, and then I jumped in there.
My wife's cool. She can handle the psychotic guy that I played, but my kids, I don't want to see that. And they were like, "Well, when can we see it? When we're 15?" And I said, "Nah, maybe after 15." And they were like, "19?" I said, "I don't know, maybe when you're 50."
I really hope that Uncut Gems retires the narrative that Sandler can't do drama.
We're actors. The comedians are actors. As a human, I'm deep. As an actor, I go deep.
He can.
The thing that surprises me is that it is surprising for people at this point.
I'm confident that I'll put the work in.
These films are just a change of pace from his normal film.
I went to NYU. I studied acting at Strasberg and all that stuff. I was never doing comedy monologues in school. I always was doing Indian Wants the Bronx and stuff like that. I think I got there when I was 17. I started doing stand-up, so I would do school, serious stuff in the day.
And at night, he'd work the New York comedy clubs.
Howard Ratner has some high-end clients. The Weeknd, who wants to buy a Michael Jackson on a cross piece. And of course, one of the stars of this film, Kevin Garnett. Does Kevin Garnett buy the Furby chain? No. He's enamored with the black opal. It makes him feel anything's possible! He needs this piece, and he's even willing to put up his NBA championship ring as collateral. Kevin Garnett is pretty solid in this movie, and he adds credibility to Howard's status as a top jewelry guy.
He just was like in every scene and responded, and it was improvising sometimes, and he was so on it. It was incredible, actually. We were all admired how great KG was.
Every actor in the movie was going, "Are you kidding me? Kevin Garnett's better than me at acting."
Can you really mess up playing yourself?
You know you're watching a Sandler drama when you don't see any of his boys pop up. The role of Kevin Garnett didn't go to Shaq.
You could have 2012. You could have gone Mello or Amare.
So we started writing the movie in 2010, and it started with Amare.
Kevin Garnett in real life is a self-admitted superstitious guy.
I had a $2 bill I used to keep in my shoe, yo.
I felt bad for him on the press tour, though, where sometimes he'd get shamed as being part of a culture that wears blood diamonds.
I didn't think about the sacrifice in which went into acquiring these diamonds. I never took that. I never actually thought about that to the movie.
For a guy who talks about how he wins, Howard just makes strange decision after strange decision throughout this movie. Because of peer pressure, he gives away the opal. He takes an NBA ring and immediately pawns it. He constantly blows off these bookies, and then whenever he gets some money, more betting. There was only one character who I thought had any common sense in this movie, and she was played by John Travolta's favorite actress.
Até Tazinho.
We're glad
No,
about
but I appreciate he and the Safdie brothers sort of allowing me to be a part of this and not sing and show a different side of myself. So, I really appreciate you not making me audition.
She's trying to be an attentive mom, and she's in the middle of divorcing Howard. That's how Howard loses.
Yeah, I didn't want to play a victim.
Yes,
that's for
exactly.
Sure. But you guys didn't
strong.
write her like that.
Yeah.
Nobody threw out you punching me, though.
Oh, I didn't know he was going to say that.
Howard has a son who still seems to kind of like him, but the daughter? Nah. Even Howard's mistress doesn't really like him. She'd rather be with The Weeknd. Howard can't win.
That's the joke.
The bet he made, which would have won the money he needed to pay off his debt, the bookie was told to cancel. The opal is basically stolen by Kevin Garnett, and since Howard can't get it back to the appraiser on time, the value the auctioneers place on it goes from $800K to $155. Judd Hirsch appears in his second Adam Sandler movie. He plays the role of Howard's father-in-law, Gooey. Gooey helps Howard buy back the opal, outbidding Kevin Garnett. But Kevin still wants the opal, and instead of just using the money that he gets and paying back his bookies who are about to kill him at any point, Howard decides, you know what? Let's take all that money from the opal sale and bet it.
Let's fucking bet on this. Let's bet on this shit.
I've never understood gambling addiction before, and it explains it in a way that you're so anxious watching the movie. I mean, you're just, it's hard to watch because you're like, oh my God, don't do that, don't do that.
Right, yes.
It's really, you get way into the movie.
Julia is just as dumb as Howard and goes to Vegas and places the bet. The thugs eventually find Howard, and I hope Vanilla Ice wasn't at the premiere of this movie, or he might have been triggered when they held Howard over the balcony. Howard is so confident that Kevin Garnett will cover this bet, he traps these goons in a makeshift jail. Howard is in his own little world. At this point, you're like, Howard, you are begging for something bad to happen to you. He keeps blowing off the warnings that these goons try to send to him. At one point in this movie, they even put him naked in a trunk to send a message that Howard is clearly not receiving.
I felt most at home in the trunk of the car naked. That's the only time I was like, I'm the Sandman again.
I don't love being naked. It's something that never goes well even without cameras rolling.
I feel like I heard that your fighting scenes weren't always choreographed, really.
Right, they were. A stunt coordinator would try to say what they should do, and they would just ignore him and come at me and beat me. And
the stunt coordinator would say, you don't have to actually hit Adam. Throw the punch at him or throw his head to the side it'll look like, and they just stared at him like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'll say that I pissed my pants from laughing.
Oh, yeah, was that what it was?
I thought you were nervous. But it was nervous laughter.
Yeah. There was, and then after I remember it was amazing, after you tapped out, Tommy he did it again. You were pretending to be choking. Like, oh my God, I'm sorry. No, I'm acting. Go.
And they would talk to me like they love me. Said like, Mr. Deeds was incredible. I said, oh, thanks, man. And then action, and then just full choke, and I was like trying to tap out. I'm punching the roof.
Well, the bet pays off, and Howard has made all this. Wait a minute. Did they just shoot him in the face? Oh my God, Howard's dead. What a troll ending. That was awesome. That was great. Give the film all the awards, even the Gotham Award, which I assume is like when you get a trophy presented to you by the Riddler. So you're telling me Julia gets all his money, right? So this is another 7.5 out of 10. It's shot in an interesting, grimy type style, which matches just how sleazy everybody is in this film. This script went through countless rewrites, but they did let the actors improv their dialogue.
First of all, one of the greatest lines ever comes before it. It's like, I'm watching a History Channel trying to learn. Because I love that Howard, that's education, Howard. And I like that he's interested in Howard's story. Howard could sell ice to an Eskimo.
But they wanted their actors to improv dialogue. The Safdie brothers would feed them lines, and the reactions you see on film, they're authentic. When Kevin Garnett leans on this counter, yeah, he had no idea when the thing was going to break.
Remember, we just did it on the slide.
I had the button.
We had the button. So
yeah.
we were just letting you guys go, and you were talking with Kevin. Everybody was getting comfortable, and we waited until that last moment.
Well, yeah,
and it was loud.
And this film, like the Myowitz story, is an example of dialogue where it doesn't sound perfect because in real life, people talk over each other. They're stilted in their delivery. But I gotta be honest, Howard drove me nuts.
He doesn't make too many good decisions, and he doesn't really think about who he's hurting along the way.
It's a testament to him for playing such a despicable character and still remaining so lovable. Somehow, people are still rooting for him.
Every bad decision was of Howard's doing.
There's a knot in your stomach, and I'm watching your character, and I'm like, oh, just don't do it, man. Just like, oh, just go home, dude. Just go home, just stop.
I thought about the movie the next day. I thought about the day after that. Everyone who else has seen the movie, we all need to talk about it.
It gives you a stomachache, because it keeps affecting everybody and him, and you think for a second he's going to get out of it, and right away he just jumps into another one.
Yeah.
And he's
Every time he saves himself, he does something else to sabotage his life.
It's very intense. The movie is very intense.
Is it going to feel like 100 minutes of a heart attack? Like Uncut Gems made me feel like I was about to die.
Oh my God. I was so anxious.
Yeah, right.
Your guy, you know, watching someone, you know, the way they describe an airline disaster is like a series of bad mistakes. It's never like one mistake.
Sure.
And when you watch, like, just a man just keep making bad choices.
Yeah, that's right.
Howard is shown as smart enough to be able to get into possession of an opal gem and score that huge payday. And yet he's not smart enough to realize, hey, slow down, get your house in order, secure the sale before you spend the money. You get the impression that in every area of Howard's life, somebody is getting screwed over.
There's Howard at home, there's Howard selling, there's Howard in the back room, you know, it's like, he's always got to keep track of that all the time.
The Safdie brothers had been pitching Adam Sandler this story as far back as the myowitz stories.
Yeah, we wrote it for Sandman, and we couldn't get over the moat of celebrity there.
And we had no right to go after Adam Sandler. We didn't earn that right.
No, I did not hear about the script coming my way 10 years ago. I did not. I have people who represent me that took it upon themselves to say no to you guys, and I had other stuff to do.
In 2015, we got an additional. It wasn't just a no; it was just unavailable, so it was more polite.
Adam thought the Safdie brothers were just some skateboard guys.
I don't have time for the Safdie brothers. Let me just do the Meyerowitz stories.
I'm going over to Cannes, and when I'm going over there, my agents kept saying the Safdie brothers want to talk to you, and I said, who are the Safdie brothers? And they were like, they're young and hip, and I thought they were just like skateboarders. So I was like, what do I want to meet the Safdie brothers for?
And his manager, the real-life inspiration for Sandy Wexler, he thought the script sucked and that Adam shouldn't do this movie.
The team said no originally. Thank you, Sandy.
The Safdie brothers did have one thing working in their favor. A 2017 movie that they made with Robert Pattinson, which also happened to feature a dark, seedy version of New York City.
They said to me, will you please just look at one of their movies? So I saw Good Time, and I could not believe how great that movie was, and then I watched all their movies.
I've heard so many people, it's right to your face, say, I love Good Times.
And
you never correct.
I don't know how to make a movie like that. I wouldn't know how to put shots together like that and make you so tense, and I saw everybody in it was fresh.
Yeah.
I texted you, I said nice stuff, and then they sent me the script, and I read it, and I couldn't believe. Don't let me influence any of my thoughts with you out of my nerves. You know, calm me down, but don't let it change the way you think, because I don't know how you do what you're doing.
And even if you forget just how good of a drama this is, you'll never be able to forget the memes.
That film is, like, I feel like the most memed gift.
Oh, yeah?
In the last few years. It just has a currency there that is really
great. That's great. They send me stuff of that with what Howard is on the internet, somebody doing a Howard thing or somebody dressing up like Howard. Well, I have different teeth in there, and I have a goatee and a fake mole, and the hair's back, and I'm wearing different clothes. And
you have earrings in the movie?
I have earrings.
You can consider the Safdie brothers in Adam Sandler's inner circle now. They got another film coming out in 2023. They even worked together on a short film, Goldman vs. Silverman.
I was with them last night. They're working on a new one. We're doing a new one together. It's gonna be exciting.
Number 12, The Longest Yard. Now this is the dudest of all dude movies. It's Adam Sandler's second football film, and a remake of a famous 70s movie that starred Burt Reynolds, which would be why Burt Reynolds is also in this one.
They may not know that this movie is a remake of a Burt Reynolds movie.
Yes, the great Burt Reynolds.
Great Burt Reynolds, one of the great movie stars of all time, and he made The Longest Yard.
Bert's a very sexy dude, and I'm like, you know, I am whatever I am. After every take, I'd look at Burt and I'd say, "How was that, pal?" And he'd say, "Just a little bit more mustache on it."
And Burt must have had the time of his life.
And of course we had Burt right there on set. Hey, it was like this or it was like that. Michael, do it this way. So I just had that feeling that this would be something great.
How was Burt? Was he accessible? Fuck yeah. Just one of the boys.
Despite being up there in age, he was ready to hit some people.
Like at that moment, I hit the floor, and I remember him putting me up. Come on, big guy, get up. Let's do this scene again. And now I was prepared for the yank. I wasn't prepared for the yank when he first hit me.
And you know what? He'll take a hit himself.
He was not supposed to actually run that play, and it was against Bosworth. And he said, "Pete, let me do it. I got it. Don't put my stuntman in. I got to do it." And I thought, we could actually kill Burt Reynolds on this play. I said, "Burt, really, none of the producers want you to do this. We got to put your stunt." He said, "Let me do it, kid. Let me do it." So we let him do it. Bosworth tackled him. Kind of went a little easier on him than he would have. And I remember picking Burt up and said, "Kid, you just added 10 years to my life."
The Longest Yard is like walking into the late 90s, early 2000s boys' bedroom. The comedy is loud, it's dumb, and it's crude. This film's female representation is just Tracy Morgan as the prison bitch.
I shouldn't be playing, should I?
And if a teen boy was to cast his fantasy movie, well, you don't get actors, you get wrestlers and football players. And Adam was casting from both sides of the wrestling war, WCW and WWE.
You cast a bunch of professional wrestlers in your remake of The Longest Yard. Are they better actors than Norm Macdonald?
I loved all the wrestlers. Goldberg, one of the most insane guys when you were on the field. You didn't want to get hit by him.
Like, I love those 6 points. Bring it on.
For me, it was a dream come true because I got to play football again. Forget the fact that it was the coolest movie. It was my favorite movie, but I got to put pads on again, and I got to hit. So we had a bunch of arena guys playing, all the extra positions. And so I'd fight with them every day. We'd do one-on-ones. I don't know. I was 80.
That's what I was about to ask. I
felt like I was, 25 playing football again, man.
Might be the only wrestlers.
Yeah, those guys were awesome. Bob Sapp.
Bob Sapp's kind of a wrestler.
Not really a wrestler. He just throws beatings for a living. And then Dilip Singh wrestled in Japan. Dilip's in the movie. He's in The Longest Yard. He's from India. He speaks very little English, right?
Yeah, I speak a little.
Okay, cool. Stone Cold, hilarious.
I'm talking about white power. Who the f is he at?
Kevin Nash destroys in the movie, by the way.
Englehart, my character, has one line. Who drank all the damn Gatorade? And the rest of it was all improv by me.
One word. Wonderful. Wonderful.
They just would they do another take, and then when they did another take, I'd always throw something out. And then it got to the point where Pete Segal was the director, and Pete was just like, every time I was in the scene, he'd go like, "Okay, Nash, you got anything?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I'll come with something."
And it's weird with all these wrestling legends. I'm kind of like, how did the great Khali get in this? But funny enough, he recorded this movie before he ever debuted in the WWE. And Adam must have wanted to have his own fantasy football camp because we have Bill Romanowski, Michael Irvin, Brian Bosworth, Jim Rome, and even Chris Berman calling the final game. I kind of want to know, even back then, who would have broadcast this game? Was this going out on ESPN? Was this in the early days of streaming in the Wild West of the internet? And maybe like a Joe Francis type would have paid for this? Maybe it was put together by the same production company that wanted O.J. Simpson to do a version of Punk'd. Speaking of O.J. Simpson, for a movie about football players in prison, it took a little while, but we did get an O.J. joke.
Me that shit. O.J. chopped his wife's head off and still got some ass.
Nowadays, I could see like a Jake Paul being interested in broadcasting a football game where prison guards face off against inmates. And those inmates are led by a famous washed-up bad boy quarterback, Paul Crewe. Adam Sandler was ready to play the role of quarterback. He even learned how to throw a pass.
He threw a slant to me one day, and I was like, Adam, where'd you learn that? And he tells me he brought in Sean Salisbury. And again, Adam, where did you learn that? Because Sean, he never really played. How could he teach you something that he never did? I was impressed with him.
I was really doing the throwing the passes, the hits, though. When I get hit real hard, I wouldn't do that.
And I know we talk a lot about honoring source material, which Adam Sandler was totally going to do.
The original Longest Yard was a classic. It is a classic. Whenever you mention it, everyone knows what it is. Everybody talks about how great it was. This could become something special, the way the guys feel about one another, the way we are all working hard to make sure we put forth a good effort. We all understood and appreciated the original.
He even tried to grow the Burt Reynolds mustache.
You trying to try the Burt Reynolds sexy mustache?
I went Burt Reynolds mustache, but it wasn't sexy. I looked a little like Hussein.
You should have the footage of the 3 weeks we did with you and the mustache.
I know, man.
That didn't work out.
Yeah, well, I broke into the rash. It started off cool, and then the rash started building around the head. Finally, I was just a swollen red piece of face.
Yeah.
My boyfriend kept saying I tickled him when I kissed him.
Paul Crewe is assigned to put together a team of ragtag prisoners to go up against the guards. Hey, you know what kids like? The rap music. And that is why Nelly is in this movie.
And Nelly was incredible.
Exactly.
I mean...
Good answer.
It's just one of the best rapping actors ever.
And D12, Chris Rock is the caretaker. And he helps Paul Crewe draft his team.
Here's the caretaker for giving us everything we need.
Thanks for making this shithole a lot more tolerable.
And nothing screams all-star team like Bob Sapp and Joey Diaz.
Look what Adam Sandler damage he was doing in 2005, 2004, 2000. Anything he touched turned to gold.
Would this team really be able to hold up if they were to play the foosball? Could they beat the Boss and the Shredder? Michael Bay's maybe, sort of, kind of, but maybe not Shredder. And in the Two-Timers Club, Courtney Cox and Cloris Leachman. When Paul Crewe's team finally gets good, they're immediately sabotaged as one of their fellow convicts kills Caretaker. It's the day of the big game, and the convicts are off to a hot start. But Hazen decides to blackmail Crewe and tell him if he doesn't throw the game, then he'll place Caretaker's death on him. So like he did in his pro career, Crewe has to throw the game. The guards just completely take over, and they're taking liberties on the prisoners. And Paul can't stand it any longer, so he's back in the game. And it's down to the wire. The convicts can win this game if they get the 2-point conversion. In doing so, he earns the respect of Captain Brian Nauer. And the captain will even have Paul's back if Hazen tries to blame him for Caretaker's death. Hazen does not like this at all, and as Paul's walking off the field, Hazen says, "He's escaping! Shoot him!" Good thing that Brian does not do that, because even then, if they were live streaming this event and a cop shot an unarmed inmate, yeah, they'd be in a ton of trouble, especially if the inmate was a famous celebrity. It's football with a heavy rap soundtrack, and a cast filled with ex-wrestlers and ex-football players. And if you don't love that stuff, you'd probably put this movie as low as a 6. But if you do love that stuff, which I do, it's a 7.5, maybe even an 8. Even Roger Ebert gave this film a thumbs up.
That was actually the last time critics pretended not to hate me for 5 fucking minutes.
Maybe he's just a big fan of the song that D12 put on the soundtrack.
But you know that no matter what, you'll never get the chance to touch my balls, balls, balls.
You know, it seems like Siskel and Ebert had it out for Adam Sandler.
Siskel and Ebert were not big fans of you. I didn't know it, but I
didn't know it either, really.
If I had to make a guess.
Yeah, they came at me.
Balls, balls, balls. You'll never touch my balls.
Footballs. I'm talking about footballs.
This was never going to be their style of comedy.
But Adam Sandler finds one note for his performance and plays it again and again and again. It's the kind of movie you might like if you're a little kid, say 9 or under.
Even if it's good, I can't accept a good one when the 10 before were so nasty and...
So I found it really weird when Roger Ebert popped up when Adam Sandler performed Steve Polychronopoulos.
Borrow your jacket and never think of returning.
Polychronopoulos.
This may not have been in a tropical location, but it was Adam Sandler just getting paid to have his own fantasy football camp. And it seems like all the ex-jocks that he hired to be in this film couldn't wait to throw live rounds again.
I had a stuntman, Brian Mannon. He humiliated me one day because because it's humiliating enough when everyone's really taking the hits, and then I just go, wait, Brian, take the hit for me.
And as a Cowboys fan, I'm going to consider this Michael Irvin's final season.
Questioning all these years, should I have gone back? Should I have tried? I should have tried. I should have tried. Now getting in this movie and doing the movie, and every day I was in the training room, ice pack on my knee, ice pack on my shoulder, taking anti-inflams again, trying to get back on the field. I said to myself, okay, God, I understand. I can get this thought out of my head. There would never be a day that I could play football again.
If Michael Irvin's in our movies, of course.
Really? Irvin's in your movies? Yeah. But Dan Patrick is
Danny
like, he
B's
should go
all over it.
Number 11, 50 First Dates. This is one of 3 films that Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler have done together, and I have it as the lowest of the 3. That's how good they are together.
You made me laugh in The Wedding Singer.
And then we went on 50 first dates.
Sandler and Barrymore together again, playing lovers in the new romantic comedy 50 First Dates.
As well as being a beautiful romantic comedy and a great relationship comedy, there's, there are going to be some laughs in here.
America knows just how good they look as a couple.
I've really never wanted to do anything important in this world and in my life that isn't side by side with you.
It's just a real cozy vibe watching these two fall in love on screen.
Although we've only ever been friends, I can transfer that into an in love thing, but it's really true and coming from my heart.
Watching these two just makes you feel good about life, even if the film kind of makes you feel like, I think Adam Sandler just tricked this studio into getting an all-expense-paid trip to Hawaii.
We had all come here together as a group for vacation, and Adam, it was his idea. He was like, we should do this in Hawaii, and it really becomes a character in the movie. It's a beautiful backdrop.
The first script had this movie taking place in Seattle, but Adam suggested moving it here to Hawaii.
I spent a lot of my childhood every summer in Hawaii. My grandfather lived over there, and we, so my parents would take us there. So, I wanted to make sure the Hawaiians dug that, but I felt like I could do that with dignity, but at the same time have some fun.
Or maybe shooting in Hawaii was important to the story they were trying to tell.
Hawaii is a place where you can really get lost. It's a world, so I think that helps you get more voluntarily lost in the story. Because he's a marine biologist, it was just, perfect for that.
Sandler plays the character of Henry Ross, the guy all the women on their vacation have a fling with. Even when Henry is honest with the women, they still go through with it. Henry has a system in place so that he doesn't have to get involved with them. Henry is a veterinarian, and they use that as an excuse to go hard with the animal jokes.
All the animals that are in the film, because, he's a veterinarian at the Sea Life Park, and it's just got this feel and look and tone of it that's really different because of that. It really affected the movie in such a positive way.
Well, when we did 50 First Dates, I had to deal with the old sea animals and know what I was doing.
That's
and
right.
I had to do scenes with walruses
And penguins.
Penguins, man, and
dolphins.
Yeah, we did all right, but I gotta say, I was nervous every time I was with those, that they were gonna throw me in the water and eat me.
He worked with the dolphins in the area.
Yeah.
I don't think he knew what he did for a living. He just knew he fed the dolphins and hung out with them.
But then again, who doesn't want to work with a penguin?
And I can't tell you how fun it was to work with penguins every day and dolphins and walruses.
And it worked out so well with this film that they doubled down on that animal humor when they followed this movie up with Blended. The man of a million voices and ethnicities, Rob Schneider, shows up in this movie as a native Hawaiian.
He's a local Hawaiian. He has some issues with life, and he's not like your average Hawaiian, but he's a Hawaiian guy. He's fun because he's got he's got almost bitten in half by a shark. He's missing an eye, he's missing a finger, but none of it really bothers him, It's no big deal, It's just a finger. It's just a good positive attitude, Because really in Hawaii, every day is paradise.
And every time you think, hey Rob, you probably shouldn't be doing that accent, Rob's got a real life backstory on why he can do this accent.
I grew up, every summer of my life, my grandfather lived in Hawaii, so we'd go and spend the summers in Hawaii. And then my brother was in the Army over there, so that's where we'd go. And so
get tan as quick as you can so that you don't get the shit beat out of you by Hawaiians. And so I learned that, that there's the pigeon talk, and I knew it. And, it ain't perfect, but like, I'm very proud of that role.
Henry has a coworker, Alexa, and the whole film makes you guess, is that a man or a woman? And they did such a good job with this, I actually had to look it up online. Woman. At the diner, Henry Ross spots Lucy Whitmore, where he's instantly smitten with her.
Incredibly brilliant pickup line.
Encouraging response.
Hilarious comeback.
Flattered acknowledgement.
And we even have a musical callback to The Wedding Singer. Speaking of the music in this film, it is packed with 80s songs with a reggae islandy feel. The next day, when Henry goes to talk to Lucy, he's startled by the fact that she has no memory of what happened the day before.
This Valentine's Day, roses are red, violets are blue. Good morning. Every day she'll ask, who the hell are you?
So this man, Adam Sandler's character, who is sort of a proverbial bachelor, and afraid of commitment, he basically meets a girl and falls in love with a girl who he has to remake fall in love with him every day.
I mean, it's frustrating enough once trying to get her to stay in love with you, but get her to fall in love with you every day it's a real challenge as a story idea, as a comedy. And so we knew that, if we can hit that and get them into the story, we got them.
Henry is then clued into what Lucy's deal is by the best side character in this movie. Lucy's family, played by Adam Sandler regulars Blake Clark and Sean Astin, do everything in their power to not let Lucy know the truth about her accident. They even have her whole repeating the same day thing down to an exact science. Sean Astin is hilarious in his role of Lucy's brother Doug.
I get a call from Adam, who had just seen it in Vegas. He's like, well, 2 questions. Would you be willing to get back in a gym for like 2.5 hours a day for the next 2 months until we start filming? And I was like, yeah, man, awesome. And he said, also there's like, how do you feel about cursing and stuff like that? And I was like, F yeah, let's do it.
He went directly from The Lord of the Rings to lisping and wearing mesh shirts.
And they had said, we want to try a lisp. I was like, gosh, that's so derivative, I don't know if I want to do that. So I did the audition, and then I did it with the lisp, and it was clearly the lisp or nothing. It was so much better. And but then when I go to the wardrobe fitting, I go in, and Ellen, who's this great wardrobe designer, has these bumblebee spandex shorts and these like mesh shirt. And I said, okay.
This film strikes the perfect balance, letting the audience know that Lucy's dad and brother aren't some jerks who are preventing Lucy from living her life, but actually loving family members who are just trying their hardest to make a bad situation less terrible.
Didn't you tell me you'd be home before midnight, young lady?
Oh yeah, Dad, I know. You know how forgetful I can be sometimes?
Oh, just get to bed.
Lucy had been in a terrible car crash. At this point, when watching the film, I wanted to know, could this really happen? And yes, there are examples of real-life Lucy Whitmores. Henry tries time after time to hit it off with Lucy, the same way he did the first time they met. And Lucy's family just wants Henry to go away. And somewhat for Henry's benefit, there would be no future for them together. It's already traumatic enough for Lucy when she has one of those days where she does stumble upon the truth. And that's when you have to call Dr. Dan Aykroyd.
Lucy has had an accident, and she can only remember the morning she wakes up. So he's treating her for this temporal lobe disorder. There's nothing he can do. It's been severely damaged, and her memory is basically only short term.
Callahan Medical. Is Tommy Boy part of the Sandler universe? Because that's a callback. Henry is persistent, and he's going to keep trying little schemes to recreate the chemistry that he first felt with Lucy. And he even convinces Ula to pretend to be a mugger. And that doesn't work out too well for Ula. Lucy goes full Barry Bonds, which actually kind of hurt Rob Schneider in real life.
It was funny, we got this big stick, and it's it's rubber, on the outside, but on the inside it's a stick. I mean, she was just whacking me as hard. She was really getting into it, After the first, second take, I was like, okay, all right. Easy with that thing.
Sure, the bat is rubber, but there is a stick inside of it. And maybe the location that this scene was shot at looks familiar to you.
I got there early and I noticed they were setting up and I said, I've seen this before. It was this beautiful green area in Oahu on the south side of the island. And I said, I know this is beautiful. Where is it? Where have I seen this?
What if I was to add a bunch of dinosaurs?
And the DP, Dean Semler, this is where we shot, with Spielberg, we shot Jurassic Park. And I'm like,
oh, wow.
The running of the dinosaurs? They said, was here? You shot that here? They said, yeah. Yeah, we shot that here. And so I was like thrilled. I couldn't wait to run with the dinosaurs, you know? So after Drew hit me, I just started running. And then she, you know, goes with it. She started chasing me with the baseball bat. And then the camera guy smartly started, I didn't know that wasn't in the, you know, in the script. So he started picking up the camera and started doing, just moving it to get the, the running thing.
Something about dating Henry every day is starting to seep into Lucy's subconscious. The family is finally chill with Henry.
We'll be back before sunrise. Wish you sweet, baby. Thanks. Okay.
Upstairs is off limits, Casanova.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'll be on the couch.
He's in it for the right reasons.
He dates Drew a lot, but she always thinks it's the first date, so he doesn't really get to go much further than a kiss. And it's been about 25 dates already, and he's losing his marbles. So he finally, this is the big night, and he finally tricks her or somehow gets to, he's about to go the distance.
You want to come upstairs?
Sounds very enticing, but upstairs is off limits, so I'm told from your brother.
Really? Oh, okay. I was just getting my second wind.
Yes, ma'am. You better not tell Doug about this, or he's gonna be upset. He's gonna be so mad at me. Get in here.
Henry even makes a tape for Lucy so that every morning she can immediately get caught up, even though I'm a little offended he stuck in this clip from the 2003 ALCS. Frickin' Aaron Boone. Lucy keeps her own journal as well, filled with her own thoughts and memories to reference. And during the pandemic, Drew and Adam would actually parody this scene.
Hi, Lucy, good morning. It's me, Henry. We are on, I think, about our 5,000th date together. It's been great. I want to catch you up. It's 2020, and we're also in the middle of a pandemic, which is a terrible thing. Baseball games are now being played in front of cardboard people.
Lucy decides to end things with Henry because they'll never have a normal future. This would be unfair to Henry, and also she feels like she's become a burden on her family, so she's going to check herself into the mental hospital.
We go over her injuries, and I tell her that there really is no improvement, and I'm afraid that her condition is permanent but stable, and it's a little poignant. It's kind of sad, but it's also funny when we meet a character named 10-Second Tom, who has only a 10-second memory.
And there's Alan Covert, who plays 10-Second Tom. Another condition that can actually happen in real life.
Clive has no idea where he lives, what year it is, or even how old he is. He has a memory span of only 30 seconds.
So Henry heads off on his boat, completely heartbroken. Before he leaves, Lucy's dad shows up with a gift from Lucy, and it just happens to be the Beach Boys' greatest hits, which is a sign that even though she forgets everything, she kind of remembers who Henry is, or at least how he made her feel. Even in her subconscious, she paints his image. So Henry and Lucy are gonna try to make this work. They get married, and every morning when she wakes up, she watches a little bit of their wedding on VHS. I hope he triple backed up those tapes, because it would get really awkward if that footage didn't exist. And then, as other people have pointed out, if they had kids, that will be even more awkward to explain every single morning.
We have a daughter. She's about 40 now or something like that.
What?
I know, it's bananas.
Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler are just the perfect team.
Y'all are so close. You're like brother and sister.
Yeah.
Is that weird when y'all are making out all the time?
My wife loves Drew so much that she encourages
thank
me.
God.
There's no jealousy at all. She's just like, get in there.
Wow, did you catch that? We had the biggest like string of saliva between us.
Give her her present.
Yeah,
there we go.
I think Blended is a funnier movie overall, but out of all of them, 50 First Dates is the cutest. These two just feel like a real-life married couple. They vacation together, they duet together, and they'll even cameo for each other.
Love you.
I love you
Thank you for
so
doing this tonight.
much.
I just love her. A long time. She's a family member of mine, and know her since she's a youngster, and we feel very close together.
They really bring out the best out of each other. And you just kind of see it in their eyes. They're twinkling. Something's going on, and they challenge each other.
It's got a special place in my heart. I'm very protective over the Drew. Even when we're not together, I think of Drew, wish good things on my Drew.
They're just such buddies off on set. They're so silly, and I think that really makes them work together well is they don't care. They don't care what the other, like they're just so funny.
I have my theory on why you and Drew are so great together.
What is it?
Rom-coms. That you are both children.
Yeah.
That you are both ageless, and so you seem like a little boy and she seems like a little girl.
When this film was in pre-production, both of them found this exact script and fell in love with it.
We were here in New York. I was Writing in Cars with Boys, and she said, you have to read this script. I fell in love with it, and a few years later, Adam Sandler's company acquired it, and I'd been looking for something for the two of us to do again together, and I just thought, if we're not going to repeat ourselves with The Wedding Singer, how can we show that we've grown as people? Like, he wanted to bring in all this comedy, I wanted to bring in all this romance, but I want to make people laugh, and I love love. I definitely know that women would love the concept, and do love the concept, the idea that someone would make you fall in love with them every day.
The point of this movie is that you got to try every day. You got to make an effort every single day.
Now, I don't think this is a top 5 film of all time, so I disagree with David Dobrik.
I think 50 First Dates is in the top 10 movies of all time.
But I will give this film an 8. We've now reached the top 10 Adam Sandler films, and number 10 is Hotel Transylvania. Yeah, I'm shocked. Going into doing this countdown, I had never seen any of these films, and here we are. I was missing out on a top 10 Sandler movie. And what I loved was how well they used the classic monsters. They didn't go at the properties with cynicism or a hipster irony take. They just honored the classic property, but at the same time, had fun with it. It wasn't turned into the Scooby-Doo, Ninja Turtles, He-Man thing, where you almost feel mocked for liking the franchise. And I think the comedy in this film is on par with the best of Pixar. The plot and its dialogue is all very clever and makes the absolute best use of the world that it created. And I think, other than the EDM 2010 soundtrack, this film will age like a classic Disney film. Which is why I'm glad, like this potential rap scene, were cut from the movie.
Stop battling MCs and move down to necromancers. Give it up for my zombie backup dancers. Vampire girls of the world, get your Ouija boards ready. Ask why it takes so long for you to get dressed and ready.
Well, that was interesting.
Oh, come on.
Adam Sandler plays Dracula.
And I went with an accent you've heard me do in about 15 characters.
Welcome to Hotel Transylvania.
And look, I mean, he's very funny, he's very goofy, and our Dracula is that, you know, young at heart, very goofy dad, but at the same time, very controlling, and it's the, you know, it's that Dracula iconic character taken to a new light.
And he runs a hotel where all the world's monsters go. So if you ever watched Grown Ups and thought, hey, instead of a human Kevin James, you'd rather have a Franken Kevin James, this is the movie for you.
I'm Frankenstein, he's made up of a whole bunch of different parts, and he's awesome that way. He keeps actually coming undone sometimes, and he's afraid of fire's not good to him, so he stays away from heat. Kind of like Frosty the Snowman in that respect. They're very similar. They know each other in that world.
There's a lot of funny characters in this movie. It's actually great because we're all sort of buddies in real life, and sometimes we'll read the lines together. We did that in the first Hotel Transylvania.
All right, let's see how many regulars popped up in this one.
Spade went with the Spade voice. Yeah.
He put his hand in my mouth.
Molly was very, very sweet and had an American accent.
Okay, honey, be safe.
Fran went Fran.
You know, I always get, do you really talk like that?
They found some magic there that made people really gravitate towards it. So,
Drac is a widower whose wife died at the hands of an angry human mob, which would make Drac's hatred of humans quite understandable. And actually, in the deleted scenes, there's a longer take of what happened between him and his wife Martha, which reminded me of how sad the beginning of Up is. Drac had a real zing with Martha. Martha. Oh God, don't tell Batman or Superman about Drac's wife. And I don't want Tumblr to go crazy with pregnant bat porn. Life was perfect for Drac, right up until that tragedy. On his daughter Mavis's 118th birthday party, Drac puts his scheme in place so that his daughter will be scared into never leaving home.
Aha! I knew you were gonna say that, but Dad, you said that when I turned 118, I could go out into the world.
Mavis is sweet. She's adventurous and she has a lot of spark in her. You know, she wants to tackle things full on, full force. She wants to be the light of the room, the situation. She's Daddy's girl, but also struggling with being her own person.
Hotel Transylvania felt like a huge sitcom with all its wacky side characters.
Wayne is sort of a like a reformed werewolf.
I play Griffin, the Invisible Man, and he's the funniest one by far.
Frank, did you book us a tandem massage?
And the writers of Hotel Transylvania knew that you'd ask the question, if they're monsters, why don't they just kill the humans? Well, it's because they purged that part out of them many, many years ago. They've evolved. But just because they don't kill humans doesn't mean they want to interact with them. And that's working out perfect. Until Mavis falls in love with a human. That human is a guy named Johnny. And Johnny is on vacation.
Johnny's just like a doofus, you know?
To keep Johnny from sticking out among the guests, he disguises him as one of Frankenstein's relatives. Johnny and Mavis have a rooftop date. And that zing that they felt earlier? Well, that was Connor for real.
Yeah, just kind of unconventional. I feel like I relate to that.
Lois. Yeah.
Peter.
Nice! They even watched the sunrise, which I didn't think vampires could actually do. No, I watched some vampire commercials, if you watch right here. And if you don't wear cool shades, the sun will kill you. Johnny is what happens when Adam Sandler keeps his Andy Samberg bromance alive.
Yeah, you guys have a bromance now because you're doing
No,
Grown
I
Ups
don't.
2 together, or he won't leave you alone with
Yeah, we have a bromance.
And the brass balls go to Adam Sandler.
My balls have been my good friends, perhaps my best friends, since they first dropped into their flesh hammock when I was 14.
Johnny's a laid-back kind of guy, and he's perfectly comfortable in a room full of monsters. Back at the castle, Quasimodo is able to tell that something is off about Johnny. Johnny and Mavis zing, though. They have a human-monster love thing going on. And Drac almost ruined it, because he doesn't want to lose his daughter. Besides, humans and monsters are not meant to be together, which is a kind of commentary on race relations? In a way, right? That has to be the subtext in this movie. Can't we all just be together? Didn't the Zohan teach us that? Johnny and Mavis belong together. And this ending scene where Johnny's almost about to fly away, when Dracula takes over the intercom, I really wish they had a Billy Idol cameo here. For a film that's basically grown-ups but with monsters, Adam Sandler nails it.
He used to say no to animated movies all the time, and then he became a father, you know. And I think he realized he wants to do it for his kids, and then we got to capture Adam in a different light.
So not only is the guy able to vacation with his friends, but he can call them up and make them cartoons.
For me, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you. I made the calls. I called these guys up. Selena was like, I had to make 2 calls.
The only one who didn't get to hang out with the crew was the nanny herself.
We did a big group of us.
Yeah,
like
yeah, that was a
people,
great
which
day, Molly.
Yeah, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
Why wasn't I included in all this? I was always alone like a dog.
Hotel Transylvania is a modern Halloween classic, and an 8 out of 10. Number 9, and oh boy am I gonna take some heat for this one, Just Go With It.
Shouldn't it be good? I'd be like, no!
Just do it!
Let's just do one, man.
I can see you already racing to your keyboard and you want to write down, oh my god, Just Go With It? Really? The movie where Adam Sandler gets paid to go on vacation with his buddies and make out with a bunch of hot women? Yeah, absolutely. This is a great movie. It's the Adam Sandler I want. I can't hate the guy. He's just winning at life. And that's probably why he always appears to be in such a good mood.
Are we shooting real? This is happening.
This is live. This is gonna go on film for.
And we're getting a divorce because you're greedy and you're manipulative. And I have a hard time saying that word.
Why his co-workers, as I found through these interviews, always speak so highly of him. He treats his co-stars like kings and queens. With the guy from King of Queens.
This is a lot better than being with Kevin James, absolutely.
We laughed almost more than we should have been allowed to. We were barely able to get anything on film. We're shocked there was actually a movie made.
I learned so much from them. You know, you just learn so much from them just by watching them. You know, how they act and how they carry themselves on a crew and how nice they are. And they're awesome. I learned so much, and they're great people, and I'm so honored to be on a set with them for 2 months here and 2 months in Hawaii.
This is the type of Adam Sandler film that I love.
It's ridiculously hilarious.
I like that.
It's got amazing cast.
Nice, 11 seconds.
It's romantic.
Mm-hmm.
It's about best friends.
Absolutely.
Finding one another.
You have 9 seconds left.
It's romantic.
Exactly.
You are hilarious. And Nick Swartzen is hilarious.
And you.
Dave Matthews and Nicole Kidman.
Aniston in a bikini. And that's it.
This is my favorite type of Adam Sandler character. A good guy at heart, but with some rough edges. During our opening 80s flashback, we see that Danny was rejected by women for being homely. Even his fiance secretly reveals she's been cheating on him. So instead of getting serious with women, he uses an angle of cheating to never commit to a woman, which makes him a lot like his 50 First Dates character.
I lie to women, I get women, and my lie gets me in trouble, and then Aniston's got to get me out of it.
Danny is a top plastic surgeon, and Jennifer Aniston works as his assistant, Catherine.
So you were friends before friends,
We were friends before friends.
Went in and out of little good hangs,
Yeah.
and then we got to finally make a movie together that Just Go With It.
Yep.
And I just thought she was exceptional.
In real life, Jennifer Aniston has known Adam Sandler for many years, but this would be their first time working in a movie together.
I just watched her, and I always said that Jen's almost there.
Yeah,
She's almost there, and then finally I just said, you know what? She's never gonna get there. Let's just do it. Let's just go anyway.
Let's just go with it.
Let's go with it, man.
And I hope you're not like my uncle and are able to buy Jennifer Aniston as a plain Jane. He told me he had a very hard time buying the idea that every single day when Danny goes to work, he doesn't once notice how attractive Catherine is.
What was going on? How long does it take to take a facial? What were you doing?
Oh, I also got a Brazilian bikini wax.
For what? Who's ever going to see that?
Not you.
Come on, buddy. I see his point. In this film, Adam Sandler is paid to hook up with Brooklyn Decker.
I read the script and I auditioned for it so many times, and I coached, and I just did the whole showing up, verbal vomit at the audition, freaking out, so nervous.
And his best friend Nick Swartzen, well, he was paid to hook up with real dolls. In this movie, Brooklyn Decker plays Palmer Dodge.
My character is Palmer. Basically, Palmer's this really sort of sweet girl who falls in love with Danny, Adam's character.
I am a math teacher. I love children. I believe everything people tell me. You know, I'm very trusting. I trust people.
And he decides this girl might be the one for him. Once and for all, he might have found his match. I have a love scene with Sandler, and I just told him, I said, Adam, I have to tell you, I'm kind of freaking out about this. He's like, it's awkward, it's fine, we'll just get it over with, and we'll go home to our husbands and wives, it's fine.
And after hooking up with Danny, finds a wedding ring in his pocket.
He gets caught up in his whole web of lies to basically try to convince Palmer that he's a decent guy. And there's all sorts of twists and turns, and he ends up with the right person in the end.
At this point, Danny has to backpedal, and he's like, whoa, I'm not cheating on my wife. We're actually separated. I'd never cheat. So now Danny has to bribe Catherine to pretend to be his wife. And Catherine takes full advantage of that. She gets herself some new fancy clothes, and her kids had been bugging her to go to Hawaii. So these kids are gonna get a dream vacation on Danny's dime. And while in Hawaii, they can visit the zoo. That way we can get the 50 First Dates crossover.
No. We did a couple weeks in Los Angeles, and then we all had to schlep to Hawaii.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, we had to just go with it.
And basically, Adam uses us as his fake family to get a girl who he's in love with. My little brother in the movie, like, kind of blackmails him so that way we can all go to Hawaii.
Just go with it is like putting a TV sitcom plot to the big screen. Tell me if you've seen this plot in your average sitcom. To fool Palmer, Catherine has to become Devlin, Danny's ex-wife. And why did she choose the name Devlin? Well, that was a sorority sister she hated. Wacky hijinks. And guess who just happens to be in Hawaii? Devlin! And Devlin is played by Nicole Kidman.
We are the same agent. We really always adored each other, so it was fun to spend quality time with her.
A long
I know.
time. 3 weeks in Hawaii or 2.5 weeks or
So fun. We hulaed. We certainly did for 3 days straight.
What is it? Where'd you do that dance? She goes, I did it and just go with it. When I was on stage with Nicole, I go, that's right. And I go, and Dan Patrick. He goes, and Dan Patrick. Yeah. She knew that would make me happy.
Well, she called me the sports guy.
Yeah, that's bad. You're Dan Patrick.
I know, but I didn't want to be just the sports guy.
Her husband is played by Adam Sandler regular Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews has skills that we had no idea. We knew he could sing and dance a little bit, but who knew he had some
strong buttocks, muscles.
Little anal retentive.
If I have soft enough pants, I can pick a coconut up with my butt.
Nick Swarsten's character of Eddie is also able to blackmail Danny into also getting a free trip to Hawaii. But in exchange, he has to do a German accent the entire time to fool Palmer.
And, you know, Nick Swartzen went to yoga with her.
Yeah, Nick Swartzen got very tight with her.
And he is not a team player.
Everybody is taking advantage of Danny, including the little girl from Merry Christmas, Drake and Josh. Yeah, that's Catherine's daughter. And she's an aspiring actress. So Danny's like, hey, your role is to pretend to be my daughter.
So she's constantly trying new accents out, and when she has an opportunity to actually play her first role as being Kiki in Danny, Adam Sandler, and Palmer's Brooklyn Decker's life, she's so excited, you know?
We have been married. We have 2 children.
We have 2 children, Kiki and Bart.
Yep.
Do you know your kids' names? And the real ones, not Kiki and Bart? What's their real names?
Griffin and Bailey.
No, not the actors' names. Your children in the movie.
Michael.
Yeah?
And,
I can't believe it. And you did that to me in a scene last
Kiki.
night. Maggie.
Everybody's having a good time on this vacation. Palmer and Danny get closer, but Danny is now starting to get feelings for Catherine.
Oh, my God. On your honeymoon, reading books. What a complete jackass, man. What a jackass I was to do that to you. And you know what? You should have divorced me right then and there. I was pathetic.
Whoa, I just forgot what movie I was watching.
Just go with it.
Oh, thanks, movie. Danny and Catherine just have a lot in common, but nothing to me is hotter than the idea of Brooklyn Decker naked singing NSYNC.
Oh, God. Tell me she's not listening to NSYNC.
At a dance competition, Catherine and Danny really have a couple's chemistry. Catherine's rival Devlin and her husband Ian, yeah, they got no chemistry. Palmer is now convinced that Danny is a guy worth marrying, and Catherine is jealous that Palmer and Danny are now engaged, so she's gonna head back to New York and take a new job. It would just be too painful to stay working with Danny. And Danny realizes he doesn't want to lose Catherine. He loves Catherine and her family. And one of the things I absolutely loved about this film, instead of Palmer being the stereotypical evil hot chick, she's actually like, oh no, I get it. I'm really happy for you. Go back to Catherine. I'll find somebody.
You two are gonna get back together now, are you?
What? No.
Us?
I can't stand her.
I hate him.
Yeah, tramp.
Ass.
Which I was like, that's cool. So I'm happy when her and Andy Roddick hit it off on a plane. Like I said earlier when we had Murder Mystery on the list, Jennifer Aniston and Adam Sandler, they also really work as a couple.
Aniston is much funnier than I wanted her to be at times. She was stealing the Sandler laughter sometimes.
I would improvise, and then Jennifer would come up with something. I'd go, whoa, 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 and then I'd call cut, because I'd say, let me do my shit.
Trying to be nice, and then she tries to hurt me. And
I don't hurt you, but that's because it's fun.
And this is the type of film that appeals to anybody.
It's actually really cool because we have kids in the movie. We have Adam's crowd, Jen's crowd. So it appeals to kind of everybody. They didn't want it to be a guy or a girl movie. They wanted it to be for everybody.
It's a chick flick, but it's not too chick flick.
If you want to do yourself a favor and have a really good time, I would say
see that movie.
just go with it.
It's and if you don't see it, hey, that's fine. That's your life.
That's not the way you get people to go see a movie.
Don't go negative.
Don't go negative.
I'm sorry. No, if you don't see it, I'm sorry. I hope you see it the following weekend. How's that? Is that better?
No, just go with it.
Thank you.
Along came Polly.
Oh!
No, I meant just go. I meant just go with it.
And shout out to the music in this film, as I think it's one of the first, and even to date, I think one of the few films where there's mashup music. And I was super excited when I first heard them using Party Ben's mashup of Tender by General Public and Rihanna's Umbrella.
Is that her?
I'm just happy to hear that it's ding-a-ding and still ring-a-ding.
Ow!
Number 8 continues with the rom-coms. It's Blended.
Blended is about these two families, both single parents trying to get by and do the very best they can on their own. We are forced to be together in Africa and it goes awry.
Mike Cars, very nice friend of all of ours, he had this script. He called it Blended.
Yes.
I read it. I said, Drew, I think I found the magic for us.
We had another lunch. And we talked about that it's time.
To do another
the clock
movie.
is ticking, and I think it's time.
It was her idea to do this movie and to do another movie together, and then I found this, and I was very fortunate.
And next thing you know, old Drew's, saying her lines and falling in love all over again with me.
Yes.
When Sandler plays a good guy with rough edges, it's usually a win.
He's the best partner a girl could ever ask for, seriously.
Blended follows all the same beats that you loved in 50 First Dates, but instead of the beauty of Hawaii, it's the beauty of Africa.
We went to Africa?
Yeah,
we did. It was great.
It's very romantic, and the African setting, just sends it catapults it into insanity.
Shooting in Africa was amazing. We got to really experience all the culture. It was beautiful.
Couldn't see other people on the weekends or
Right.
Get distracted. It's like we were all
all
there
about Africa.
in Africa.
Even if when they were filming this movie in Africa, it wasn't the peak time to go.
Well, ironically, Georgia was much hotter because we were in the
know.
African winter, so it was actually quite cold. And when some people had to stand around in bikinis, they were they were cold.
Yeah. They
So
were.
that was a weird dichotomy.
It would be hot in the daytime. It would be in the morning was freezing,
very pleasant in the afternoon.
then pleasant, then freezing at night.
Yep.
And that's when I did my skinny dipping.
Instead of walruses and penguins, now you have elephants.
And saw several zebras. Don't dare say zebra around here. You catch a bad beating.
Don't you dare!
Yeah.
Monkeys.
The monkeys ransacked the rooms. The elephants would block your car on the way to work.
Every scene we had some kind of crazy animal. We got to play with little lion cubs. One bit me, but I didn't get a disease, although I haven't been checked out yet.
Drew smiled. Don't show your teeth to a baboon. we found out.
The baboon handler said, do not make eye contact with the baboon.
And big cats. Even if when they were filming, the big cat tried to attack the Sandman. Adam Sandler plays Jim Friedman, a widower with daughters.
That when I saw the scene of our first date in the movie, I thought it wasn't so much archetypal, I hate you, bickering.
It was just a bad date.
It was just a weird energy for him and I to start a movie with, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, it was neat.
I was like, oh, this is different.
This is the formula to stick with, because at first you're like, oh God, Jim, what are you, some sort of oaf? A man-child? Or he's just a little abrasive? Or maybe he's a playboy? Just some sort of character defect. And then you explore, well, how do you become like that? And then the love interest is able to come in and change him for the better. And even though he has some rough edges, I like the guy. I envy him. He gets to sit around and watch Tiny Toons, and he gets to work with Shaq. Shaq likes the big girls.
That big girl hit that Hooters like a hurricane. Chicken, steak, fries, and a Diet Coke.
Thanks, Diesel. Didn't need to know that. Blended reminded me a lot of Big Daddy. It's about a guy struggling to raise kids. In this case, growing girls, leading to horribly awkward moments like Jim having to go shop for tampons. Bella Thorne plays Larry, Jim's tomboy daughter.
As Adam told me, he really wrote the part for me, so still made me audition. Thanks, Adam.
But she's only really a tomboy because she's been raised by her dad.
She kind of gets stuck by her father with this haircut that's like a boy page haircut, and then she wears full tracksuits. She's just wanting to get out of her own skin, and she feels bad about her looks.
She's just this teenage girl that's dying to get out of her own skin and just have her first crush at 15 notice her and notice that she is a girl. That is not too much to ask for.
There's no woman in her life to help her out, which is why she starts forming a bond with Barrymore's character of Lauren.
The thing is, she doesn't really have a motherly figure in her life anymore because her mother passed away, and so her father treats her like his little best buddy.
Drew Barrymore plays Lauren Reynolds, and Lauren has 2 boys of her own. So if Just Go With It was a sitcom, Blended is basically the Brady Bunch. Lauren's life is a mess. She's got an ex-husband, played by Joel McHale, who's the kind of guy who makes a lot of promises, but has no follow-through.
Joel McHale.
Awesome. He plays my ex-husband.
Good man, funny as hell.
I'm looking for Lauren. You and me both.
You have 2 titties for the rest of your lives, so let's treat them with love and respect.
I always did.
Come on, Joel. You can't raise your kids or successfully host a gaming awards ceremony? Lauren and Jim have a bad blind date at Hooters. Adam Sandler and Hooters, a match made in heaven. Lauren and her co-worker Beverly Goldberg, Wendy McClendon Covey, the 2 of them run a business where they organize closets. And they call themselves the Closet Queens. Naturally, with that kind of name, everyone assumes that they're a lesbian couple. Both Jim and Lauren need to get away with their family, and through a crazy coincidence, they both end up with the same luxury hotel suite in Africa. Africa has it all, at least on the tourist attraction side. Terry Crews pops up as Nickens. He's our entertainer.
Welcome to Africa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It was kind of something that they had written out, and I was like, hey, Adam, how about this, What if I tried this? And I remember actually getting the wig made, like right on the spot, like before they had even approved it, before everybody had looked at it. Frank Karachi was like, what are you doing? What are you about to do? And then I had these suits made.
And then we also have Neskabara Lop Lop from My Name is Earl. This film is like the perfect ad for why you'd want to tour Africa. Yeah, of course I want to race ostriches. Africa lets me do that? The 2 families make the best of it. And Jim begins bonding with Lauren's son. And Lauren begins bonding with Jim's 3 daughters. And Lauren eventually realizes that Jim's actually a really good guy.
I actually find out that he's a really amazing parent. And because that's everything in the world to me.
And you like my cologne.
And Lauren begins to realize, that date was a disaster because Jim's not over his dead wife.
Who's this movie for?
Well, Drew, I mean, to be honest with you, I could see you liking it a lot.
I do like it. I cry in this movie too.
She certainly does.
If you have kids, this movie is very emotionally fulfilling as well.
And I'm not going to try to be a tough guy. There's one scene in this movie where Lauren begins to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow to one of Jim's kids. And I kind of shed a tear a little bit because you find out that this was the song that her dead mother used to sing to her.
I think Adam and I have always tried to do movies that balance men and women. You go on date night, because most of our films came out on Valentine's Day, and so you're you want the dudes to be happy, but you want the ladies to be happy too.
When the vacation is over, the families go their separate ways. Jim realizes that, oh my god, I'm in love with Lauren, and now he's gonna go over to Lauren's house and let her know. But when he gets there, oh hi Mark! Mark says that Lauren and him are getting back together, and that crushes Jim. Of course, that's a lie, and Mark again lets down his son by no-showing his baseball game. But you know who said he would always show up to the baseball games? Jim! Oh, and look who's on the keyboards at the baseball game. The wedding singer in Blended. Same universe. And 10 Second Tom is here. Don't think I didn't see you, Dan Patrick and Kevin Nealon. So everything I said about 50 First Dates, Ditto for Blended. For their third movie together, Blended could have seemed like more of an obligation than an actual film they wanted to make. But I didn't think that's the case. 8 out of 10. They generally seem to want to always work with each other. And according to this song, that's going to happen every 10 or so years.
Every 10 years, we get to fall in love again.
Which means we're past due.
What's the next plot? How are you
We don't know yet. We'll figure something out. Let's get it going sometime.
Do they have any ideas of what they'd want to do for a fourth film? There is a couple, and one of them is recreating the Steve Martin and John Candy movie, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. And the other idea is ironic to me. I said that Blended and Just Go With It are the type of plots you'd see in a sitcom.
We did come up with a little bit of an idea the other day about what a trio movie could be.
Yeah.
Do you remember what that was?
What is it?
It was based off a TV show.
Oh, Three's Company.
Yes! Yay!
I don't know if that's the one. That would be funny, I'm sure, if someone wrote a great script. But Jack Tripper is the best, by the way. I don't think I'm Jack Tripper.
Why am I your favorite?
Wow!
What?
I would pick her too, and like let everyone know that we all are kind of like a triangle, and there's not only no competition, but so much love. And then I thought about doing something with you, me, and her, where I choose her and run off into the sunset.
Number 7, Airheads, which is probably more of a Brendan Fraser movie, but you know what? Adam Sandler plays a huge role, and I'm counting it. The film does everything you'd possibly expect from Adam Sandler. He plays Pip, a well-meaning dummy who has a little bit of a funny voice.
No, he'd only done a movie called, it was something about a clown. Maybe he was in the Bobcat Goldthwait clown movie. Shakes the Clown.
Yeah, Shakes the Clown, yeah.
Maybe he was in like a barroom scene or something. So he was in small stuff like that. But Airheads was his first studio movie. They wouldn't let him be the Brendan Fraser character. He had to be the supporting guy.
While portraying the character of Pip, Adam Sandler had his ears pierced for the role.
So I pierced my ear, and then I remember calling home. My mother answers the phone. You didn't. I did. I got an earring. Oh! You can't be buried with us!
A bunch of the Sandler crew is here, and he even does a little singing. Now, Airheads, when it came out, was considered a box office flop. They spent $11.2 million, and it only made $5.8 at the box office.
No, it didn't. It wasn't successful. It was the studio, like, meh, they didn't really like it that much.
But then when it hit VHS, I think everybody's seen this at this point. And if they haven't seen it on VHS, this is the type of movie that would air non-stop on cable.
And congratulations to all of you on Airheads, and I hope it does well. I think, especially young people, I think are going to get a terrific kick out of this.
This film is loaded with stars and supporting roles. Michael Richards shows up, and he keeps complaining that he has to go see the proctologist. I wonder if he's gonna go see the Ass Man. Airheads is the story of a struggling heavy metal band who's so desperate for their big break that they're gonna break into the radio station, or as some people may recognize it, the Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard.
That's that plaza. It was the Die Hard.
The Die Hard. That's what we were so excited that they shot Die Hard there.
And they're going to take over the radio station just so their demo gets played. And they are lucky they broke in at the time they did. The programmer for this station was just about to change format. They were going to go from heavy metal to easy listening. And they were even going to fire their jock, Ian the Shark.
You were a big influence for that movie, just so you
Was
know.
I?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? None of that was lost on us.
Wait, how is Ian the Shark like Howard Stern? Ian plays records. Howard's a talk show host. And this movie came out before Private Parts, so there's no movie adaptation of how Howard and his program director talk to each other. So because he was going to be fired by this manager, Ian is actually a lot more sympathetic to the guys in Lone Ranger. And yes, the film points out how stupid that name is.
You were the leader of the band.
Of the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Rangers. Rangers?
That was a joke in the movie.
Yes.
You pluralize.
They're a band who are trying to get their music played. They want to be paid attention to. So they certainly take the bull by the horns when they take over a radio station. Accidentally, they didn't mean to, because they've already endured the ultimate humiliation of having had bands who opened for them now having record deals and being kicked out of everywhere that they tried to get anyone. They literally can't get arrested.
Chaz Darby is played by Brendan Fraser.
You were in a movie called Airheads. Remember when I discovered you? Yes. You were just a kid? Yeah. It was worth it. Yeah, you looked like 100% rock and roll.
Paid close attention to all the guys who walk the Sunset Strip between Larrabee and Doheny. I mean, there's these 4 of them go down the street every 3 minutes. It looked just the same. Long hair, torn jeans, t-shirts, tattoos, shades, and motorcycles are part of the strip. That's part of the, it's rock and roll, baby.
Rex is played by Steve Buscemi in one of the first movies he was to ever star alongside Adam Sandler.
Steve Buscemi had a t-shirt on for the first 3 days that said, "Blow me."
Yeah.
And the studio saw the dailies and they were like, "Ah, no," and they changed the shirt. But the movie takes place in one day. So, when would Rex go and change his shirt? He doesn't, but you just notice that the Blow Me shirt's gone.
And Adam is Pip the drummer. And this movie came out before Billy Madison. So Adam hadn't yet starred in his own movies. Unless you count Going Overboard. Airheads is a lot like Coneheads or Mixed Nuts. It feels more like an SNL ensemble movie than a Sandler movie. And we got another SNL alum, Chris Farley.
Adam, it's not what you think.
You and all these hot tamales, remember this, Chris? I saw the skid stains in your underwear.
Other than Airheads and Billy Madison, Adam Sandler and Chris Farley don't share many movies together on screen. I honestly thought they were in way more, but no, just those two. I don't count Dirty Work or Coneheads because their characters don't interact on screen.
And Farley, he terrorized the craft service truck. But I think when we shot that movie, Farley was on a diet.
He was.
So he was like a little calm. He was a little calmer on the craft service than you, but I definitely destroyed that thing.
We got Ernie Hudson, so you can cross that off the Ghostbusters checklist. Joe Mantegna, Judd Nelson, Beavis and Butthead for one of the 3 times they were in a Sandler movie.
You guys are like the Lone Rangers, right?
Yeah.
We saw you guys at the Wheel Well last month. You suck.
Hey, come down here and say that, you punk.
Damn straight, you can kiss my ass.
Keep the Ghostbusters checklist out. We got Harold Ramis. Okay, I just don't think we're going to complete the rest of that checklist because I've read that Bill Murray absolutely hates Adam Sandler.
Bill Murray was my hero growing up.
And he hated Sandler, really hated Sandler too.
Who did?
Murray? Hated him.
Wait, does he not like goofiness? Is that what, because does he not like silliness?
I just don't know. I can't say what exactly the thing it was. He just wasn't into that groove of it, and Sandler was just committed to it,
Like many of the Sandler films that would come after it, it relies very heavily on its soundtrack. And this one is heavy metal. That's right. We got Lemmy.
I know.
And we also have White Zombie. And it's the first time that Adam Sandler worked alongside one of the members of the Arquette family.
So what made you want to come out?
Well, I was kind of hungry. But now I want to go back in because, Lone Ranger's in there.
In this movie, David Arquette is a stoner that works at the radio station. And this role could have gone to Pauly Shore.
Remember when Pauly discovered you and I stole you from Pauly and said, "Get on over here"?
Is that how it shook out? Get out of here.
What went first, Airheads or Encino Man?
Encino Man.
See, and then I saw you and I was like, this guy shouldn't just be caveman, he should be in a band. I kept saying, and Pauly Shore was against it. He kept saying, just in case we do Encino 2, I don't want him doing other shit. And I said, don't do that.
That's Pauly.
It's Billy Madison, not Buddy Madison. It's the wedding singer, not the weasel singer. You'll always be the weasel.
It's very.
Pauly wanted to be in Airheads, I think.
He did. He wanted Arquette's part.
He did?
Of course he did.
So to promote this film, they made a fake news broadcast that is supposedly taking place at the same time as this break-in.
Armed terrorists have stormed KPPX radio and taken several hostages.
Now it makes the final scenes in Airheads like a documentary.
It seems a filmmaker by the name of Michael Lehman has broken in with a small crew and is shooting the story of the Lone Rangers.
The Lone Rangers are written as guys that you'd feel bad for. They are really talented musicians who just, for some reason, haven't gotten their break.
Police say the white Ford Bronco should run out of gas any time now.
The lead singer Chaz has sacrificed everything, including his relationship, to make this band work.
Chaz Darby, local,
Godless commie hippie. Bunk.
Was he a good boyfriend? Absolutely not. So I really don't feel bad for him when his girlfriend tosses him out. But one of the things she also tosses out is their demo tape.
Do you remember the name of our song?
Yeah, Degenerated.
That's right.
I have a cassette at home, actual cassette of the demo that we did with Rob Zombie.
A bad demo tape can do a lot of damage.
When I was looking up what happened to the actress who played Chaz's girlfriend, I wouldn't want to piss her off. Amy Locane got herself into some trouble years after this film was released. And for being a comedy film, it kind of realistically portrays the music industry. The station manager, Milo, the one who refused to play the Lone Ranger's demo tape, well, as soon as the Lone Rangers get a little bit of buzz, he's their de facto manager, even though he's also a hostage. That record label executive that did not have time for the Lone Rangers, he wants to sign this group bad.
I think their lead singer and songwriter, Chaz, is a very gifted musician.
The Lone Rangers get that record contract, and before they're thrown in jail, they gotta film a music video. Ian the Shark is impressed by the Lone Rangers. They're not sellouts. They're gonna play their instruments, and they go to jail as rock stars.
We jumped off the thing and landed on a mat maybe 15 feet below us, right? Not that big of a stunt. I thought for sure I could handle that. I landed in such a stiff way that I heard my neck go, I heard everything, but I didn't want to...
you don't say anything about it.
I couldn't say anything because it would be humiliating. You two guys got up laughing, you and Buscemi. I was like, I'm supposed to laugh.
You completely collapsed your neck backwards.
It was awful.
You didn't turn in?
Degenerated becomes a huge hit song, and they don't even have to serve that much time. I love Airheads. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 6, and it's appropriate because I'm rocking the jersey, Waterboy. Waterboy is a fantastic comedy.
Touchstone Pictures presents a film from the team that brought you The Wedding Singer, starring Adam Sandler, Kathy Bates, Henry Winkler, Fairuza Balk, and Jerry Reed. The Waterboy.
But it also may be the template for all the movies that I put on the bottom of this list.
Adam Sandler is annoying with his, fake speech impediment, whatever he's doing. And I wouldn't replicate it, but I mean, we've seen it in the clips.
The Waterboy is the first movie where Adam Sandler is an executive producer.
I remember The Wedding Singer got to like 80, and then we were like, we gotta get to 100, man. That'll be fun. We got the phone call. We had a big opening. We did like 40 million, and we were like, what?
And I think it's the movie where people started giving Adam Sandler a green light for any idea he'd come up with. If he can make being a Waterboy work, well, then he'll probably make anything work. And to some people, Waterboy is their favorite anime. I found out when they were promoting this film, they actually gave people bottled water. Which, then I thought about it, isn't Bobby's thing to serve treated water? Isn't this promotion going against everything Bobby stood for?
He's obsessed with water because his dad died in the desert. Bobby would have brought him some water, but he was just a little baby inside Mama's stomach.
Waterboy is a very vibrant looking movie, and the orange uniform pops right off the screen. Bobby Boucher is fired as a waterboy by the big-time college football team, so now he goes to a smaller college, and he offers his waterboy services for free. In exchange, Bobby's gonna get himself a free education. This is the first time Henry Winkler stars in an Adam Sandler film. He plays the role of Coach Klein.
On occasion, Jed would say, my father thought you were funny this week, and I'd say, Henry liked me, and I would get very excited that the Fonz liked me.
The Fonz, right.
The Fonz liked something I did, and I put him in the Hanukkah song.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of sealed the deal. Waterboy, he played the Coach Klein, and we become tight, very tight.
Adam loves sports. He loves football. This is one of his favorite movies, I think, that he's ever made.
It's true.
And it's also one of his most popular.
You know, you'd think if you filmed a sports movie, you'd try to get yourself in great shape. But not Adam.
A lot of actors out there still like gain weight for a part. And I was gaining a little bit weight at the time. I was putting on some pounds, so I figured, why not write a football movie, you know? You can be a little chubby out there on a football field.
Coach Klein used to be a real hotshot of a coach, but now is just a shell of a man. And he's coaching a team that's lost 40 straight. But even those scrub football players bully Bobby Boucher. Shame on you, quarterback Peter Dante. Coach Klein is like, Bobby, you need to stand up for yourself. So Bobby harnesses all his anger and tackles the crap out of him. With that kind of raw power, Coach Klein is going to make Bobby play the foosball. And as everybody knows, foosball is for the devil.
You didn't tell Mama I was playing foosball, did you?
Foosball? You playing the foosball behind my back. The only reason I'm doing this so I can go to school. School? You're going to school?
Mama is played by Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates is really cool in it. Kathy Bates plays my mama, and she's just loves her boy so much, doesn't want him to get hurt.
And Kathy Bates almost turned this role down.
I was in my bed and I read the first 12 pages and I thought, oh, this is a piece of shit. And so I threw it away, and my niece who works for me, she came in and she says, what is this? I said, some stupid script they sent me. And she pulled it out and she said, Adam Sandler? Yeah. And I said, who is that? And she said, don't you know the Hanukkah song from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah. It's like, they're probably not going to like it. They're going to say bad stuff. Maybe don't read it. And she's like, I liked it. So that's all that matters.
Mama acts like she's the only one in the world who cares about Bobby. Vicky Valancourt would prove that to be untrue.
Hey, Stud. Mama don't like Vicky none. She's a devil.
And Vicky Valancourt is like the opposite of Jenny from Forrest Gump. Vicky is awesome. She is ride or die, another love interest whose name starts with V, and the last name begins with V. And I think this movie has a very strong anti-bullying stance, because even if you're the big show, you shouldn't bully people.
So Adam, how do you catch a polar bear? Simple. Cut a hole in the ice, line the outside of the hole with peas. When a polar bear comes to take a pee, kick him in the ice hole.
Yeah, that's Paul White playing the role of Captain Insano. And almost 25 years later, Paul White would reprise the role of Captain Insano for All Elite Wrestling.
Captain Insano is so upset, dude. Those ass boys came after me, attacked me from behind, and you can bet one thing, Captain Insano's gonna show no mercy when it comes to the ass boys.
We were wanting the statistical probability of Swerve and Our Glory beating the Acclaim to regain our tag team championships at Full Gear.
0!
Bobby Boucher has the talent of a Lawrence Taylor. He just absolutely dominates on defense.
Don't smoke crack.
But he can't let his mama know that he's playing the foosball. And she does have a right to be a little concerned. Bobby is rocking the one-bar helmet.
What it possibly could protect, I do not know.
The old coach of the Cougars discovers that Bobby never went to high school. He's also the coach that stole Coach Klein's playbook and destroyed Coach Klein's confidence. Because he was homeschooled, Bobby is now disqualified by the NCAA. But if he could pass the GED test, he could play in the big game. A real Thornton Mellon back-to-school kind of thing going on. Bobby is able to pass the GED test. But Mama has another trick up her sleeve. She's gonna fake a coma, and that way Bobby has to stay with her. But eventually, Mama comes to grips that she can't just control her son's life anymore. And Bobby, your dad didn't die from dehydration. Bobby's dad was just a bum who deserted his mother for a voodoo priestess. Bobby's able to make it to the game on time, they win, and Bobby gets the MVP. And then I kinda wonder if he was to actually go into the NFL draft, what round would he be picked in? Because he's clearly a defensive powerhouse, but he's also a 31-year-old man. Who'd draft this guy?
But I really wanted to scout that water boy. It reminds me of Greg Lloyd.
Nah, Zach Thomas.
Bobby and Vicky get married. Bobby's real dad shows up, and he's like, hey son, forget getting your education. Go to the NFL. Well, Mama's had enough, and BAM! Bobby ain't the only one who can tackle. This film is a comedy classic. It's an 8.5. When I go into a convenience store and I walk by the coolers, I'm always thinking, water sucks. Gatorade is better. If Dan Patrick is real in The Waterboy, is he the same real Dan Patrick from Hustle? And who can forget the famous line that came from this movie? Rob Schneider saying, you can do it.
You can do it. Yeah, we're gonna have kids. I'm trying to tell you there's this process involved with the. You can do it.
I hear you can do it a lot wherever I go.
And he called me up 2 weeks before the movie came out and said, hey, buddy, movie's coming out 10 days. You're not going to be able to go anywhere without hearing, you can do it.
And I remember a chill going up my, just literally going up my spine. And I went like, he's serious.
Are people screaming, "You can do it," while you're running
A little bit, that'll happen, yes.
But then in the Rob Schneider movie, The Animal, Adam Sandler is the townie who says, "You can do it."
You can do it! Cut his freaking balls off! I got a beast!
Are they the same guy? Does that count as part of the Sandler-verse? And this is our biggest example of who cares what the critics think.
And the winner of the best comedic performance is Adam Sandler.
Many thanks go out to MTV, the cast and crew of The Waterboy, and the fans who have supported my movie since me and my friends started making them way back.
Waterboy is fucking hilarious.
Waterboy, I watch I watch it every day when I came home from school.
Waterboy?
Mm-hmm.
Is when I would miss a lot of free throws and he'd getting his Bobby Boucher voice. Bend your knees, Shaq.
Oh, and did you know when they were making this film, to entertain the cast and crew, they almost hired a pre-fame and sync.
We were gonna go and entertain the crew
At halftime.
What happened?
You kicked us off of it.
Someone said no. You weren't big enough, that's all.
The sports world has kept this movie in the zeitgeist. It's almost a quarter of a century later, and it's still being brought up.
I do just in real life walk around as Bobby Boucher a lot.
I will take Waterboy. Yeah, Waterboy.
Waterboy is tough.
We can't dress up in costumes, we can't eat candy.
Can't hook up with a sexy nurse or a sexy kitten or sexy Bobby Boucher from Waterboy.
The current quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals, Adam jokes that he's a family member of Bobby Boucher's.
Bobby Boucher's probably connected with Bengals quarterback.
People are making music videos based on it.
Couple thousand playing roulette like Bobby Boucher. I pummel the coochie, I'm Bobby Boucher.
Ariana Grande spent her quarantine recreating scenes from this movie.
So, Bobby, did they ever catch that gorilla what escaped from the zoo and punched you in the eye?
No, Mama, the search continues.
Number 5, Reign Over Me.
I'm Adam Sandler. I nailed that, right? That was so good. Thank you. Yeah. That's Don Cheadle, I believe. Mm-hmm. We're in a movie together. Reign Over Me. Not like rain. R-E-I-G. A lot of people confuse that.
I bet you thought I hated every single Adam Sandler drama, but you'd be wrong. This film got me emotionally. So when the critics do the tired, "Oh hey, Adam Sandler can act," I hope they're talking about this film. And this film came out right after Click. So I guess that year, Adam Sandler just wanted to wreck everybody emotionally. And I find it kind of amusing that he has to warn the NASCAR audience that this film is going to do that to them.
That'll be a comedy, and I shot a movie earlier this year with Don Cheadle. The heaviest thing I ever did before. It's not a full-on comedy. There's funny moments in there, but it's a pretty serious movie.
They were probably going to go into this thinking, hey, Adam Sandler comedy. Yeah, that's not what you're going to get here.
You know, I've only done a few heavy parts, and this by far was the heaviest. And it is not an easy life for an actor who does that. And I am more than happy to run right back to comedy. I just enjoy my life a little more.
The film does have jokes, though.
That was Binder, the director and the writer of this. I didn't know it was gonna get as many laughs as it did, this movie, and surprised me. So I just took good direction.
It was good to see how serious he took it, and it was great to sit across from him and watch him work. You know what I mean? There was no comedian in there doing bits. He was taking it very seriously. And
Adam Sandler plays Charlie Feynman, a man who lost his entire family, including his dog, on 9/11. Having suffered that kind of personal tragedy, it makes sense why he's just a shell of his former self. It reminds me of the character of Rambo in First Blood. He's got the 1,000-yard stare, and he really just wants to be left alone. Charlie spends his time now playing the PS2, and a game like Shadow of the Colossus. And I wanted to find out, was that a real game? Yes. But the walkthroughs I found only lasted 5 hours, so at best, it has 10 to 15 hours of gameplay. So how bad is Charlie of a video game player if he still hasn't beaten it? Or maybe he's just one of those guys that likes to play the game over and over and over. You can't get Charlie to talk about the past. And instead, he hyper-focuses on things like paint swatches. One night, Charlie runs into his old friend from college, Alan, played by Don Cheadle. They both went to dental school together, but have now gone their separate ways. Alan is a very successful and married dentist, but he doesn't really seem that happy either. He's got a strained marriage. He's got this woman suing him for sexual harassment, but he didn't do anything. In fact, the only reason he's being sued is that he rejected this girl. And Alan is just over living in New York, which, you know, in this movie looks pretty damn picturesque. Whenever you see Charlie riding around on his scooter, I think that's when the cinematography really pops. And I think they knew that these scenes were pretty stunning, because all the promotional material, like this snow globe, features that scooter. This isn't the only Adam Sandler film with a promotional snow globe. Like Click. Click has one. With Alan back in his life, Charlie starts becoming more like his old self. His old self being the version of him from college. People were speculating that the reason Charlie would open up is because Alan didn't know Charlie's wife, or Charlie's kids, or Charlie's dog, or anything about the guy after college. He could be college Charlie, play the old vinyls, bust some balls.
Pretenders. It's one of the great debut albums of all time.
Yeah, that's you. Terrible taste in music.
Wait a minute. Did he just call the Pretenders bad music? Alan knows about what happened to Charlie's family on 9/11, but were people holding him captive because he got a bunch of inheritance money? At his work, Alan is still getting his life ruined by a woman he turned down. The movie asks some real questions. How much prodding do you do to try to help somebody after a major loss? Do you force them to confront it? Is it morally right to let Charlie continue living in his fog? Alan feels compelled to help. Charlie has all the ability to be a successful dentist again, and that's why Charlie feels betrayed by Alan when Alan hires a secret therapist. Charlie does trust Alan, so he's like, okay, not that therapist, but I'll go see one. So he's gonna go to Alan's old therapist. And we find out his old therapist is the very same woman that's treating the woman who's suing Alan. The woman who was suing Alan has a change of heart, and she was just acting out. You see, her husband had been cheating on her for years. So Charlie is now in therapy, and we learned what happened to his family the day of 9/11. And oh boy, was this a gut punch. That morning, Charlie had dropped his wife, his kids, and his dog off to the airport. They were on the flight that was hijacked out of the Logan airport. And that is where this film got real personal to me, because that Logan flight earlier that morning came out of the Portland International Jetport, which was 5 to 10 minutes away from my childhood home. So these terrorists were literally in my backyard.
When I see the movie, now that I have a baby and I see the movie, it does
Totally
rocks
thing, huh?
me so much harder, and some of the things that Binder wrote about family, and it just kills me. And when he gets to be with his family and sees his children, and even though they're not getting along, the fact that there's a full house,
right,
and this one other guy is just living alone, it's so painful.
And it got to Charlie as well. When he leaves therapy, he's an emotional wreck, and he tries to initiate a suicide by cops. Luckily, nobody gets hurt. And because they don't want the bad press of throwing a 9/11 widow into a jail cell, they're gonna put Charlie into psychiatric care. He's gonna have a 3-day evaluation. There's a lot of people in Charlie's life who think it would probably be for the best if Charlie was to be committed. And what I liked about this movie is you kinda could see everybody's side of the argument. The people you thought were stalking Charlie earlier, those were actually his in-laws. And they're worried about Charlie. Charlie has never been able to come to terms with the fact that his kids are gone, that his wife's gone, and the grandparents are grieving, but they want to be able to talk about their daughter and their grandchildren. Angela says that Charlie just needs time in therapy.
He says he had this, this stupid argument with his wife right before the incident happens, and you never get that back. And that sends you out the door every morning. I try to make sure no matter what has happened that I kiss, hug, bye.
That's cool.
Charlie has a moment of clarity, and he tells the Templemans he sees his wife and kids, and even the dog, everywhere. He's still living in the family apartment, and while the Templemans have each other, Charlie's got nobody. The judge decides that Charlie doesn't need to be committed. Charlie moves into a new apartment where Alan, Angela, and Donna all come to visit, where they all do some gaming on the PlayStation 2. And Alan has kind of learned some stuff from Charlie. He learns to stand up for himself at work. He lets his wife, played by Jada Pinkett Smith,
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
I love you, damn it! Oh, and scootering is a ton of fun.
If it had been shotgun, that would have been better. Because shotgun would have been this.
Yeah,
side by side.
Yeah,
I was kind of riding in it.
You were rubbing up on the sand.
You had to be very secure with your maleness.
I was pushing pretty hard on the handle.
You were leaning very far forward, but still managing to keep your butt tucked forward.
Exactly.
And I was trying to hold you in as plutonic a way as I could.
Ooh, boy, that hit me.
It does make you go home and do the right thing for your family so much, 100%. And it just having to keep that going is difficult in life. Yeah. And I wish I could, and I try to, but I fall out of it a lot.
This was an 8.5, but man, it left me emotionally drained at the end. And that's not to say that this film lacks any kind of comedy. This movie does have some light moments in it, which is a good thing because I needed to smile a few minutes before I went right back to being horribly depressed.
You're not looking at Adam. Focus on, listen, we need a head nod.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm not going to tell you how to fix it. I'm just telling you I don't believe you.
Number 4, Big Daddy.
It's a sweet movie. It's not too soft, but it's sweet. I like it.
The older I get, the better this movie ages. It just hits more and more. And you start understanding what it's like to be the person who's not quite grown up, but definitely not a child.
That you want to get a girl, so you try to get a kid?
Yeah, what I think the girl in the movie's telling me I refuse to grow up because I won't get a job and I won't move on with my life. And instead of getting a job, I go out and I adopt a kid. It's a man similar to young Adam Sandler, who's he's afraid to move on with his life into adult responsibility type of things. He has a girlfriend who's leaving him, and unless he grows up.
Sure. Went to law school, doesn't want to be a lawyer because that would require a 9-to-5 kind of day for him. He likes doing, he likes when he wakes up, he can do anything he wants that day.
Everybody surrounding him has either moved to adulthood or is making the choice to try to move to adulthood, and he's trying to hang on to his college Blarney Stone Monday Night Football life.
Once he had the child and committed to that responsibility, it made him feel better as a person.
You watch all these movies and TV shows and see the precocious little kid, and they never tell you about all the weird and strange quirks that kids actually have. Like, yeah, they would actually eat 30 packets of ketchup instead of regular food, or make going to McDonald's an hour-long affair. And if you want to stop them from crying, pretend to hurt yourself, or actually hurt yourself. It's true. Your pain will stop their crying. They're sociopaths. That little kids can get fixated on horribly obnoxious, annoying media. In this movie, Julian is obsessed with something called the kangaroo song. The modern day equivalent is like Cocomelon or Blippi. And a lot of the stuff that we saw Julian do in this movie was inspired by Adam's actual nephew, Jared.
I talked to my dad, I talked to my brother. My brother has kids, so I would ask my brother a lot of questions about what went on with his day. And I would visit my brother and hang out with his kids. Came up with a lot of ideas from that. The scene in the movie where where we're playing cards and the kid always wins no matter what. That was when I played with my nephew Jared. I was playing cards with him, and he kept saying, "I win, I win." And I'd say, "Now why did you win there? I thought that's the same cards I had last time, and I didn't win." And he would just say, "I win," and then I found out. My father told me that little Jared's learning how to be a cheater.
I hope Adam gave his brother a writing credit. Adam Sandler plays the role of Sonny Koufax. Sonny is a man-child who only works 1 day a week at the toll booth. I don't know if he's working with Willie or not.
Hey, how you doing, toll booth Willie?
Good, thanks for asking, Pop.
Oh, that's great. You know, considering you're a fucking idiot.
Go fuck yourself, you son of a bitch! I'll come right out of the booth and fucking whack you, you fucking prick!
And he only works 1 day a week because of a huge injury settlement. Sonny is a disappointment to his dad, because Sonny could have been a top lawyer. He was that good in law school. All his friends have gone on to become lawyers. Alan Covert, Peter Dante, and even Jon Stewart back when he would act.
Don't know, I played Adam's best friend in the smash hit Big Daddy, and it was always just a lot of fun on the set during downtime to watch the 6-year-old in the film try to teach Adam how to act and read.
Jon Stewart plays the character of Kevin Garrity, lawyer, and Sonny's best friend. Kevin has to leave town. The minute he leaves town, Child Services shows up with a kid. And we got Josh Mostel back in an Adam Sandler film. Sonny thinks, you know what? If I take in this kid, Vanessa's not going to break up with me.
To try to show her I want to grow up, and it doesn't work, and then I'm stuck with this nice little boy.
And instead of showing that he wants to grow up by getting a job or something like that, he adopts a little boy to say, you see that? But he expects that the girl's going to do it with him.
Right.
You know, raise the kid, but she ditches.
Takes off.
This backfires immediately on Sonny. Vanessa, which is another Adam Sandler love interest that starts with V, Vanessa's leaving him for another man.
I think that sets up that my girl's leaving me for somebody else.
Oh, yeah, she's left you for this older guy.
Yes, Jay.
This older guy, and you've now confronted the older... This is the drama, the meat of the story.
And even though her choice of another man is kind of odd, she's not wrong for wanting to leave this version of Sonny. And that old man? Well, it turns out that Sandler gets all his boys roles.
That man was my acting teacher at NYU.
Oh, is that right?
There, yeah.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
He's a real nice guy, yeah.
Now, I know you've got your premiere, so you've got to go change into another T-shirt, right?
And who would have guessed that this small scene would change Adam Sandler's life?
What are you doing in here, cutie?
Watching football.
Who do you want to win?
The goddamn Jets.
But he met his wife on that movie, and so his whole life kind of went in a very specific direction from that film.
Too bad you don't like girls. I think you could have had her.
Julian, aka Frankenstein, were played by the twins Dylan and Cole Sprouse.
They're both cute, they're both handsome.
But the reason they're twins is so you can work them around the clock, right?
Yeah. It's Cole and Dylan, the two little kids.
Cole and Dylan.
Which one is Big Daddy again? We asked him one time. The movie with the little cutie who grows up to be Cole and Dylan Sprouse?
My pants are falling down.
Your pants are falling down?
I looked in Adam's coffee and I said, I think I'll have some. Then I got some and then I drank it and then it tasted good.
Both enjoyed having our grandma on the set at all times, and we both couldn't wait for lunch because they made great pudding and extra chocolatey the way we both liked it. And also, when we would take naps, we both needed 20 minutes to get uncranky after.
Put that on my tombstone, will you?
Julian's mother's dying wish was for her son to be left with his biological father. These twins are excellent in this movie. They are beyond adorable, and without that trying too hard vibe. They act like real kids who did just happen to get thrown in a crazy situation. From looking almost shell-shocked the minute they arrive, to trusting Sonny so much that they felt extremely comfortable around him. And it's so beyond sweet that you don't even think about how illegal this whole thing is. And that's because we have cute scenes around Halloween, or taking him to school, or even dealing with his shyness. And they even came up with a clever workaround so that you didn't feel weird when you thought, wait a minute, this is a complete stranger. Is he gonna bathe this kid? I don't like that.
How come I have to wear a bathing suit?
I don't know. I don't know the rules with little kids and grown-ups and being naked, and just sit down.
So when Child Services finally busts Sonny later on in this film, you're mad. But you really should be mad at Child Services that they didn't catch on immediately. Another thing that I didn't get when I was younger, but now totally get, is just how awesome it is to lounge around all day and watch Columbo.
This Columbo, he pretends to be stupid, but he's really smart as a tackle.
And truth be told, Sonny is kind of awful around women. Big Daddy is the first time that he worked with his Funny People co-star, Leslie Mann. She plays the role of Kevin's girlfriend. And honestly, other than being kind of high-strung, I don't really see what Sonny's problem is with her. Is he that hung up that she used to work at Hooters? Cause, I think your character probably loves Hooters, okay? All the jokes are hilarious, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like, Sonny, what's your problem? And then we have Joey Lauren Adams' character of Layla. And Layla is actually her sister.
We went over the scenes one day and everything just sort of clicked.
And Sonny isn't exactly honest with her either. But as bad as he is with women, he's the complete opposite with Julian.
Sonny has a strained relationship with his father, so he feels like I'll take the opposite approach with my kid, and the kid will turn out wonderful. When you have a child, you have to take care of that kid, and I think my character doesn't want to be forced into that, and he doesn't want this kid to grow up feeling that the kid has to do anything. So he starts telling the child that you do what you want, I'll do what I want, we'll be happy, you know? And then he realizes that's not the way it works. That's not the way you have to be responsible when you have a child.
The Sprouse twins and Adam Sandler seem to have a lot in common, as Sandler was kind of a big kid himself, so he knew what a kid would laugh at.
The little kids in the movie, Cole and Dylan, they played they're twins, and they played the little boy in the movie, and they're great kids, they're here tonight. But I'll tell you, they said to me, if this movie goes well and you win an award, can we write the speech for you? And I said yes. And so I got the speech. Thank you very much for this thing. It is a very nice thing. It is nice when people are nice to you, because being nice is nicer than being mean. Being in the movie Big Daddy was fun. Mommy said we did a good job, so she bought us a puppy.
The more time Sonny spends with Julian, the more Sonny starts becoming more responsible. Because this film is packed with heartwarming scenes between Julian and Sonny, the bond we feel between the two is real. We want everything to work out, but the film doesn't go the cliche route and let them be together. There's a few twists. When they're in the courtroom, Sonny's facing jail time, because what he did is highly illegal, and no heartwarming speech or reconciliation with his father is going to change that. And just when Sonny's about to get a guilty verdict, Kevin arrives. And Kevin remembers, oh my god, I had a one-night stand with a woman up in Canada. Julian is Kevin's kid, and Sonny's going to be able to stay in Julian's life. And because of all this, Sonny's ready to grow up. And like Billy Madison, he's going to go back to school to go become that top lawyer he was always meant to be. Oh, and he gets the girl. Man, if any film made you want to grow up and be a dad, it's this one. 9.5. How can I hate a heartwarming movie like this that also has Styx's Blue Collar Man on the soundtrack? The press tour for this movie was absolutely hysterical.
Your character is a little cynical about the project, right? And then as the movie goes on, you kind of realize, well, there's something to this fatherhood.
All I did was just say my lines. I have no idea.
You adopt the kid to get your girlfriend back.
Right.
Have you ever done anything like that in real life? I mean, what's the craziest thing you've done to get a girl back?
I think it would be in the news if a famous comedian like Adam Sandler was kidnapping women and forcing them to raise children. But hey, at least some of the hosts actually knew the name of the film.
Talking about the film Daddy Boy, which opens
Daddy Boy?
What is it, Daddy Boy? Not Daddy Boy.
Tommy Boy is Farley.
Big Daddy. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, Big Daddy.
Again, I got confused with Water
Yeah,
Boy.
Water Boy, all right, yeah.
And they better learn it.
So now you're coming up with the Daddy Boy movie, and then what do you think? Do you have it in you? Is it going to be a huge... Are you nervous?
I don't know. If people pay for Daddy Boy, I don't get any of that money.
This is one of those movies that stays with you, which is why after so many years, we're still interested when the main cast gets reunited.
That was the first time I really reconnected. I mean, I reconnected with him at like some little award show, but he and I reconnected at Uncut Gems, and we spent like an hour and a half at the after party of the premiere just kind of geeking out about Big Daddy and what it was to film that when I was 6.
Big Daddy is probably the most iconic movie poster in the Sandler filmography.
Can we show the poster for a second? Do we have... There we go.
The poster is hysterical.
Oh yeah, that's starting. I don't know. It's peeing. And
How did you do the... how did you make that water happen? I mean, if you know what I mean.
I had a machine.
You had a machine.
And I was acting like I was peeing.
I see. Don't be shy. Just say it.
But I didn't have the button. This and it goes.
Oh, I see.
I'm scared. Can you do it with me?
all right. I always get pee on the wall. My kid pees on the wall because of you. I get that a lot.
Does that make you proud?
I feel like I did my job.
Number 3, Billy Madison. So it has to be a good sign that the very first movie that you legitimately star in, you go out and make a comedy classic. My VHS copy of this movie was worn out, I played it so much. This is a big, dumb movie that's just insanely quotable. Billy Madison is just Adam Sandler taking control of what he wants to see in a movie. And from the very beginning, the critics hated it, but the general public loved it.
We read the reviews for Billy Madison and they didn't like, a lot of people hated it. And when we would read it, we didn't expect that. We thought they were going to have a good time with it, but they said bad stuff. And then we said, they hated it with a passion. And I didn't expect it. I was like, oh, these guys are going to see I'm trying to do something, I don't know, connecting to my generation.
I'm a really big fan.
Thank you.
Yeah, especially Billy Madison.
Oh, yeah?
That was like punk rock.
I guess so.
Yeah, but like everything after that, though, I just didn't like, you know what I mean?
And you can thank Billy Madison's existence on Airheads.
Me and Hurley started writing Billy Madison over the facts. Then Bob Simons, who produced Airheads, he read the script. He said, "You really want to make that movie? I can get it done for you." We were like, "Yeah."
Billy Madison is a deadbeat son of a hotel chain owner. Billy's father created Madison Hotels, and now he's about to step down. And Billy Madison is not the guy you'd hire to run this hotel. You'd probably be better off with Adam Sandler's character from Bedtime stories. But since you don't have that guy, I guess Eric is the best choice? Billy's too much of a screw-up. In fact, he didn't even pass school without teachers having to be bought off.
I had that idea of a guy going to school, a grown-up going to school, doing first through 12th grade again. And
if Billy can go back to school and pass every single grade, he can run the company.
You can't enroll in middle school. But Billy Madison did.
Billy Madison, like I said, is my favorite type of Sandler role. You know Billy Madison is just a good guy at his core. He's just got those extreme rough edges. I don't know if I'd say his friends are good guys at their core. They might just actually be complete losers. And this guy, I have a hard time believing that he's the same age as Billy. If he is, he's lived an extremely hard life.
I had no juice back in the day.
Yeah.
When I showed them, I wanted Covert and Norm, and they were like, "Yeah, we love that Norm guy." And who's the other one you said? I'm like, "My buddy Covert, he's really funny." And then they made him audition, and then they said he had dead eyes. Right? And I was like, "No, he doesn't. He's great." They're like, "Nah, we want a fat guy." Remember, the guy kept saying, "We need a fat guy. He's not fat enough." I was like, "Let him eat."
Norm might have been perfect for this part.
Sit around, drink beer all day, light bags of shit, and run.
Norm is a delightfully bad actor, but that's what we loved about him. He didn't care.
So old Billy's gonna talk to you and Frank?
I played Frank.
And honestly, were you supposed to care?
I'm like, let me see how Norm, ping-pongs this line back. And then I'm waiting a little longer, and I'm like, wow, he's really milking this one. And then a few more seconds, I noticed old Norm was sleeping.
Well, they wanted me to play a drunk, and so I said, "You got some booze?" I didn't want to be like, Bill, Mr. Madison. Also, he called me Frank, and in my mind, I was thinking, who the is Frank?
But I would have cared if they left in this deleted scene where he's hitting on the kindergarten teacher.
I am wasted. You wasted?
I've got a little buzz.
And the role of Eric went to Bradley Whitford.
Madison Hotels will soon be mine. Eaten by his best served heated.
I don't know. I just felt like the role of Eric felt like a role that should have gone to David Spade. And if they had made Billy Madison like 3 years later, probably would have. And according to my research, it says that Adam Sandler actually wanted Bob Odenkirk for the role of Eric, but the studio rejected it.
Is this for real, Dad? Where am I looking? Oh.
Or the role could have gone to Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah, before he played the Mattress King, he could have been Eric. But he also was turned down. Not everybody in the hotel is rooting against Billy. He's got some supporters, the maid, Juanita, and Crazy Carl. And in Juanita's case, she's a little bit more than a supporter.
Here, let me lick it off for you.
In the theatrical cut of this movie, Juanita jokes about doing sexual acts on Billy, but we're led to believe that these are just jokes.
You want to stay home and help me shave my armpits?
Juanita. When I saw the stuff that was left on the cutting room floor, I think she actually did those sexual acts with Billy.
Just gonna give Billy these 2 fluffy pillows so he sleeps good tonight.
Oh, I know what you want to give Billy, Juanita, and you can forget it. He needs his sleep.
You got some imagination, Mr. Madison. Suit yourself.
Yeah, that was a good lady. She was that actress, Teresa Merritt. She was a fun woman. She didn't love saying every line. We had to talk her into a few things.
So Billy is able to fly through the early grades. And it's like, yeah, of course he did. Even if he was just really stupid. Just by osmosis, he was going to be able to pick up enough stuff to pass the first, I don't know, 8 grades. And yeah, he did stumble a little, doing cursive or arts and crafts. But what wins you over on a character like Billy Madison is that even though he's a screw-up, you can tell he's a good guy. And your proof is when he makes friends with a kid like Ernie. And by making friends with a somewhat nerdy kid, Billy starts to realize, wait a minute, I might have been kind of a bully. That doesn't make me feel good. I'm gonna try to be a better person. And when he realizes that, he reaches out to the people that he used to torment. And that was a very smart move, because if he didn't, he still would have been on Steve Buscemi's character's to kill list. And honestly, I think in real life, a lot of people think about this scene, and in their head, they're like, wait a minute, I wonder if anybody has this list and I'm on it. Billy Madison, the unhinged lunatic man-child, isn't the type of person you'd root for. So I'm glad this scene was removed.
Hey, come on, baby! Yeah! I'm sorry about this.
This movie would have suffered if he didn't have some fun teachers to play up against. So we have Miss Lippy, Principal Anderson, and that smoking hot Veronica Vaughn.
10 years ago, high school was the greatest. I'm sorry, let's do it again.
Played by 90s queen herself, Bridget Wilson. Veronica Vaughn is the voice of reason in this movie, and she thinks it's ridiculous that Billy's able to buy his way back into school. She does begin to warm up to Billy when, during a class field trip, Ernie accidentally pees his pants, and Billy looks out for Ernie and pretends to pee his pants. That way these kids won't make fun of Ernie. Either that won her over, or it was the groping on the bus. Yeah, that's one of the things from this movie that aged kinda poorly. Kinda like this scene with the principal during Valentine's Day. Or, and I guess you can't blame the film because this is a deleted scene, this one where Billy is changing in the gym in front of a bunch of 3rd graders.
What's up? How you doing?
Billy Madison is a film that was saved by the editing. There's an extended version of this movie going around, and in it, they over-explain the jokes, and Billy is far less likable. Some of the other deleted scenes make Billy look like a complete jackass, instead of the lovable screw-up with a heart of gold.
Billy's not here. I'm a dog.
In the deleted scenes, Billy looks really bad, to the point where you're almost rooting for Eric. Like this dodgeball scene. At a certain point, it's just gonna look like cruelty, as opposed to comedy.
Now you're all in big, big trouble.
I hit some kid pretty hard, and he gets upset and he starts crying. And then the parents all come up to me, they're like, hey, what's the deal? And I was like, what do you mean, what happened? They were like, the kid, you nailed that kid. I was like, oh, no, that's the scene. I'm supposed to sound like a big guy, went back to school, I'm supposed to plug all these kids as part of the joke. And they were like, oh, no. And I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, I said, well, didn't they read the script? They go, they're 6, they don't read yet.
Even while they were shooting it, some of the parents didn't know if this was for real or acting.
I said, all right, I won't do it or something. And I think I told the guys to roll anyways, and I nailed a bunch of kids.
Oh, Doyle! I sacrifice your blood in the name of Lucifer! Wait a minute, was Billy Madison just little Nicky all along?
No!
When Billy gets to high school, that's when things finally get academically difficult, and Billy can't just win over his fellow students.
Hey, you're the dude with all that loot, right?
Yeah, I am. Locker 1125, anybody?
Yeah, that's on the other side of that thing.
What? You're telling me that nobody rocked REO Speedwagon shirts in 1994? They think a grown man being in their class is kind of creepy and definitely pathetic.
You, your freak 9th grade brother, your dumpy little 3rd grade brother, and a piece of crap 1st grade brother need to get those flaming red dipshit heads kicked in. It's so bad. Need to get those...
Sorry. That's a cutting.
Man, after all my research and finding out that Sandy Wexler is a real person, and that the Zohan is based on a real person, to learn that there's no real O'Doyle family, I don't know. I was just totally disappointed by that.
Rich Wilkes, he came up with that idea. He was we wrote that movie, and then Rich Wilkes came by and did a couple of weeks of rewrites, and he came up with the idea of a family, like a bunch of kids who were tough in the neighborhood, and every grade I went through, a different O'Doyle would show up and make my life hell, and I don't know, that just happened, but I certainly know some O'Doyles in my life, but that's not off any real people.
Billy is so close to the finish line that Eric has now become very nervous, which is why he blackmails Principal Anderson into saying that Billy cheated his way through school again.
Do you have rocks in your head? I would never betray my principles as an educator.
For your assistance, I will give you $1 million. That car parked over there.
But what had really happened was Eric discovered that Principal Anderson used to be the wrestler, the Revolting Blob. And the Revolting Blob accidentally killed a man in the ring. Feeling defeated, Billy Madison completely regresses to his past self. In a deleted scene, Billy even goes back to prank the old man with another bag of poop. This time, though, his heart's not really into it.
What am I doing? No, don't! That bag's full of dog shit. At least I think it's dog shit.
It might be Frank's poop. Billy's classmates know that this is complete BS. Principal Anderson is lying, and they force Principal Anderson to tell the truth. Billy and Eric are now going to face each other in an academic bowl, which leads to this iconic line.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point during your incoherent rambling did you come anywhere close to what could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to that. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
As Eric's about to lose this academic bowl, he pulls out a gun because he called and made amends with Steve Buscemi's character, and Danny shows up to save the day. The deleted scenes also showed Principal Anderson taking a bigger role in stopping Eric. Okay, what wrestling organization in the 80s or the 70s would the Revolting Blob have wrestled for?
No! Nah, he deserves it! He made me do a bad thing! Yes!
Eric's plans have been foiled. Billy gets the company, and he gets the girl.
I learned a lot. And the beauty of it all is not only did Eric not get the company, but he got shot!
For as much as I love this film, it did always strike me as odd that the dad was willing to put up the position of CEO in a contest. Well, wouldn't you know, there's a deleted scene where the dad actually addresses just how stupid that sounds.
You think I signed that contract? I'm not that much of a dipshit. I'm very proud of you, son.
And you know what? I'm glad they cut that out of the movie. It would have made Billy Madison's entire arc pretty pointless. Yeah, even if he lost, he wasn't going to lose the company. Billy Madison is a classic. I think a lot of my generation would completely agree with this.
By the way, every time I'm at the pool in the summer with my friends, we always say it's too damn hot for a penguin to just be walking around.
Oh, and if you're hoping for a Billy Madison 2, I don't think you're going to get it. Number 2, Happy Gilmore.
I've seen Happy Gilmore 50 times.
Happy Gilmore is a movie that deserves the long-lasting love affair that it's gotten. That's why you can buy Funkos of the movie, why people have made fake sports documentaries about it, and why there's even sequel talk.
Yeah, that senior tour idea, it would be so amazing to go around with. You can greenlight this. I don't know if we...
This just into the Dan Patrick Show. Happy Gilmore 2 has been green-lighted.
It's a movie so iconic that its villain is still going viral 25 years later. It is wild. For his first 2 outings, he put out Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore back to back.
Happy Gilmore,
was
not happy
It was
when
not.
Adam Sandler got that script.
You know, when we were writing the next one, me and my buddy, we were very you think they're gonna hate this if we do this? And then we started saying, what's the difference?
Yeah, it's not healthy.
I had completely forgotten that the reason Happy has to go live with his grandma was because Happy's raw power killed his dad. Happy Gilmore is a combo of Big Daddy's character with Bobby Boucher-like quirks. Happy Gilmore is kind of a bum, and like Sonny Koufax, that makes his girlfriend leave. The only woman who Happy doesn't disappoint is his grandma, but now Grandma is about to lose her home, and that home was built by Happy's grandfather. Turns out, Grandma didn't pay her taxes, which makes Grandma the hero of this film.
Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped you.
Why? Do you have money, dear?
No.
And your love interest in this movie, I said she looks really sexy. Yeah, she's a very pretty girl. I had a little, what's that called, the on-set romance during the movie. Not with her, the lady who plays my grandmother. I went out with her.
Happy learns that he can drive a golf ball 400 plus yards in one swing. Happy goes off to try to raise some money so that he can save Grandma's home. Unfortunately for Nana, she has to now go live in the old folks' home. And the old folks' home is run by an evil orderly, played by Ben Stiller.
Whoops! This other guy, Ben Stiller's in the movie, and of course, if you guys have been, a lot of you guys probably already know this, he's got 15 fingers.
Every good sports movie has a mentor, and in this movie, it's Chubbs.
Carl Weathers.
That's right, Action Jackson. I used to call him.
Yeah, Apollo Creed, he did a lot of good stuff. You know what, when you meet a guy you grew up with in person, it's weird, you know, to see him in person, they always look a little different. Carl Weathers is only 4 feet. He's 4 feet.
He's 4 feet high? I didn't know that.
He walks around with stilts the whole time.
That was a lark, and it was one of the most fun times I've ever had making a movie, because it was just a bunch of comedians and comedic actors, and there I was trying to keep up with them.
When we first meet Chubbs, he's given half-ass golf lessons. He used to be a stud golfer, right up until he started being discriminated against.
They wouldn't let me on the pro tour anymore. One more time.
Chubbs is impressed with Happy's natural ability, and if Happy was able to get himself a short game, he'd be unstoppable.
I can't believe it.
The guy who almost steals the entire movie is Shooter McGavin, played by Christopher McDonald.
Wanted him to be strong, an athlete, a guy that's very confident and would not like old Happy Gilmore very much, and played by the rules and kind of grew up with golf.
They really couldn't have picked a more perfect Shooter McGavin.
Where I was working on another movie with Ray Liotta called Unforgettable, and I ran into Dennis Dugan in the lobby of the hotel. He goes, McDonald, we've been wanting you for this script. Please take a look at this part. It's awesome. And then I, of course, like an idiot, wanted to turn it down because I wanted to go see my family. So I thought, I had little toddlers at home. What Dennis did, he went to Robert Simons, the producer, and he said, hey, McDonald will come if he can get his family up.
Christopher McDonald had been on Sandler's radar for years.
And everybody was talking about this gorgeous guy in Thelma and Louise, and I went and saw it, and I kept going, he is gorgeous.
And Christopher McDonald has been living this role for like 25 years now.
Are you ever afraid that people might just know you as Shooter McGavin and not Christopher McDonald?
If I'm in a ball game or any kind of athletic event, it's Shooter. They won't let me go anywhere. The worst case scenario was I was in a restroom trying to relieve myself at a ball game up in Buffalo, and one guy recognized me. My hat was down. I was good. I got through the line, got to the urinal, and he was like, "Dude, you Shooter!" And it was crazy. I just thought, get me out of here now.
He's almost become an urban legend. Shooter has been pegged to be the guy this year. This is his year to win that tour jacket. And while he's winning the events, the crowds are more attracted to Happy Gilmore hitting the long ball.
Come on, I mean, he could be good for the tour. He might loosen things up a little.
Well, nobody's gonna loosen up anything, dear. This is Shooter's year. Everybody knows it. It's my year. It's not Norman. It's not Faldo. It's not Shaw's. Well, certainly not Johnny White Trash.
Have you ever wondered why Happy is so loyal to the homeless caddy? In the deleted scenes, it's because the caddy's got his back. If Shooter tries anything, Otto's gonna stop him.
Yeah, these are Happy's clubs. I was just taking them to the club. Polishing guy.
Also, Happy's just too damn nice to fire the guy.
Hey, Otto. Dude, buddy. Hello? Hi. I just wanted to tell you that you did a good job today, but this whole thing is very important to me, all right? And I'm gonna have to tell you that we are a team now, okay? So tomorrow, let's kick some ass, all right?
My sister's a witch.
Good. Will you say hello to her broom for me?
And did you know that Happy Gilmore was based on another person that Sandler knew in real life?
We were in Manchester, New Hampshire, and my father was a great golfer. He was just an excellent golfer, golfed all the time. He retired at 54 and just became a real heavy-duty golfer. He'd go to the range, and I would go with him. And I brought my friend Kyle McDonough, who played pro hockey. And Kyle, at the time we were in high school, was never really golfed, but was driving the ball so far. My father kept going, man, these hockey kids, what a swing. And my father loved Kyle so much. It was like, Kyle was the only guy in my life that I'd be like, Dad, remember, I'm your kid. So I remember just a few years later, we were talking about Happy Gilmore, and we were talking about our next movie, and I said my friend was a hockey player who could maybe be funny to make a movie about that, a hockey mentality, but gets invited on the golf tour. And then I wanted to do kind of a slap shot type of swing.
Virginia, another name starting with V, is a tour reporter who wants to know a little bit more about Happy. He's the new bad boy attraction. He's got attitude. He's edgy. He's rating.
What the hell is wrong with you?
He'd only made one movie prior to that, which was Billy Madison. And that had been kind of a cult hit. So I assumed that this was going to be seen by a few stoners.
Yeah.
A couple, like diehard fans of Spoon Man on Spoonhead. Remember he did Spoonhead or Opera Man? One of his characters in Saturday Night Live. And so I thought to myself, as they were lacing me into a corset and taking my boobs and pasting them together and giving me 2 pitchers of beer, I thought, my dad is never going to see this. It's fine. But my butt looks good. My butt looks good. Yes, it's my dad's favorite, one of his all-time favorite movies, in general, and definitely by far and away the favorite thing of mine I've ever done.
Shooter is just kind of boring. And if they would have left this deleted scene in, he might have been a Me Too issue in the making.
Penny for your thoughts.
I was thinking how badly I'd like you to take your arm off of me.
Ooh. Gotta have my penny back.
Happy might have been too edgy for the actual movie. They had to work around his constant swearing.
They would say, you have to make the beat longer. We're hearing too much of the curse. So we would have to go back a lot and make sure you only heard just a slight F or a slight C for somewhere or that kind of stuff.
Shooter begins getting nervous. What if Happy is able to win? Well, let's sabotage that momentum. He's sick of Happy getting Subway commercials.
This is so good. I can't believe it. How did you find this place?
Okay, let's do one for the American audience.
Shooter is a better golfer, and he's never once tried to stab a guy with a skate. Why are you getting jealous, Shooter? Like 25 years later, you get to be in a commercial with The Miz.
Hey kids, guess who? Every time with this guy.
Oh boy. Let's make this interesting. Look what I found at the thrift store.
That doesn't belong to you. This isn't real golf. You like that? I'm gonna get back at you guys. I will practice.
Happy realizes that he's not going to be able to win if he doesn't have a good short game, so he goes back to apologize to Chubbs. And as his way of saying thank you, Happy has a gift for Chubbs. It's the head of the alligator who bit his damn hand off. Chubbs wasn't ready to see this, and he's startled. He backs up and falls out this insanely big window to his death. And I love that this guy's kind of blasé about the whole thing. And what kind of golf course just keeps a live gator hanging around for 30 years? And how strong is Happy that he beat up an alligator? So I did some research, and apparently in Florida, alligator wrestling was a big thing. And it was actually done as expeditions by Native Americans. Well, it looks like Happy's earned enough money on tour to buy back his grandmother's house. But he's too late. The bank is now auctioning it off. And what I enjoyed about this movie was it didn't forget the original premise. Happy only became a golfer to help his grandmother. And if dropping out will get her back her house, fine, shooter, you win. I'll drop out. Just give us the house. Virginia is like, no, Happy, Grandma would rather see you beat Shooter. Winning won't be easy. On the final hole, the you suck, you jackass guy, he hits Happy with a car, and even knocks a tower down in front of the hole. We all know that Happy Gilmore is a tough guy. Who else voluntarily takes fastballs to the chest? So him getting hit by a car and to just continue on playing, it's no big deal.
When I did get hit by the Volkswagen, I rolled off it in a way that I didn't really feel I didn't feel the weight of the car.
I did some stunts.
You did your own stunts?
Well, you like to do your own stunts. You don't want people to think you're a chicken, So
Sure.
In the movie, a couple times, I'm a golfer, so there was this one shot I had to chip it in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you chip, and then it goes in, and it cut back to me jumping up and down, happy. Like I put it in, I was going, jumping up, down, woo! I could have hurt my ankle.
We had seen the you suck, you jackass guy earlier in the film. He's the guy that gets under Happy Gilmore's skin.
Joe Flaherty, jackass.
And incidentally, you're also a jackass.
Joe Flaherty's in the movie too, from
right.
SCTV.
Whoa! Nice shooting, soldier!
And causes him to fight Bob Barker, which is the most iconic scene that came from this movie.
And we were like, imagine if Bob Barker did it. He'll never do it. And then we sent it to him. Next thing you know, Bob Barker, whose neighbor was Chuck Norris at the time.
Stop it.
And Chuck and Bob used to spar, and Bob was like, yeah, if I get to fight, if I get to throw punches, I'm doing it.
Well, Bob and Happy Gilmore and Bob are they're in a pro-am together, and it turns out that Bob Barker's taking the game a little too serious and getting on Happy Gilmore's nerves, and then this happens.
In that moment, we're not getting along, but we get along now.
What happened at that moment?
We fought Happy Gilmore.
Many years later, for a charity event, they did a sequel.
As you probably have guessed, Bob Barker and I haven't spoken with each other in many years.
That's right. Not since Happy Gilmore.
Can't Bob and Happy just get along?
If I had known that I had to toss your salad to be in another one, I would have. But Rob Schneider didn't send me the memo.
Oh, and there's Jackie Sandler as Bob's nurse.
Couldn't be nice, could you, Bobby, huh?
And did you know that Bob Barker wasn't even the first choice for that role?
Oh, come on, Happy, what are you doing? All right, go ahead, just kick his ass.
In an alternate universe, it's Ed McMahon beating up Happy Gilmore.
And Bob knows this. We initially wrote it for Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon said he was busy.
So I think back then, we would write something and expect the person to read it and go, really? We get to hang out with these guys? My dad would be like, what is that? I'm not doing that. I got a life to live, I doubt he got it. I think we heard something like, it's too vulgar or something.
In an alternate universe, Keith Olbermann would be doing all the Dan Patrick cameos.
Danny, your boy, he F'd me.
Oh, yeah.
And I go,
right.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And then you said,
I'm always here.
I'm always there.
And in the original film, it doesn't look like the you suck, you jackass guy ever got his proper comeuppance, but he does in this deleted scene.
Go over there! Go over there! Go over there! Go over there!
I'm looking forward to get a lesson from the master here.
I can't play.
What was that?
I can't play!
Well, give it a shot!
And who hasn't wanted to do this to one of their hecklers? If you're so good, why don't you show me how it's done?
I'll show you all! You...
With a damaged shoulder, will Happy be able to make this shot? It's a movie! So what do you think happened? Shooter can't handle losing, and he has a complete meltdown, even trying to steal Happy's tour jacket. If this was real life, especially in this day and age, you know for like the next 6 months, Shooter would be all over TV, apologizing, hiring a PR team to fix his image, and donating a ton of money to charity. Wait a minute. Did the Hanukkah song Part 2 lie to me? Where's the scene where Happy Gilmore is supposedly bar mitzvahed?
Guess who got bar mitzvahed on the PGA Tour? No, I'm not talking about Tiger Woods. I'm talking about Mr. Happy Gilmore.
I hate when music lies to me. That's why you stick to trustworthy songs, like The Carpenters, as sang by Chubbs.
We've only just begun to live.
Find your happy place.
And a simple little thing like being dead, well, that's not going to stop Chubbs from selling you some golf swag.
We just found out a couple of minutes ago, got 3 stars from the New York Daily News or something. That's great, yeah.
People are watching it with their grandchildren, so it's got legs, as they say.
It's gotten to the point where if Adam even tries to go golfing, people are going to expect Happy Gilmore.
If I go to a new place, it's a guarantee on the opening tee where it's just people come forward, they're like looking, I'm like, I got to do this and do the Gilmore swing and move on.
You know they've kicked around the idea. Maybe one day we will get a sequel to this.
It's been 25 years since I've done this. Smashed. You're dead, Shooter.
Let's see if it's Shooter's tour.
Looks like the battle is still on.
Money. Shooter. Still got it.
And there now is an actual Happy Gilmore.
Oh, go, baby!
At 14 years old, I qualified for Worlds that year, and I hit it 370. And then the following year in Dallas Junior, I was hit it 437 yards.
We may never get Happy Gilmore 2, but according to this article, we'll at least get another cameo. 9.5, maybe a 10 out of 10. Before we get to our number 1, what did viewers on the Rich Eisen show say was the number 1 Adam Sandler movie of all time?
Happy Gilmore, 42%.
In order on the street, when I'm walking down the street, I think I get Happy first. Then I think Bobby Boucher's second.
So
right?
Waterboy is second in our poll?
Waterboy is second at 25%.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Give him the other ones and see if he can put where they are right now.
Billy Madison third at 16%.
Yes.
The Wedding Singers 11%.
Yes.
And Big Daddy at 7%.
Yes.
Number 1, and boy did I want to be controversial and put some weird, obscure Adam Sandler movie. But no, it's The Wedding Singer.
The Wedding Singer.
Every little thing about this movie is iconic.
Basically, the story is of a wedding singer who's going to get married himself, sings at weddings, and falls in love with you.
Yes.
The look.
It was fun to see everybody walking around in their 80s gear.
The story.
Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore, I mean, you can't beat this. This is a perfect rental.
The music used in this movie fits it like a glove.
I think it's an important decade.
It was a great decade.
A really great decade.
It deserves the respect we're about to give
Since it's throwback music, you can send your stars to promote on VH1.
We're back for The Wedding Singer and totally 80s.
Really pimp out the soundtrack.
Oh, well, The Wedding Singer soundtrack.
Yeah.
That'll get you going. Gets everybody.
Is that like...
The Wedding Singer is one of those movies where every time you rewatch it, there's a new thing that makes you laugh. Even though I've seen this film countless times, the thing that stuck with me on this rewatch, that while Robbie is about to have his life destroyed, the music playing in the background is Don't Stop Believing. Having seen this film so many times, I wanted to really dig in. So I found out things like the one song that isn't from the 80s that was used in this film actually was picked because it mirrors Robbie and Julia's relationship.
This is the perfect song because it's about a guy who doesn't have much that he can give her except his heart, and that's sort of the idea of Robbie Hart. You know, she has this rich fiance, Julia's character, Drew Barrymore's character.
and it was a song that held special importance for Adam.
My grandma would. I didn't get a chance to ask my grandma because my grandma passed away, but I know she would have loved that song.
Robbie is the good guy with rough edges, done to absolute perfection. At his best, Robbie is a selfless guy who looks out for everybody around him. His nephews love him. He's not afraid to share the spotlight with other members of his band, and he makes friends almost instantaneously. He doesn't pick the fight, and if somebody else is about to fight, he comes in and defuses the situation immediately. Robbie doesn't have any money, but money's not what drives him.
I don't get that kind of bread right now. I don't have that kind of money, not yet.
He'd rather teach his grandmother to sing the Beatles while getting paid in meatballs. The reason Linda didn't show up to the wedding is that Robbie is a loser and he's not going anywhere. The wedding singer turned Adam Sandler into a credible romantic lead.
After The Wedding Singer.
Yes.
Like you were, I can see where women could fall in love with you.
Because humor and intellect is the hottest combination a human being can attain.
I let the woman I'm going to marry make all the decisions because I would want her to have the best wedding she could have.
Tim Hurley said that Drew Barrymore was consulted to bring a female perspective to this movie, which he knew had been lacking in Sandler's other films.
I worked with this young lady one time. I met her at the Newsroom Cafe. She came in, she had stylish hair, a little pinkish.
It was a script that everyone loved and everyone was enthusiastic about.
How much depth this film has, that the funny moments are not in the trailer, that there's so much more to the film.
It was nice to do a movie that is pro-marriage, pro-love.
Drew Barrymore plays the role of Julia Sullivan, or when she gets married to Glenn, Julia Gulia.
I wanted her to be sort of Chaplin-esque, but my real life problem is I'm an incredible klutz.
We wanted, Julia to be the perfect girl that every guy would want to marry in a second.
She has an ease that follows her, and that's the energy that she exudes, and I really, really like that about her.
Julia has just started working at the event hall as a waitress, and she's enamored with just how good of a wedding singer Robbie really is. And he looked out for this kid who just went a little too hard on the booze. Julia works as a waitress alongside her cousin Holly. Her cousin Holly is played by Christine Taylor, the future ex-wife of Ben Stiller. And ladies, if you really want to turn on a man, if you go on eBay right now, you can buy Holly's outfit from this movie for your wedding singer cosplay. You feel like Holly and Robbie should have hooked up at least once? Now you can make it happen.
But we would joke because Drew and I said, okay, this is like the boys club. It's like Phi Beta Sandler.
Not only can you dress like Holly, you can put on official branded wedding singer lipstick.
We made a lipstick for the wedding singer.
After being stood up at his wedding, Robbie goes into a complete depression. Alexis Arquette is in this film as the band member who looks a lot like Boy George.
Alexis Arquette, he's in the band, and he idolizes Boy George in the movie and dresses like him, and he comes up and sings Do You
Really Want to Hurt Me?
That song, that effect, that was a big one in my life. Loved it.
Yeah, you did.
Loved it. Always felt bad for Boy George. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want anyone else to hurt him either. He was a nice enough fella, singing a nice song.
And because his wedding was such a disaster, Robbie has a hard time performing at weddings.
He went from the best wedding singer to the worst wedding singer.
So now most of these gigs are going to go to this guy. And that guy can go straight to hell. Which he does.
Adam Sandler has been great to me, so he goes, oh, you get to sing in a movie, would you do me a favor? And I go, well, let me think about it.
There's a scene of a singer, and I don't have a lot of money, it's just one day, I'll give you like $5,000.
And this is before his movies had been big.
So again, I'm playing a character, he's an arrogant idiot. So the guy thinks he's great, but he's like an idiot. But he doesn't.
Well, yeah, you.
Okay, everybody, take 4. Like an idiot, like you don't know, take 5, but he wants to be cool, he goes, take 4. And then I slap, but I really want to go, bam. But I go, okay. And he didn't say don't, I just didn't do it. I was imitating Adam. But I knew like ladies night or what, girl, y'all got one. And then I grab my crotch and then do Michael Jackson, right? So I was trying to do what's like all inappropriate stuff at a wedding.
Right.
When I have the line, I open the curtain, that's all in there. It goes, he's losing his mind and I'm reaping all the benefits.
Yeah.
And then I thought, I go, it'd be funny, like my character is so nuts. So like, and I'm reaping all the benefits. And my eyes get big. Like, wouldn't it be funny if like I pull the curtain by me, but I'm so nuts that I just keep it going. Even after you can't see me anymore. He's really slow, so he just keeps going. Like he stops, then he just keeps going.
Robbie begins snapping out of his funk by helping Julia plan for her wedding, or because he can't resist a mustached Alan Covert in bed with him. Julia's fiance Glenn is a smooth-talking, Miami Vice-looking dude. At first you think, oh, Glenn's just kind of a douchey guy, but he's worse. He's also a cheater. There's no future with this guy. It doesn't even matter what they say he'll look like when he's older. Which, the reference? Yeah, they're talking about this guy.
Glenn will be a really good-looking older man. Like Blake Carrington.
And does that guy have Robbie's sweet head of hair? That's movie star hair.
We saw The Wedding Singer, so it was all the Michael Jackson beaded jackets and the hair, the mullets and all that stuff.
A lot of cutting. I think it was like only a few wigs, but a lot of haircuts going on that wig.
We both had to have totally 80s hairdos.
My hair is basically a little longer than it is in real life. A little, actually not bad to the human touch. So long, see in real life, if I grew my hair long, you could lose something in there.
While planning out Julia's wedding, her and Robbie start developing feelings for each other.
You can't help but notice how much these people have in common when it comes to love and how they'd like to live their lives. And also something I really love is the amount of respect they have for people.
Julia even gets jealous when Holly wants to ask Robbie out on a date. Holly even bluntly states that he'll get lucky if he wants it, but Robbie turns her down. Holly realizes that Robbie has a thing for Julia, so she's gonna step out of the way. But Robbie really doesn't have a chance. Julia's with Glenn because Glenn provides money and security, and that's something every girl wants. That crushes Robbie. And now he lashes out at an unsuspecting Julia.
In The Wedding Singer, when her character said that, when her character finally said she loved me, my guy was kind of like, oh, yeah, like that. But now, as I matured, in this movie, she tells me she loves me. I'm more like,
when I went to rewatch this film, I accidentally put on the Totally Awesome version, which has an additional scene added into the movie, where the grandmother asks Robbie if his penis still works, and it absolutely kills the flow of the movie.
Are you nervous about your penis?
What?
Well, are you nervous about showing a new girl your penis?
It's so stinking cute that you don't need to insert scenes that look like they came from the Grown Ups 2 script.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. Next subject, quick.
It had good shape.
What's the matter with you?
This isn't the movie you have to promote in a crude way. Even hosting MTV's Lovelorn was almost too edgy for what this film was.
We're gonna go to everybody's been hurt in a relationship.
Yeah.
Even Boy George, and that is awful because he's brought so much joy to us, and the fact that he's had any pain, I don't like that.
Yeah.
When Drew and Adam hosted Lovelorn, they had people call in with questions like,
do you think I'll ever find a soulmate? Do you think there's someone out there for everyone?
ones that they could easily answer and then spin into promoting the movie.
All right, so Drew's character in The Wedding Singer had a similar dilemma. Would you like to take a look?
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, Conan O'Brien understood the appeal of this movie.
Great movie, and there are no sex scenes in the movie, which is refreshing. Because I hate sex. No.
Did you know to add a little female perspective to this film, they actually brought in Carrie Fisher to do a rewrite. In the rewrite, Glenn is a lot less of a jerk, and there's no scene where he ever admits to cheating. There's no airplane scene, and the two of them actually do make it to Vegas. But at the altar, Julia leaves Glenn and meets Robbie at a bar. I am glad they used none of that. Instead, it's the iconic ending where Robbie goes to win Julia back on the flight to Vegas.
Julia, and we couldn't let that happen. You had to get over to the better guy.
Carrie Fisher's version wouldn't have had the Billy Idol cameo.
We're going to go to the legendary Billy Idol, who I know Adam and I are both extremely fond of.
Yeah, we dig him heavy.
Yeah.
A lot of young people recognize me from The Wedding Singer more than from MTV or something.
And it wouldn't have had the iconic song, Grow Old With You. The reaction you see from Drew Barrymore while that song's being played, that's an authentic reaction. Supposedly, it was the very first time she ever heard the song.
I wasn't allowed to sing Grow Old With You to Drew before we sang it.
Not at once.
I said, I wrote that song, I don't want to hear it.
I was taking my son, when my son was young, I was taking the Happy Gilmore, Adam's films, because they were you could kind of take, and so when I read the script for The Wedding Singer, it was cracking me up right from the start. But I thought, this is fantastic because I can be in the film I'm going to take my son to.
We're going to Billy Idol's video, White Wing.
He sort of represented all of like rock and roll music in the 80s, and he really looked to me exactly the same. But it was a fun environment, especially to watch the boys around him. They were just in awe.
And I always wondered, after this scene took place, what is Glenn doing for the rest of the flight? And do you want to feel really old? Guess how old Drew Barrymore was when she did this movie.
You're only 23?
Yes. In fact, I'm not even 23 yet.
This is the perfect 10 of a movie. And that's why some news reports called this film the film of the 90s.
The mega film of the 90s, Titanic, continues to dominate box office totals.
But right behind it is Adam Sandler as the wedding singer.
The Wedding Singer has even been turned into a musical. And it won a prestigious award. Oh, did I say prestigious? I meant the MTV 1998 Movie Award for Best Kiss.
I appreciate that, and Drew's not here, but Drew's she's a sweet girl, and she would be thanking you very much, and I'd like to thank everybody who voted. I just watched those kisses, and I was pathetic. I liked watching those other guys kiss. They were better than me.
So there we have it. Every single Adam Sandler film ranked. It's amazing how many classic movies Adam Sandler has made. And even in his worst movies, there's memorable stuff.
Nobody does it quite the way I do.
I feel like this guy's been around my whole life.
When you were in high school, Adam Sandler was your favorite comedian, and then all of a sudden you find yourself at 50 years old and Adam Sandler is your favorite comedian.
Which would explain why he's now on the cover of things like AARP magazine.
Old Man Sandman! How did that happen?
It's so funny, man.
Adam Sandler on the cover of AARP magazine.
They asked me to be on the cover. What am I going to say no to these guys? They were nice people.
And he hasn't let critics bully him away from doing his brand of comedy.
You guys in this room made me feel great about what we've done together. Make me feel like the critics didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Instead of becoming a pretentious artist, he wanted to make things that kids would enjoy.
A lot of people have been complimenting me, saying, great job, Adam. You're really funny. How'd you get to be so great? And it's been nice to hear that. On occasion, I do hear the other way. Why you, not me? You think you're so fucking great, and you're not.
Heck, when I make my stuff, I try to think, what would Sandler do? He's the everyman. And damn, do I want to be in a Happy Madison film? So here's to you, Adam. You did it the Billy Madison way.
Don't cut off the Sandman. That's the law.
That's it. Let's go home. Time to go.
Thanks for growing old with me.
Yeah. That was a good fucking night. I love you guys. Thank you.
Hey, if you like this video, like, click, share, and subscribe. And there's a bunch of stuff that I referenced linked in the info bar.